Void. Void. destroyed. Hello and welcome back, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. This is Echo Boy along with Raider presenting to you Ruthless Hype Esports PUBG Mobile Pro Scrims for the Brazil region. This is going to be Echo Boy, like I mentioned, and this is going to be the day of judgment for day number 3 of week number 3. There are a lot of threes, but who is at the third position is something that we will definitely want to witness because there's a tough competition between the top 5 teams there. Alpha 7 right now leading, but Raider, I guess you have something more to add on to this.
You were talking about the threes. There is one more three. That is the prize pool of $300. So definitely for week
Oh,
number 3, that is absolutely going to be amazing. The prize pool. Apart from that, remember, guys, this was a long journey, to be precise, journey of 3 weeks, where every week we had 3 days, I believe, and the prize pool of $300 was also there. Apart from that, the grand total of the prize pool is going to be $900. But right now, we are going to check out who is going to get the last $300 that is left out of the whole prize pool. And it's Alpha 7 Esports for now, who is on top right now, but they have played their 8 matches. Today, we are actually early. And the reason being that today we are going to host 6 matches, guys. So if you guys remember on the day number 1 of week number 3, what we had was just 4 matches. Yesterday, we had 5 matches. The schedule was of 5 matches on day number 1 as well, but eventually the stream was a little bit delayed due to some technical issues, and that is why we have shifted that match today, as said earlier. So today we are going to witness 6 amazing matches. We'll talk about the shuffles, we'll talk about the systems, and we'll talk about the fights as well. But first of all, let's talk about the point distribution system, which is making a lot of buzz recently in the whole of GM ecosystem. And let me remind you that the only team which is going to get the double-digit pointers in their favor after getting a beautiful placement point, I believe, is going to be a beautiful chicken dinner for them. 10 points, that's what they are actually going to get after securing a chicken dinner. At the second position, only 6 points. At the third one, fifth point, 5 points, I mean. At the fourth position, 4 points. At the fifth position, 3 points. At the sixth position, 2 points. At the seventh position, 1 point. At the eighth position, 1. From 9 to 28th position, nothing is going to be in their favor. But to our glory, there are just, I guess, 16 teams fighting in a particular lobby. Yes, we do have 20 teams, but then those teams are pretty much divided in a group of 5, and 1 kill will get them 1 point. Meanwhile, coming back to the squad rosters, remember, guys, Alpha 7 Esports is finally back in this week with their whole original OG roster, and in which we have got players like Carrillo, Mafaloso, Revo Top, and then we also have got players like Pedrino. But I guess we do see Sena, if I'm not wrong, quite a bit.
well, yes, we do see him, and I believe I will want to see more of him. But talking about Rise Esports, we have Noon 7, Mufasa, Gary, and Fake. So the 4 players that play from Rise will be Noon 7, Mufasa, and Gary. We had 2 more squads, but this is going to be the group number B, where we are going to see Influence CHEMIN, Smoke Esports, XTEAM, and MANDRAKES. Influence CHEMIN and Smoke Esports both are in the first page, and the lineup that we are going to see from here is Law Federal, Lil Boy, and I believe we are going to see this another guy, but I'm not able to take his name right. But heading over to Smoke Esports, we are going to see Lenin's, we are going to see Bye Bye, we are going to see Ragnar, we are going to see Kuna, and we are going to see Matthews. For X Team, we have Renan, and we have Cardoso, Higor, and Papa Kill. A little bit of less action I got to see from X Team today. I mean, in this entire week, I'm hoping for a lot from the 6 matches that we have today. And then we have Mandrakes. They are also juggling between somewhere in the first and the second page. We will want to see more from their side as well. We have Jose, Godzin, and Nicholas. Nicholas is one of those players. If we let him play, he's gonna do the best that he can.
Everybody is trying their level best to gain some good points. Meanwhile, coming back to INCO squad, we have got players like Squash, Ninebete, Vitali, Becker, and V22K. Yesterday, we saw a good shot coming from his corner. I believe V2K was using M24, if I'm not wrong, in the map of Miramar, and that was quite keen on his perspective. Coming back to the charts, if we talk about the Corinthians, what they have is players like Brunozin, Mythstorm. I guess Myth is going to be there. Tito is there. And then we have also got players like Batiz. But coming back to the fact that Team Predators is also there in the game, we have player 3, player 4, player 5 eventually is also there in the game, and player 3 is also there, and Team Predators NBK is also going to be there. But from Team Knife and Skull, we've got players like TH, Kazuto, Trash, Mural, and Sendra.
Okay, so we have those players playing there, and this is going to be group number C. And we're heading towards the group number D. We are going to have Black Dragons, Loop Esports, Honored Souls, and GZM. And for the players that we are looking into, we are going to have Regayo, Riku, Killerzada, Talent, and Sirol. For Loop Esports, we are going to see Cardozin. We are going to see, I guess the name is Thinnest or SNTX. I'm not sure how to take that name though. We'll learn it. Then we have Dudu, we have Chief, we have Mythic. For Honored Souls, we are going to have Nino, we are going to have Artuzin, we are going to have Ratabu, and then we are going to also have Rafina. For GZM, we have Hugo, Proji, Bro, Prog, and we are going to have Lucas Din. So yesterday GZM, there were two players who have quite similar names, Proji and Prog, and we definitely got quite confused between those two names. I guess I'm still taking the name wrong, but heading towards group number E. Raider, why don't you take it over?
Well, moving up ahead, if we talk about this particular group, we have got players like teams like Sci-Fi Esports, and on which we have players like Manokaras, Obscure, Deflex, and then Lorenzen is also there, and then Lennon is also going to be there from that same exactly team. If we talk about Storm Gaming, we have got players like Aiden, and then we have got players like Romulosin, and then we have Melenzin, and then Pereira is also there from Team Storm Gaming. Brazilian Killers, Hideki, THRZ, Gods, Kazix is also going to be there, Azix is also going to be there, and then Flamingo Esports have players like Fox, GG Play, GC God, Gigante, and Sparta. So these are the members which are going to represent Flamingo Esports. Coming back to the fact that the MVP rankings are also here, it's Alpha 7 Esports Carrillo still going to be on top with 14 eliminations, and 4,232 is going to be the damage amount that he was able to dish out. Meanwhile, when it comes to the average survival, that's going to be 21 minutes and 54 seconds. The average eliminations or should I say the average damage for the whole team of Alpha 7 was quite high. But let's talk about the MVP ranking, and in which the second position is actually going to be in the hands of Maflo. So with 17 eliminations to be precise, that could be the highest. Oh, the highest is actually looking like in the hands of Mythic in terms of elimination. But yes, on the third position, we do have Souls Nino. And with 13 eliminations, he is actually going to reside over there. But Rio Top from same Alpha 7 Esports is going to be there at the fourth position with just 11 eliminations. Meanwhile, if we talk about Storm Gaming, there one honorable mention is actually going to be there. That is going to be Alanzin with 17 amazing eliminations. From Rise Esports is Mufasa and 7, stuck at 6th and 7th position respectively, having 11 and 10 eliminations to be precise. From Alpha 7 Esports, the last man standing, Alpha 7's Sena. He's actually going to have the 8th position with 11 eliminations. And from Flamengo, we have got Toiko with hashtag 9th position in his favor. 12 eliminations is there in his hands. And at hashtag 10, we do have Loops Mythic 44 with 19 amazing eliminations. I mean, we did saw him going all over the match and fighting all over the teams and dishing out a lot of damage, to be precise, from his perspective yesterday. So Loops Mythic, I don't know how he's going to perform today, but I really do have high expectations from Loops Esports after seeing the game yesterday.
Alpha 7. I really want to be talking about Alpha 7 right now. What a jump start they had from the day one of week number 3. And from there onwards, they have been unstoppable, I mean, I'm not able to get the right word, but I guess the throne that they claimed on day number 1, it's been theirs. They have not been shook from there. They have been leading by at least 30 points. The nearest team is having about 34 point difference at hashtag 2. I was just talking about it, and we have that on our screens. Overall ranking, Alpha 7 played 8 matches, 3 chicken dinners, out of which we saw 3. I mean, I guess on the first day they had 3, and then they have been consistently coming to the top 5 in every map. That is great for them. At placement points, if we are looking at their numbers, it's going to be 43 eliminations, 53 and 96. I really like the way they commit to a fight. They check all the angles. They do have the flank positions ready. They know on how to cover this fight, how to put a pressure or a panic or create a panic situation for the opponent team, and they're doing really well there. After which we are able to see Rise Esports. They have had a couple of matches that didn't go as planned for them, but they're still good. They've been on the second position since day number 1. They have also played 8 matches with 1 chicken dinner, 23 placements points, eliminations being 36 and 59 in total points that they have. Then we have SCCP not so far behind with 56, Flamingo with 56, and Storm Gaming with 52. So now that is top 5. The race is still there for who is going to take that 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th position, but Alpha 7 right now sitting comfortably at the top.
Indeed, they are. The reason being their performance, to be precise. But GZM Esports stuck at 9th position right now with 28 points. In terms of eliminations, with a total point of 41, they still have that kind of buffer that they can actually equate and completely shut down other teams. Like possibly they can do that. But Zebra Masters, after showing those beautiful instances of coming back and beautiful games yesterday. They have managed to secure the 10th position right now out of the 20 positions with 40 points. Brazilian Gears 36 points, EYC Gaming 34, INCO Gaming 31 points, Knife in Skull with 31, Sci-Fi Esports 30, MANDRAKES with 25 points. Now let's come back to the last page, the page where a lot of, I guess, persistence should be there, a lot of consistency should be there, and that is Smoke Esports stuck with hashtag 17 position and only 25 points in the favor. Black Dragons having 20, Team Predators having 18 points, XTEAM with 9. So this is the kind of page that we want to see growing. But now, just 6 matches are left right now out of the 15 matches that was supposed to happen in week number 3. I don't think so. A lot of comeback is going to be there from that particular page. But yes, there are some hopes that the way Zebra team was able to come back and eventually showcase their talent quite a bit. I really hope that there are some other teams like XTEAM or Team Predators or even Smoke Gaming which can come back even harsher in the lobby. But it is going to be a tough fight, to be precise. They have to bag out few serious chicken dinners with some good amazing points. Then only they will be able to back in the meta. The reason being that it's more than half of the number of the matches are pretty much over, and the number of matches that we are left with are just 6 matches, just one day. And in this day, we will get to know a lot of things like the champions, like who is actually going to be on top. Apart from that, the MVP and stuff like that. So today, performing and playing and giving you 110% is just going to be an understatement. You have to be a little bit more than that. You have to be consistent, not just in one match, but on the 6 more matches that you are actually left with. But I think every team is going to get just 4 matches. So it seems like that is also going to be a big question mark. And in just 4 matches, how far you can come up.
See, there are a lot of permutations and combinations that all these players and as a team they will have to execute. But we go towards head to head. I really want to see who is competing head to head against which squad. And well, we have the team which is holding the throne and the team which is chasing the throne. That is going to be Alpha 7 Esports at hashtag 1 and Rise Esports at hashtag 2 respectively. 8 matches played by both, 3 chicken dinners for Alpha 7, 1 for Rise, 43 placement points, 23 placement points. So this is what I was talking about, where we are able to see Alpha 7 being really consistent with their gameplay. Rise has had few games that has not been really good for them. Looking at the eliminations, we are seeing Alpha 7 committing to fights, and even Rise is doing that. But there have been few fights that Rise have not been able to capitalize completely. They have had couple of fights where they lost a player or two, and then that got them choking in the end zones. On an average survival, because I was talking about the survival gameplay that we are able to see from Alpha 7, they are going to lead in these numbers as well. 20 minutes and 32 average survival seconds as compared to 18 minutes and 22 seconds. 1493 average damage from the sides of Alpha 7. That proves that that number actually says around how much they are committing to the fighters against 992. But head-to-head player is not going to be somebody from Rise, but it's going to be somebody from Hornet Souls.
Well, for Carrillo, he's definitely holding the MVP position in his favor. Coming back to the charts of eliminations, 14 for Carrillo and 13 for Hornet Souls Nino. 8 matches that Alpha 7 was able to play. In those 8 matches, the amount of damage this particular individual has shown is going to be 4,232, with 47 amazing throwables being used from his corner. 21 minutes and 54 seconds is going to be his average survival in every match that they are actually playing right now. That's absolutely amazing, to be precise. But 16 is going to be the total amount of versus. But coming back to Nino, 13 eliminations from his corner, 7 matches he had played. That means today he is going to play 5 matches, I guess, and in those 5 matches he could actually increase a lot of standings. But we have to remember that Alpha 7 Esports is also going to play 4 more matches, so things might not be that favorable for Hornet Souls as well. The damage is going to be of 3,152, and eventually if we talk about the assists, that was just 6. Coming back to the seismograph between Alpha 7 Esports and Rise, this is going to make the picture a little bit more clear at how far the Alpha 7 is actually trying to chase the game, and eventually what is Rise Esports coming up with. We have to remember, Alpha 7 Esports in their first match had a massive amount of point, I believe, a 28 pointer or 29 pointer of a game was there from their corner. But eventually after that, the downfall came in because I guess the second match was pretty much favorable for them, but then they didn't have a lot of points, to be precise. And then eventually in the third match, a little bit more of a downfall, 9 or 6 or 8 points were there in their favor. Then they came back with a sharp jump of more than, I guess, 15 points in their favor in the fourth one. Then the downfall came in once again. So it was pretty much a zigzag type of situation coming from Team Alpha 7 Esports. One match they were playing quite exceptionally well. Another one they are falling like a bunch of cards, and then eventually they are rising once again. And even though you can see that in the 8th match they did try their level best to attain some good points, but I guess at most they had just 11 or 12 points in their favor. So that is something to be worried about. But then if I talk about Rise Esports, the start was not so good. In the third match they had their, let's say, peak performance being shown. The number of points in that particular third match was absolutely amazing. So apart from that, if we talk about after that, what happened? So after that, the situation of Rise Esports is also not looking that comfortable because there are quite a few teams like Sci-Fi Esports or Influence Gaming is also coming a little bit closer in the overall ranking, which are trying to beat them. So yes, there is a huge buffer. I mean, if Alpha 7 Esports is having 95 points and if the other team, Rise Esports, is having somewhere around 60, 70 or maybe 50 points in their favor, I'm unable to recall the number of points, but then again, I can recall that there is a buffer of at least 1 or 2 strong chicken dinners to be precise. That is the main thing that Rise Esports have to counter with. We have to remember the top 3 teams have already played their 8 matches, so they are going to get just 4 matches today out of the 6 matches which are supposed to happen on the live stream. So it is going to be really very amazing to see that how far those top 3 teams are going to compete with each other. And then those teams which have to play 5 or 6 matches today, they have got an open advantage right now. They can come up and exercise their kind of, let's say, dominance and maybe get some good amazing points in their favor, but only if they're going to be consistent, only if they are actually going to secure some good chicken dinners. But if those chicken dinners are not going to be in their favor, I really doubt that there is going to be a jump from their perspective. So hoping all the best to all the teams. I'm waiting on the map schedule to come in and then eventually the flight path to get started. I really hope that today's matches are going to bring us a new glorified team in the week number 3 as a champion.
But see, what you were talking about Alpha 7 and Rise, I would want to add few more points over there. And it is that today, anything can happen because we have teams who are struggling at the down, the bottom of the overall standings. They have nothing to lose. They are just going to play the best game. Their mindset or their strategy might just be one thing, and it is that they want to prove the reason on why they are playing this pro scrims, why have they been invited. They will want to leave a mark behind so people know that, well, this didn't go as planned. This particular series, this particular scrims didn't go as planned, but we are here because we know that we are worth it and we will want to show it to you as well. So probably there is going to be some more permutations and combinations that will be coming from their side. But today's schedule is what we will want to see, and it is actually starting from a passive map called Miramar. I call it passive map. Then we have ERANGEL, and then we follow it with Miramar, and then again ERANGEL, and then again Miramar, and then again we have the final match for this particular pro series in week number 3, and as well as this entire 3 weeks that there is ERANGEL. We started with the classic, we are ending with the classic. Let's see who is going to get it home.
Honestly speaking, Miramar is a map which can be quite chaotic as well, but eventually if we talk about the action of Brazilian teams, it is actually going to be a passive one because the teams love to drop on their own preferable vicinities. There are not a lot of drop clashes because just 16 teams are going to be there in that particular 8x8 map, which is absolutely huge. Yes, ERANGEL is also an 8x8 map, but then the thing is, ERANGEL is an island-based map which is pretty much surrounded from every other side with the water bodies. That is not the case for Miramar, and that is the reason why the rotations are going to be a little bit more on the slower side. Looking forward to see what happens in this particular map. We'll talk about ERANGEL when the map comes in, but for now, the map of Golden Sand, the map where everything is going to get contested, be it your persistency, be it your kind of survival, be it your aggression. The third parties are going to be there, so obviously your aggression has to be considered at that point. And eventually when the zone shifts, your brilliance or your IGLs or your zone predictions is also going to get contested. So this is a very good match when it comes to the competitive standpoint, but then the vicinities are not that clear because either you can actually go to El Pozo or you can go to Montenuovo, because in the mid of that particular those 2 compounds or any other compound like that, you don't have a lot of places to loot with, and eventually you don't have a lot of places to roam around with. It is a pretty much open barren land that is going to be there between any other 2 compounds, be it Pecado or Los Yunes, be it Pecado or Shumasera, be it the San Martin or eventually La Cobrea. There are a lot of open areas where you might actually get stabbed from the back or might actually get exposed both with those bullet wounds. But right now, all said and done, these speculations are there. But now moving up ahead, in the first match, the C130 is pretty much ready to take us aboard. And looking forward to see where the flight path is going to come in. I really think that it is going to start from Campo Militar. It is going to go towards Los Higos. Let's see what kind of flight path this is actually right now. Hoping that it is actually going to be a northeastern to a southwestern flight path coming in. Okay, that it is. Yes, from Campo Militar to Tierra Blanca seems like that the flight path is coming in. Looking forward to see how far the jump is going to be there, because now the teams which loves to jump in El Pozo or Alcantara or eventually La Cobrea or Montenuovo are actually going to have a tough time in order to reach on those places. But yes, all those teams who loves to jump in San Martin or who have drop locations in areas like Torre Amada or Brazil Valley, they are easily going to access this and then get those loots and then take up some good fights.
Well, that is going to be the case, but this flight path is not really the way that I would want the first match of this particular day to begin as. it is quite on the northeastern side, which means it's going to be difficult for the squads who want to go towards the west. El Pozo might be a territory that teams will want to go, but probably will not be able to reach. The fact that this is an 8 into 8 kilometers map with 80% of land mass, with very less vehicles, and the vehicle health also being less. I know I'm saying this in every Miramar match, but it's quite important for teams to understand and for the audience to know that if you're not going to make it to the drop that you really want to be going because of the flight path, it might just become really difficult for you to contest against the teams in the later zones. But talking about the contest is going to be yet again INCO versus Smoke in the areas of Picardo.
Well, let's see what happens eventually, because INCO and Smoke, they are not actually avoiding those fights. Oh, look at that. A beautiful knockout indeed comes in. Yes, the guy had mini 14, but eventually he was able to dish out just a few HP of a damage. That was not sufficient, to be honest. Now he's trying to fall back. He won't be able to go far. And look at that. The elimination comes in, and it's just like that. INCO having the advantage of the first ever fight with the shotty in his hand. He was able to finish him up. It seems like that. It was a sort of shotgun, I guess. Meanwhile, coming back to INCO's Nenevete, what he has is a beautiful angle, but then HP is not there. The health points are not going to be there, so Smoke's bye-bye can actually spot him. Two good members from Smoke Gaming is already out of equation. We were talking about Smoke Esports that they might actually come back even harsh in the lobby. They could showcase the signs of a strong competitive team, but that is not the case right now. After seeing this kind of performance, after seeing the drop clash, I really hope that they should have chosen a different path for them. But now, if we talk about Zebra Masters, well, they are going to be consistent. Cardozen gets shut down by Bukozin. What a beautiful knockout. What a beautiful pick coming up. Indeed, they are just trying their level best to showcase the talent. Zebra Masters is just trying their level best to be consistent as far as they can go. They are trying their level best to approach those points. They are stuck at #10 right now. Seems like that in this particular matchup, if they secure a chicken, they can easily make their way to positions like #6 or 7. So that could be the case. Smokes bye-bye, waiting for the right opportunity. Isla on the other corner gets taken down. I would love to request my production team to actually go to the fight where Zebra Masters and Loops Esports are actually having a war right now. Look at that. Mythic answers back. Yes, there we go. We are back in the battle arena. It is the San Martin region, seems like that. Or should I say Hassan El Patron with the golden arrow spawns. The fights are coming in. Indeed, the sprays are there, but Zebra Master, they are also losing two good souls of their team. And INCO on the other corner wipes one more. Smokes bye-bye also gets contested. Seems like that the whole team has been ripped apart. But let's see what happens eventually. Loops Mythic cooking up a nade. If you guys remember, Loops Mythic was the guy who was so aggressive yesterday that eventually he had, I guess, close to 8 or 10 finishes in his favor. I'm unable to recall the correct number, but look at that. Another beautiful shot. Zebra Masters on the back foot. One more takedown, and that's it. Chief with the beautiful patience in his favor. Waited for a long period of time. Was trying to analyze from which location the enemy is going to come in, and just like that, Zebra Master, the team which I wanted to see them performing, is now done, and it's Loops Esports. Go Loops Esports at this momentum at this point. Go Loops, go Isla. That's what the chat is going to spam. Seems like that. But yes, Isla is finished off. Cardozen is finished off. We have Chief and Mythic stuck in the lobby, trying their level best to actually gain as many as points for the team that's possible in this individual matchup.
See, now the point is. The actual point is, we saw two fights happening simultaneously. Talking about the fight that happened in Hacienda del Patron, it was not a win-win situation for Loops. In that entire fight, they lost 2 players, which means they are just left with 2 more. And playing 2-man to the end zones where all the players are having an A1 gun game, and they really do spot the enemies well. It's going to be difficult for them to survive through the game. But talking about the other fight at Picardo, one of the most hotspot jumps that I will call, they definitely capitalized it completely. INCO got 4 finishes, lost no player, and also will be the kings of Picardo right now. They have the entire vicinity available for them to loot. And I'm sure that this momentum that they have built, INCO is definitely looking forward for more action for themselves. And they definitely have to give that for their fans as well, because I've seen them perform in PMGC. I've seen them perform at over here as well, where they had, a really good game or really good week as well. But week number 3 is something where they had a stuttering start. I guess day number 3, where they have to be given the judgment. They are going to be judged, and they want to be judged good.
Let's see how far the judgment is going to go. Reason being, Alpha 7 Esports is trying their level best to be passive in the initial circles, and then eventually when they spot some enemies in the last few circles, they will be able to dish out the damage. But although that approach is not looking that fruitful, to be honest, because eventually I'm just able to recall the first match of this particular week 3 where they just came in the game, got a beautiful domination established in this particular game. So that was quite amazing. But after that, the passive approach of Alpha 7 Esports as a caster, as an audience, as a fan, I'm not loving that. But eventually, yes, they are still getting the result out of it. So that's a good one, I believe. And moving up right, Brazil Belly, that is the location from his team is looting and trying to rotate. Carrillo is there with the open top Mirado. That could be a very risky vehicle. There is nobody in front of them and there is nobody tracing them. So I believe right now this is going to be the best option for them rather than rotating on foot, looting and rotating with the open top Mirado. That could be the best case scenario for this guy particularly. But yes, he has got the backup. Everybody from his team is already here. Trying their level best to give up the backup, and Mapluso is there with the beautiful Puggy. Pickup truck is there with the other guy, Sane, I guess, and Revo Top is also having the particular advantage of the pickup truck. But now the close top Mirado comes in. That's a good vehicle, I believe. Honored Souls on the other corner, Reto Boy, Artusan, Nino, and Rafina. These are the 4 members surviving from this team. Chumasara is going to be the region where they are looting for now. And Reto Boy has got a beautiful close quarter gun. That's going to be MP45 and a gun for the long range, and that's going to be Mini 14. And with those utilities, he has got 4 energy drinks, 3 painkillers, I guess, 3 nades, 4 smokes, and 2 mollies. Meanwhile, yes, the West Helmet were also looking quite good for Team Predators. This is a very great opportunity to bounce back in the game. They are stuck in the bottom 4 teams. They have to climb back, and this is the moment they should do it. But coming back to their utilities, yes, it's, I guess, decent enough. They've got the M4s, they've got the AKMs. That could be helping them quite a bit. And look at that beautiful bike being spawned. But we all know bike is not a great weapon or a great vehicle, to be precise. Although you guys will be assuming that why did I say that bike is a weapon or any vehicle is a weapon right now. But let me remind you what happens in the map of Miramar, that you can actually come up with some good vehicles. Either you can kill enemy or you can also get killed with your own vehicle. Reason being, it bursts or it can actually get stuck in those ridges. So you can also get killed. So it's a weapon that has dual edge, that is basically like a dual edged sword. It can either kill you or it can either kill the enemy. So that can actually happen right now. Coming back to the fact that Team Predator is rotating, there were some teams, I guess XTEAM was in the close quarters, but the fight is yet to happen.
Well, they are in the close vicinities, but looks like both these teams are not really interested for a fight. But the fight that I guess is going to interest me is going to be of Alpha 7 going head against Influence CHEMIN. So to the audience, that there are 330 plus people are watching, but likes have just crossed 100. I will appreciate if you're going to like the stream, subscribe, because this is not the last that you're going to see for the Brazil region. If you're going to support us more, we are going to bring a lot more tournaments for you to enjoy. And that being said, if we have Alpha 7 fans, you are able to see that alive status there. 96 points is against 59 at #2rise. So if you're an Alpha 7 fan, cheer them up. They definitely require it. They have put a show for you guys to remember. And that being said, Influence CHEMIN not so far behind in the first page right now, and somewhere in the centers of this particular match. They're looking good. They're definitely looking good. And now they're going to look even more better, because right now they are kind of in the edge where they can definitely gatekeep the teams that are trying to rotate from the northern side. We're able to see Corinthians. We're able to see Alpha 7 already starting their rotations. We are able to see GZM as well. I will want Alpha 7 going ahead against GZM, because right now GZM only has one thing to do: prove on why they are over here. Whereas Alpha 7 has a lot of things to do. The one of the most important thing being to maintain that #1.
Well, it is going to be really very interesting to watch out what kind of impact these guys are going to bring to the table. But the thing is, there are quite a few teams which are trying their level best to attack, get those points, survive a bit more, and eventually come back with some strong points in the leaderboard. Because at the end of the day, that's what matters. If you have those good points in the leaderboard, you are actually going to be glorified and happy. But that's not the case for a few teams like Team Predators and XTEAM, because they are stuck at the 19th and 28th position respectively. Not a very good side to watch out for. And yes, as Echo Boy said in the start of this particular matchup, that this is a passive one. This is the map where everything goes on pretty slowly in the first few cycles, and that's exactly what is happening. Look at that. A lot of teams are there. There are tug of war. There are some minute shots being connected, but other than that, after those drop clashes that happened, not even a single team is coming up in a battle, between a upfront fight right now, because everybody knows that the number of players is not that much. Let's just keep calm and survive a bit more. We'll fight back whenever the enemy pushes us, and the enemy is also thinking the same thing, that we are also going to fight back whenever the enemy pushes forward. So this is the kind of approach that is happening in the Brazilian region. Yes, the first day was quite chaotic, but after that, the second day and this third day is also starting at the same note. Survival is the main meta.
Right. With that being said, 4 times scope with M4. We definitely wanted Sendra to connect few bullets, but he's having few more enemies to look at. But INCO is going against EYC. The fight is already sparked. We have two players at a really low HP. This nade, even the splash of it might get a player down, and that exactly what happens. Is this not one but two? Diego got knocked from somewhere else. EYC is not looking good. One last player to survive with a really less HP. We are able to see a flying buggy as well. That is the confidence that INCO is going to bring for the day of judgment. Are we going to see Cielo doing a 1v3? That's a big question. We will have to wait. Oh, there's a pan. Okay, now there's a there's a nade that came in. Will this nade connect? Will Nena Beta get this particular knock? Squash trying to go inside, but looks like Cielo has come down. He wants to do that 1v2. He did manage to get one, but was not able to tackle Becker. And with that, EYC gets off the lobby.
One more big team, one more team from which we had a lot of expectations is now drained to down to the rush. But Vitali GM, what a beautiful battle from his corner. Yes, he is now at a loss with 3 amazing animations, but he did the part for the team, I believe. Apart from that, now his teammates have to become a little bit more cautious that they don't have the manpower. They should come up with some good fights. Apart from that, these 12 teams and 45 players are now still surviving, now still waiting on the opportunities so that they can hunt down the players, maybe get some good points. MANDRAKES Esports on the other corner, that's Nicholas who is going to put one down. As you said, give him the chance, he's going to put up the charm, and that's exactly what he's actually doing right now. But Rise Esports and Honor Souls, they might be in a fight, in a beautiful troublesome situation where the mini 14s and the tap shots are going to be there consistently. Those appointments can be there, but Influence Gaming on the other corner is also in a trouble. SCCP's Pratha, meanwhile, finds the time to loot up a drop. Now he is going to have the advantage of that particular drop, and they are in the northern location, as you can see, that pretty much close to GZM. So those utilities coming from the drops can be used on that particular team known as GZM. Looking forward to see what happens. But a lot of smokes. Oh man, this nade might be able to find him. And yes, exactly, that's what happened. He directly dove into that particular nade, I believe, drove into that particular nade, and just like that, he has been popped off. The revival is something which is going to be a little bit outside the questions. Boots in, waiting for the right opportunity. Yes, the shot got connected, but exactly the same situation is coming up on Lil Boy. I really doubt that Lil Boy is going to survive because he's getting flanked from multiple corners. Federal on the other corner also gets shot down, and that's it. Lil Boy becomes the last man standing. He also gets compromised. It's done. Influence Gaming has been finished off and has 12. 4 amazing finishes for the team. MANDRAKES Esports.
MANDRAKES Esports, the team that is right now wanting to prove themselves as doing just exactly that at hashtag 16 in the overall standing, has one player knocked. They will definitely get him revived. Yes, that has been done. 25 points in total, 4 more added. Way to go, MANDRAKES. This is what we were looking forward to, and this is exactly what they're bringing us to. Knife and Skull on the other side, trying to get to a better area, to get a better angle, and then they will want to fight. But for now, they have not lost any player. But while they're rotating, they definitely got some shots. Moral, if I must call him. His level 2 helmet is not looking good at all. He will want to replace it with a fresh one. But will he be able to get some loot here? Looks like there's a loot that is something which he can pick, but not the one which he actually needs. On the other side, XTEAM, Papa Kill, similar situation. His helmet is being really damaged, but his teammates are also quite far away. Is it advisable, Raider? This is actually something which I will want to ask. While you're playing in such a lobby that is on a really high competitive level, I know they are, skilled enough. They know the map, they know the terrains, they know where to create the angles from. But such a widespread gameplay that I'm able to see from XTEAM right now, is it something that they should be doing?
See, the thing is, this is just the third play zone. So I guess, yes, it is doable for now. If the 4th and 5th zone will come in, then eventually if you are actually playing a very good flank-like situation coming up, no team can survive with that because the third parties are going to be immense. And look at the survival, man. This is going to be the first zone coming up soon. There are still 40 players surviving in the game where 64 players actually are supposed to be there. So still, I guess we can expect a lot of fights coming up in those circles. And if you are actually going to be in an open-ended area, I really doubt in the 4th and 5th circle you can survive. But yes, in the 2nd or 3rd circle, it is doable. You can have a flank. You can get an idea. You can have a player actually utilizing the role of flanker or a scouter, to be precise. That's exactly those players are trying to do. But eventually now they have to regroup, have to find a safe haven so that they can take a defensive position and maybe take some good fights. That's exactly they are trying to do. That exactly I believe a lot of teams are trying to do. But look at Team Predators again in a very good flanked position. Seems like that player 3 is actually making his way inside the zone. Player 3 also was trying his level best to make his way inside the zone, but he spots Knife and Skull's Kazuto, falls back, gives the idea to his teammates that we have to rotate from some other angle. But right now, if honestly speaking, if we see the zone, there is not even a single way they are actually going to go into the particular play zone without getting
They will have
shots
to
onto
take a
them.
fight.
Yeah, indeed,
They
they
will
have
have to
to.
take a fight. Yeah, there's no other opportunity. That I mean, that same applies for Rise. The same applies for for Knife and Skull. GZM is in the death center, but not really good for them because right now in front of them we have Rise, and in behind them they have two more squads. This is probably what they will not want for themselves. But if they're able to capitalize from the situation, GZM is going to have the match of their life in this particular tournament. Is something which I will want to add. But I was talking about Alpha 7. They have to rotate from the eastern sides, and if they have to do that, they will have to commit to a fight, eliminate them at the earliest possible, because the zone is going to shrink yet again, and this is not looking good for them as well. But right now, GZM and Honest Shoal, both of them are going to share this particular vicinity. Both of them have the hard covers, and this is exactly what I was talking about. GZM, they do not have one team to fight against. They have multiple that is going to surround them. Right now, Hornet Soul is trying to connect few bullets, but the bullets that was connected on Hugo was XTEAM, and I'm not even able to see them on the vicinity. Look at the distance that the guns were shot, and the bullets got connected, and Hugo got on his knees. But one thing that is going to be positive for GZM right now is that they have the hard compound, but sticking together so close. Hornet Souls is definitely looking for some frags over here.
Oh, indeed they are. This is the moment they should actually rake up those points, because look at their positioning. #7. They want to be in the top 5. Oh, that nade could impact quite a bit, but no. The offensive position of that particular nade was not so on point, but the sprays, those FPP sprays coming from this guy was absolutely amazing. I guess that was a beautiful takedown coming from Rafina's corner. With that, Alpha 7 Esports is also under a lot of trouble. Rise Esports is trying to actually take down those teams which is pretty much standing in front of them, be it Alpha 7 Esports or the team known as Loops. Yes, Loops have been finally shut down. Loops Esports, with only 4 eliminations in their favor, is now out of the equation. Let's see what happens to Alpha 7 Esports, because Kerilo is pretty much damaged. The other guy is also getting and receiving a lot of shots onto them. I guess that's going to be Sena. They have to fall back. They have to find a beautiful angle from which they can retaliate. But Rise Esports News also gets attacked from multiple corners. Seems like that the guy from Alpha 7 Esports, which is pretty much outside the circle, is trying to attack, trying to actually give the assist for the team. That is going to be Muffalo. So if you guys remember, Muffalo is another big guy, another big champ of this lobby, who is having a lot of flags in his favor. Labandita, this particular area, this crater where the fights are coming in, it is going to be a very fatal one. But look at that, 9 teams, 33 players. Is that a beautiful game or not? If Knife and Skull, Kazuto on the other corner finds one. Oh, XTEAM also popping out Team Predators player. That seems like that XTEAM is here to rake some good points, rise in the leaderboard. It is going to be a tough one, because there is a huge buffer of at least, I guess, 7 points between Team Predators and XTEAM. But yeah, it is possible, it is doable, I believe, after seeing those performances, after seeing the performance coming from week 1 and week 2. I would love to vouch for that particular team, that they are capable, that they are pretty much consistent when it comes to their meta. Knife and Skull on the other corner having the Card 98. This is a different type of meta. We have seen the Indian teams performing, we have seen the South Asian, we have seen the MENA teams performing, but eventually Card 98 and the M24, this kind of sniper usable meta is pretty much there in the Brazilian ecosystem. That's what I have read from this particular matchup right now. Let's see how far it is going to be fruitful or not.
Well, we will talk about that later, but are you able to look at the chaotic situation, the entire traffic that we are able to see in the northeastern side? We have Mandrakes, who's already warmed up 4-man strong. We have Alpha 7 struggling to get inside the zone, and as soon as they did, they lost one player, and now the zone is again away from them. And Rice is definitely looking forward to eliminate Alpha 7 right now, for to be able to, reduce the gap between the two teams that are there on the top 2. But Mandrakes is over here, and Mandrakes is having the best position possible. But on the other side, we have INCO getting all covered and all surrounded from the sides of Corinthians. One player is already down, and INCO is just 3-man strong now, and one player was very close. 2 more players, I'm not able to see them right now, but wow, I was just talking about where the locations are. Corinthians definitely knew where they were, and with that, INCO gone in dust. Corinthians going to take up this lead. They're playing the game that they require. #3 with 56 points that they had, and 3 more added. Oh, look at that. Mandrakes is now wanting to push on this particular squad. What is happening, Raider?
The barrage of fights are coming in, because this is the final few zones coming in, and definitely the teams are surviving quite a bit. We do have only 7 teams surviving in the match, but the thing is, there are 27 players out of those 7 teams. Oh, look at that. Pratha might be able to spot one with that MG3. Could have landed some good shots, but fails to do so. Again, cooking up some good nades, I believe. SCCP is definitely trying their level best to find those angles from which they can retaliate and establish the dominance that is actually supposed to be here right now. But the thing is, on the other corner, XTEAM is also trying to find those angles. Look at that. The team which is stuck at the bottom is trying to find the team which is actually on top, and it's going to be Rise Esports. 7 has been compromised. Nunes has been finished off. That's absolutely amazing. Seems like that Rise Esports is not going to go far enough in this particular matchup. They do have 61 points right now. If they get finished off, they are going to get one for the position as well. Oh, Gary X also gets knocked out. Seems like that, yes, Rise Esports is under a lot of trouble. Well, coming back to the POI that we are watching right now, it's MANDRAKES versus SCCP, the Corinthians, and on the back end, we do have Knife and Skull. But Knife and Skull is fairly away from the fight. Yes, they are in the same compound. Two players are in the same compound, but they're just trying to avoid those fights coming in. Mafloso have a fall damage?
What?
What was that? I guess this is the panic situation that happens when a spray is going to come in your face while driving a vehicle. That's exactly what happened, I believe. Because those are pretty good guys. They cannot actually fall from a vehicle just like that. It seems like that was the case where the shots were coming onto them and eventually then they got knocked out from the back and they didn't have an idea. Mandrakes are getting shut down numerous times and Acid on the other corner might be able to revert or not. That's a big question. SCCP, they have got the 4-man power. They are looking confident at this point. And Knife and Skull could be another beautiful team, but look at the zone taking that shift. What a beautiful advantage of the zone for SCCPs and teams like team number 17. Looking forward to see what Honored Souls will be able to bring to the table. Knife and Skull finally bagging out one from team SCCP. That's going to be Corinthians Manga Rosa. That guy is knocked out. Will he be able to get finished off? That's a big question. Yes, they have got the hard covers. I really doubt that the finish is going to come in. This is just another moment of putting team SCCP on the back foot.
Jose is surviving with the vehicle there. Is he going to survive for more longer? Because right now, Knife and Skull is interested to attack Corinthians, and they have been successful in that. They managed to pick one off the equation, and Knife and Skull is already inside. They really want this fight for themselves, and they're going to do this for them because they are looking forward for a jump and a leap, I must say, actually, to on the leaderboard that there is. They are taking some time. They're wanting to spot the players. There is a lot of smokes. They know that they'll not be able to spot with the bare eyes, but their guns, their bullets will be able to do that. But Jose, look at Jose. He's surviving. He's there. He's going to be the surprise element. Moral doesn't know that. And now comes surprise. Kazuto goes down. Moral is going to be attacked as well, but he covers it. He wants to save his teammate, and he is able to do that. Moral. What an amazing reflex that we got to see from him. Knife and Skull is definitely going to survive, but Kazuto is looking for a revival. Will he be able to get that? Because Corinthians knows they have read that finish feed there, and they might be able to analyze on what is happening in the surroundings, and they might want to attack, but for now, they are holding. They are holding, and we are going to see them hold for a bit more.
Indeed, we might actually see that right now because they have got their own kind of advantage areas. They don't want to actually shift a lot. But Alpha 7 Esports on the other corner gets eliminated at #6 with just 2 position points and 1 eliminations. 99 points is what Alpha 7 is going to have in the leaderboard. That's not a very good jump to be precise, but there was a huge buffer. And Rise Esports, which were about to counter them, is also going to get finished off soon enough, I guess. So I really hope that Rise Esports may actually survive a bit more and maybe counter Alpha 7 Esports standing a bit more. And it is looking like a little bit more difficult right now. Igor on the other corner comes up with some good shots. Yes, he was able to dish out the damage, but he receives a lot as well. Knife and Skull having 3 eliminations right now, having the zone advantage, might be able to go far away. But if I talk about the height advantage, that is in the favor of Team X. Well, it is an advantage, but at the same time, it is also a disadvantage because now when the next zone shifts, they have to rotate from a very open-ended area, and that could actually become a very fatal downfall for them. Mufasa on the other corner from Rise Esports is having the nade in his favor. I guess he might be actually throwing it pretty soon. The nade could impact on Souls, Nino, and Rafina, but eventually he cancels in the last moment. Mufasa is having a beautiful gun that is going to be UMP45, but one more player out of the equation. That's Higor, eliminating one from Team Knife and Skull. Let's see how those knockouts are actually going to come up to a result. 5 amazing eliminations is what XTEAM is actually having. Okay, 7 to be precise. Mufasa gets countered at the same moment at #5 with just 2 eliminations. Seems like that altogether this guy is going to get just 5 matches, 5 points to be precise in this match. And not a very good jump to be precise, but I guess even a single point is going to matter a lot in this matchup.
Yeah, man. Today, every single point for every player and every team is going to count. They have to make it count. They do not have many more matches to wait and, come back on a later day or on a later match. It's just 5 matches total, and that was an amazing angle created. It was not who we were seeing. It was Renan from the other side who got Kazuto. But right now, what Knife and Skull has an advantage is that hard compound. But they're going to get pushed. They're going to get pushed by the zone. And while they are getting pushed by the zone, they have Hornet Souls quite nearby. And probably we are going to see... oh, no, it's not Hornet Souls. I guess there's another team there because Hornet Souls is right now busy attacking XTEAM. And they're going to share those hills from the other side in the south. But they have the advantage of the zone right right now, which means they can take some time. But this is exactly what I was talking about. Zone is not favoring Knife and Skull, and Knife and Skull is going to get shut down from the sides of Igor, and that's it, done and dusted for Knife and Skull right now.
Ooh, a tough fight for them, but eventually now they are actually at a loss. 3 teams and 9 players are surviving. Seems like that Honor Soul is going to get the chicken dinner because they've got the highest manpower. While a result of beautiful knockout is going to come in. The M4 and the Thompson are actually getting their peak utilities being done. Oh, Katsu on the other corner also gets a lot of damage from the right angle. It is SCCP's Prata, I guess. Oh, that's Bruno Zin who was able to appoint a very good shot onto them. 9 amazing elimination is what XTEAM is having right now. But everything can go down to dust if the survival point is not going to be there with them. Yes, exactly at this exact moment, if they are actually going to get eliminated, what they're going to get is 5 amazing points for the placement and 9 for the eliminations that they have secured. So this is a very good 14-pointer bomber from the corner, but I really doubt SCCP, Bruno's in. Oh, he's in the front end. He has got the UMP in his hand. The DBS is there. The M4 is also going to be in the question. But what? The damage is coming in. One good shot. No DBS to do. So despite of not having the HP, SCCP's Bruno's in was able to counter him. What a beautiful guy he is. But outside the play zone, he's surviving. No, he gets countered at the same exact moment. But right away, and it's done. I mean, the confidence should have been there because they had the manpower. They had the kind of insight that there is only one guy which is surviving. And they knew where the guy was pretty much surviving because the guy from SCCP was trying to take up a fight with the other guy from Team X. So the position was pretty much revealed. They had the manpower. They had to go for that finish because it was pretty much unquestionable right now not having that last point in their favor. Yes, they have the last point in their favor, I believe, at this point. And with that, a beautiful chicken dinner indeed coming from the team which we call as, I guess, Honor Souls. But yeah, indeed a beautiful game.
The game that was required for Honored Souls, the game that was required for Corinthians, the game that was actually required for Rise as well. Well, they were not able to do much, but they did as much as they could. And they definitely are going to be happy. Like you told, Raider, every point is actually going to count for every single team and for every single player out there. With that being said, we have the winner of this particular match at #2 Honored Souls dethroning Rise Esports, and we are going to have Artuzin with 2 finishes, Nino with 4, Ratubu with 5, and Rafina with 3. An amazing gameplay we are going to see from their sides. In total, we are going to have about 14 eliminations. That's the way you start the Judgment Day, ladies and gentlemen. Honored Souls, a winner chicken dinner in match number 10 of week number 3, Miramar.
Well, before this game, I believe I was expecting that there is only Rise Esports which is trying to counter Alpha 7 Esports, but to my surprise, I guess there is another team, Honor Soul, with a 24-pointer bomber. They are able to secure the second position in their favor, and now they are looking forward to dethrone the team which is known as the champion of this particular week, which is looking like a champion, I believe. They might not be known like that. Yeah, eventually, right. The 5 matches are actually going to get over because now the 10 matches have passed. The 5 matches that are left today are actually going to be quite amazing, to be precise, to watch out for. But before that, we'll get to know about a lot of statistics. For example, the teams to watch, the match summary, the match ranking, the overall ranking. And let's go to the teams to watch first of all to get to know the 4 teams which have made the dent. The major impact in this particular lobby is going to be there from Honor Souls. A 7,000 plus meters of a rotation from the corner where they used 21 nades and run face smokes. Along with that, they were able to loot a beautiful drop. And with that advantage, they were able to secure the massive chicken dinner that we saw in the previous fight. XTEAM on the other corner, close to 8,000 meters of a rotation from the corner with 7 nades and 14 smokes. Despite of not having a zone advantage or a drop advantage as well, they were able to secure some good points, and eventually the full squad time was also looking quite good. The 24 minute and 20 seconds of a survival time is definitely going to put them at a safer haven. Meanwhile, if we talk about the MVP, that is going to be from XTEAM. Igor is the guy. 4 eliminations, 731 is going to be the damage. Rebel use is going to be 4 and 2 assists from the corner.
Well, a deserving MVP, I must say. He did what it was required for XTEAM to be, out there. He played it for the team, and he earned this MVP of this particular match. 4 eliminations, 4 throwables used, 2 assists. That is fine, but he did what was required for his team to be glorified. And congratulations, XTEAM. He got an amazing gameplay from his side. But we'll be moving ahead. We will want to look at the overall standings. I'm really very curious to know on how the overall standings is. But well, okay, we'll go with the match rankings first. Honored Souls gets that #1 position of this particular match. Match number 10, Miramar, with 10 placement points. Of course, they got the chicken dinner with 14 eliminations. That's the hard work that they put in with the right amount of rotations that was required. And in total, they made up 24 points, and that is going to be excellent. And then we are going to see XTEAM and hashtag 2 with 14 points. And then we are going to see SCCP with 14 points as well. I must say that where we were able to see Knife and Skull struggling to get inside the zone in the last, circle, SCCP managed to walk in well. They did analyze on how they could do it, and they were definitely in a space to execute the same, whereas Knife and Skull was actually being continuously pressured from the sides of XTEAM because they knew what was happening in the southern sides or probably in the bottom side, and that is exactly why Knife and Skull got eliminated first in the end zones. But match summary, ladies and gentlemen: highest eliminations from the sides of Rataboo, from the side from Honored Souls. Higor gets the highest damage. Artuzine with 6 highest assistance. Prata with highest healing done, and 4 highest knocks we are going to see from Rataboo as well. So the highest eliminations and highest knocks goes to the same guy, Rataboo.
Indeed, that is a fact. But eventually, if we talk about the highest damage, that is going to be from XTEAM's Higor. Coming back to the match statistics, 56 total eliminations, 6,347 is going to be the total healing, 51 total knockouts, 239 throwables were used in this particular matchup. 4 airdrops were looted. That shows a lot of teams are pretty much keen on actually having that airdrop advantage. 5 headshots with that. 10 rescues were there, and the longest animation in this match is not that long. But then again, Mufasa claims that particular title with 208 meters of a location of a longest elimination distance, to be precise. But this is all. Let's talk about the statistics of the overall ranking, to be precise. The overall ranking is going to be really very important to check out, and that will showcase us that what kind of buffer is there between Alpha 7 and Honored Souls. And there we go. The buffer is there of 24 points, seems like that, between Alpha 7 Esports and Honored Souls. Honored Souls, they might be able to capsize if they actually are going to get another beautiful 26-pointer bomber, and that is quite possible because we have seen this team in the previous match what kind of chaos these teams can bring. So I really have no doubts at this point. But Corinthians, 70 points from them. Rise Esports 64, Flamingo, they have 56 points, I guess. And from Loops Esports, what they have is 54 points. Storm Gaming 52, Influence Gaming 46. Coming back to the second page, we'll get to know a bit more about the details that where the teams are standing. Like Zebra Masters, okay, from hashtag 10, they are now at hashtag 9 with 42 points, just a jump of 1 single point from the perspective. INCO with 14, Knife and Skull with 38, Brazilian Girls 36, EYC Gaming 35, MANDRAKES Esports 30, Sci-Fi Esports as well with the 30 amazing points. Now, coming back to the last page where we'll get to see where the teams from hashtag 17, 18, and 19 and 20 positions are stuck at. Smoky Esports with 25, XTEAM with 23. That's good. XTEAM is now actually dethroning the Black Dragons from hashtag 18 to 19. And Black Dragons are stuck at 19th position with 20 points, Predators with 18. That's absolutely amazing. They are definitely trying their level best to pose the threat to the enemy. But will they be able to do that in the near upcoming future? Because 5 more matches are left. Quite a few teams are there which are going to have their 5 matches left right now. And in those 5 matches, they will be able to showcase their talent. But before that, we're going to take a short break. Go for it, guys. Take the refreshment. We'll be back in a jiffy. Well, guys, welcome back. Another beautiful match is awaiting right now, and that is going to be quite critical, to be precise, because a lot of impact is there. But to check out what kind of impact is going to be there, the co-pilots are Raider and Echo Boy on the desk, and this is Pubg Mobile, Ruthless, Pro Scrims, and this is the Brazilian action that you guys are witnessing. One last day, to be precise. We might actually come up with some more tournaments. For that, you have to follow the esports.ruthless. That is the Instagram handle of Ruthless Esports. So go for it, follow them so that you can get all the updates of regarding of the upcoming tournaments or the regions that is actually going to be there. But apart from that, yes, I'm excited for the next one. It will be in the map of ERANGEL, seems like that. We are going to witness the map schedule pretty soon. But before that, the first match, it was an amazing one for Honored Souls.
Whoa, I mean, I got off my seat. I must say that because the way, the game came in the end zones where Mandrakes was surviving, Hose was surviving in that particular vehicle there. He chose to commit to the fight. He got one down, but Moral coming up with a really amazing reflex. He turned, he knew where the player was. He attacked him. He got him off. But well, Knife and Skull then was also being, pressured from the sides of XTEAM, and then they had SCCP quite nearby. They did, wanted to commit against Corinthians. Hose came from an out of syllabus kind of a situation. They had to fall back to their compounds from where they initially pushed. But all these chaotic situations got XTEAM's eyes on them, and it was not a end zone that they were expecting, but an incredible game. Not only that, we were able to see Alpha 7 getting inside the zone as well. I don't know how that happened, but we for now talk about what is yet to come. We're going to have 5 more matches, that is. Now, Miramar is being done with Honored Souls. Look at their logo. I mean, I'm scared. I'm already scared, and I'm sure all the teams are also going to look forward to more action from their side. And they're going to take their steps carefully when they're going to have a fight against them. But that's going to be Honored Souls with 14 eliminations in the first game of the Judgment Day, the day number 3 of week number 3 for the $300 prize pool. Match number 2 of this particular day, ERANGEL.
We do have 5 amazing matches to be precise. It's just like we are going to start another day of the week number 3 to be precise, because usually we do have, I guess, 5 matches per day. But right now, moving up to the second match for the day, this is going to be the coming up match, the map of ERANGEL. It is match number 11 out of the 15 that is supposed to happen. They're emphasizing a lot on the number of matches because you have to remember there are not a lot of matches to be precise. Yes, there are 15 matches, but we have to remember one more thing, that every single team is going to get just 12 matches to be precise, 4 matches each day. We are going to have 5 matches on the stream particular on the particular streams to be precise. The reason being that there are 5 groups. Out of those 5 groups, only 4 groups are going to play in each individual matchup. So let's talk about the map right now. The ERANGEL, the classic one. The approach is going to be quite steepy and quite sneaky to be precise as well. Looking forward to see what kind of impact this match is going to bring, because I really hope the zone is going to take a southern shift or a complete eastern shift. I would love to see those sudden jumps coming up in the teams right now. Apart from that, the passive game, I believe that is going to remain pretty much similar, because this is the last day. So yes, the teams are trying to calculate every single step that they are taking in the game.
And in about 1 second, ladies and gentlemen, Ruthless Esports presents PUBG Mobile Pro Scrims for the Brazil region, match number 11 ERANGEL. This is going to be Echo Boy along with the co-pilot Raider going on the top of this match, of this map in C130, starting all the way from the Stabler regions, going across Rozhok, crossing Gatka and ending towards the western sides of the Gatka region, northwestern and east, north side centric flight path, I must say. For the teams who want to go to the southern sides, it's going to be a task. But unlike Miramar, you're definitely going to get a lot of vehicles with good health capacity of the same. It's going to be easy. I am going to expect individual drop locations chosen by all the teams, but if I'm able to see a few clashes, I guess I'll not be surprised, because teams over here are either to maintain their consistency or get a leap on that overall standings, and that's exactly what XTEAM did in the previous match, and that's exactly what more teams will want to do who are right now in the bottom of the table.
The jump is something I'm actually excited for as well. We are expecting quite a few teams jumping in the leaderboard, just as XTEAM was able to jump out onto the hashtag, I guess, 18th position. That was quite good. And the way Honor Soul was actually making their way to the second position, that shows kind of the credibility of these teams, to be precise. But look at the circle. PUBG gods are not that happy, and now they want to actually come up with some good chaos, I guess. But Loops Esports, the rotation is going to be there. For Knife and Skull, the chaos is going to be there because they have to rotate quite a bit. And then eventually, if we talk about INCO, Rise, these are the few teams which are still going to be stuck in a clash. But for Alpha 7 Esports, the approach is going to be of the Georgia Bowl Northwest cities. In the Southwest cities, we do have UIC. In the containers, we have Smoke Gaming, Smoky Esports, I guess, and that is the name. And apart from that, if we talk about Brazilian killers, they are going to have the query advantage. Imperators is going to loot more than Ferry Pier and Prismok, I guess. Storm Gaming, on the other corner, is going to have the Gatka 6 houses, northern areas advantage, I guess. They're also going to have the split drops. Pubg is going to be covered up with Mandrakes. SCCP, the Corinthians are there in the Lipovka region. Lemengo, along with one more team, I guess that's INCO, which is going to go for the shelter and surrounding areas. But look at that. GC God is going to track one down. Seems like that Toiko is going to land some good shots onto the guys of Team XTEAM. Oh man, Katsu. This could be the first blood. His SP is not at all looking good. He might be going down soon. And yes, he does. Is it a possibility where some other guy is going to back out the finish? That's what the big question is. Oh man, look at the spray. Ooh. That was a sneaky one coming from Toiko's corner. Not just a beautiful knockout. Another beautiful knockout came in. It's Gigante who's going to finish him off. Two good finishes for Toiko, just sitting in the vehicle. I mean, this is the easiest finishes that this guy has ever secured. It seems like that.
Oh, I don't know what Flamingo is up to, but whatever they're up to, they are going to be happy with it. They're still chasing. I guess they're still chasing, or probably they want to stop at Milta because that's their drop. But XTEAM, who wanted to go all the way to the southern sides, have been punished to be trying to secure the vehicles from the sides where Flamingo normally does. Flamingo is happy. Toiko is even more happy. But who are not happy are going to be INCO and XTEAM. Both have lost one players. They're going to continue with 3-man. It's a huge loss while you're on the last day. But I guess they're going to be more careful than ever from now. They are 3-man. Still a lot to do with these 3 people, but they have to be careful.
Indeed, everybody has to be careful, I believe, if they want to secure those points, if they want to come up a little bit closer to the chicken or maybe have the hashtag 1 or 2 position in their favor. See, getting that hashtag 1 position, quite a few teams are close to it, but quite a few teams are very far from it right now. Like Team Predators, like Teams XTEAM, or eventually Smoke Gaming as well. They are pretty much far away from their particular hashtag 1 position. All they can do is just be consistent, have as many as points that is actually doable in this particular today's date. 16 teams and 62 players, that's what we have in the lobby. 2 players at a loss by Toiko's corner. Apart from that, all we are looking at right now is the rotations. As I said, initial clashes will be there. Those drop clashes to be precise. Team Predator is also coming up in those initial clashes. And there we go. One good guy. Hideki gets finished off from Brazilian Killer's corner. A big loss indeed.
Let's talk about Rise right now. Rise Esports right now not happy. They have just been dethroned and they have to, come back, and they will want to come back stronger. Now, who has to be afraid are the 2 teams who were enjoying the entire week in the top of the leaderboard. Alpha 7 being at 9 with 99 points in total at hashtag 1, and Rise, who was at hashtag 2, is now at hashtag 3 with somewhere around 73 points. If they play a good game, as compared to Hornet Souls, if they're going to survive a bit more longer, they're definitely going to be in a better space. They are going to get back what they have lost. But every team is right now going to aim for the hashtag 1. And the hashtag 1 competitors right now are going to be Alpha 7, Hornet Souls, new in the list, out of the syllabus, I must say. And now we have Rise as well. So these 3 teams, I will definitely want this game that there is to be ending with, one of the games today, ending with the top 3 teams in the last zone and surviving all 4 men. Now that's some competition that I really want to look at.
Indeed, we have to look into that competition right now, that which team is going to take the jump or which team is going to just remain at the bottom, I guess. EYC on the other corner, there could have been a clash. They are still looting the Georgia Pool Southwest City. Yes, there are teams like Storm Gaming or Smoke Esports, if I'm not wrong, in the vicinities of Georgia Pool containers. And then there is Alpha 7 Esports looting the areas of Georgia Pool Northwest cities. There could be a clash. There are 2 more teams which are trying to gatekeep the same exact location where these guys are looting, but they're pretty much on the southern side. So it seems like that even if an attack is going to come in, they could easily fall back. But the teams which are at loss are going to be 3 teams: INCO, Brazilian Killers, and Team X, because these are the 3 teams which have lost their individual guys out of the lobby right now in the earlier stages. And these early losses, well, definitely are not going to be quite amazing to be precise. But Smoke has also backed out from the parts region, I guess, or should I say the compartment regions, the containers region to be precise, and that's good. So I guess hopefully in the near future they might be able to come up with some good fights. But look at that, this is another way to vibe around in this particular matchup, because there is no fights right now whatsoever. So they can just actually come up and use the gliders, vibe around, rotate here and there, get the audio cues and the positional cues and the visual cues, I believe, and then might be able to take up a fight right now. But seems like that Sci-Fi Esports is also going to have the pretty much same kind of, let's say, game sense or game criteria right now, where they are just going to loot, they're just going to gather those artificial covers, and then be a little bit more inside the particular play zone. That is all these guys are actually trying to do. So first 5 or 10 or 15 minutes are going to be pretty much passive, but after that you guys will see the action that we are dreaming of. We'll get to you guys will actually get to see the kind of takedowns that we are expecting right now from this particular lobby. Even though those fights are not here right now, but we might see some beautiful rotational clashes coming up pretty soon. Sena, Mafiloso, Kerhilo, and Revo. These are the 3-4 members from this particular team known as Alpha 7 Esports, finally making their way from the Georgia Pool Northwest City to the Southwest City to the hospital to the Good Six Houses and then Query. I guess they are trying to be a centric team. That could be a possibility. MANDRAKES in the previous match, as you saw, was quite confident in terms of their takedowns. Knife and Skull is also coming up in the close vicinity, so there could be a fight between these two giants.
Knife and Skull, Mandrakes, they both have some buff from the previous game. Both definitely remembers. And so does Knife and Skull. I guess that was Cardizan. I'm not sure, but when the names come up, yes. Okay, so we saw Moral. Sorry. It was Moral who actually shut down Mandrakes over there in Miramar. And if they are rotating nearby and if they actually end up spotting each other, that's going to be a fight that I will want to witness. These buffs is what makes everything more interesting. But for now, both these teams are quite more into rotating and securing a better spot inside the zone. I believe that's what every team is going to target at. And with no team laws, with no man laws, with no team laws for Knife and Skull and for the entire lobby, that there is 16 teams still intact, a couple of players getting knocked off, but we still have those 16 teams. And ladies and gentlemen, zone number 2 getting formed, and this zone is definitely going to bring a lot of more rotations that there is. We're able to see EYC still looting, still holding. They're not into fighting for now, so that's something that's going to be there. Influence Gaming will want to take a fight against Smoke. Alpha 7 is also present in those vicinities, but it's quite cluttered in the center. We're having number of teams who are wanting to play centric today, not on the edges, and that's quite surprising. I believe all the teams right now are looking at survival game more than the aggressive game.
See, I guess the kind of picks that I'm expecting right now are not going to come in that easily. But look at that. Smoke already comes up with a beautiful DP28 shot, I guess. There is a knockout coming up in the lobby, but they can confirm it or not. That's a big question right now. That's Knife and Skull, which is receiving those deadly shots and beyond the poaching region. And yes, we do have a fight coming up. Seems like that the confirmation might come in. The smokes are there so that they can actually reap up the fights in their favor. But he had to fall back because now he knows that there are smokes. Now he knows that there are some shots that is going to land onto him. Definitely the survival is not going to be that easy. But look at that. Smoke finally manages to finish what they started. Finish the kind of finish that was required at the same exact moment. Team Predator on the other corner also finds one. Team Predator's players also getting traded off at the same exact moment. They're not even actually able to stand tall in the particular fight because they're also getting backlashed quite a bit. So this is quite amazing. For me, I would love to see this kind of fight coming in. Knife and Skull on the other corner backs out completely from that same exact compound where they were. And they are pretty much stuck here right now. And MANDRAKES Esports on the other corner having the Pochinki Church advantage. They are also coming up with some good fights. INCOs on the other corner. Becker has been taken down. Squash comes up with a frag. Ninibete has to fall back. What is happening right now? Because of multiple teams, a bunch of teams are actually stuck right now. Be it INCO or be it the Predators, everybody's just in a hustle, trying their level best to gain those points. They might come up with a revival, but they're just trying to eliminate any possibility if there is any guy lurking in the shadow or just being thrown down over there right now. Team Predator, they could also come up with a clash, but seems like that they're pretty much keen on having a rotation, surviving a bit more, and then coming back with a good fight.
So that's the kind of strategy that we are able to see from most of the teams today. Every team right now is looking at surviving than going aggressive. Team Predator, I really don't want to say this and I don't want anybody to get this in a wrong way, but they don't really have much to lose, but they have a lot to, make us look at. More like they have a lot to give for us to be cherishing the entire gameplay that they've been displaying from week number 1 and 2. This week has not been good for them, but they will definitely want to have a good game. But right now the good game is from the sides of Alazine. He definitely spots one, gets one knocked, and I really want to see on what is happening on the other side of that map.
Ooh. That is interesting. Toiko, just after happening those initial two finishes, he's not even moving a muscle right now. Seems like that he's going to just actually cherish that advantage, and after that, eventually in the last circle, they might actually come up with a fight. But before that, there's not even a single casualty coming in. Hoping that the third play zone is going to take a massive shift toward the bridge. We'll have to see that bridge shift coming up, but indeed, I think it is going to go to the Pochinki. Oh yeah, it is. It is shifting like towards the Pochinki because PUBG gods are not going to be that brutal. Seems like that. XTEAM on the other corner, they are also going to rotate from Novo Ripnoi and then find their way all together from the farm, then together to the areas of Pochinki. But they are going to face off a lot of teams. For example, the SCCPs, the Corinthians are there, the Flamingo is going to be there, then Rice Esports is also going to make their way at the same exact location. So it is going to be a troublesome situation for those giants. But Alpha 7 Esports, I don't know what is happening to them, but they are being very passive, very, should I say, on a naive corner of their kind of game. Don't take me wrong right now, guys, but their aggression is pretty much diminishing right now. Before, if we compare that particular team from the first day, from the first match to be precise, till this one particular match, I really doubt that the expectations are going to be similar. I was quite happy to see them in the game, but right now seems like that they're just like every other team, which is trying to calculate and trying to be decisive about the fact. No, it's not bad about the thing. It's not bad that you are actually calculating that how you are going to survive or how you are going to get keep or how you are going to gain every single point in the favor. But seems like that the kind of performance that we usually see by Alpha 7 Esports is not coming in. Really hope that in this matchup they are actually going to come up with a huge bomber. The aggression could come in. Same goes for SCCP and for Rise Esports as well. The team which was stuck at the hashtag 2 position, I guess that was Team Honor Souls. They are not present in this game, and that is a big opening. That's a big gap that could be created. But look at that shot coming from Loop's corner. They are trying their level best to trade off some good tries. The Lamborghini versus Lamborghini, that was a very good fight coming up indeed. But Spray comes in. It's Cardosino who's going to back out the first one from Team EYC Gaming. The second knockout could come in, but before that, a nade comes in. Brazilian killers Kabiru also gets taken down. Really, on the other corner manages to shut down Ayla. Ayla again becomes a very big casualty for the team. I guess that player particularly is a very good player. We have seen him doing exceptional job, and that player was able to secure a lot of points in the previous battles as well. But for now, that player is done. Oh, wow. That was a good shot. That was a good shot indeed. Chief is just like that, attaining some good points. The third finish is about to be there for Team Noob Esports, but where is Diego? What he's going to bring to the table is actually a big question for me. Yes, CLO first finished off. The sprays are going to be there with that DP28. Will they be able to back out the advantage? That's a big question. Look at that. The shots are there. DP20 is on reload. He should have reloaded the gun before taking up the space so that he can actually attain that kind of persistent spray. The nades are coming in. Diego is going to point that beautiful nade, maybe going to get the advantage out of it. Diego finds one. Mythic has been taken down from the right hand corner. It's Diego again going to spot him. The nades are getting cooked up. He's going to cancel the nade or throw randomly. Oh, that shot from Chief's corner. It's a 1v3 from Loops Esports against the EYC Gaming.
Loops Chief, as and when it is required from their team, Chief always stands up, takes the fight very courageously, in a very elegant way. He knows the angles, he knows how to use that DBS. He took two players off the equation using that particular DBS, and he's going to be happy with his performance, and so his team is as well. Because what I'm able to analyze from the kind of gameplay that Loops has been having by far is that if they're committing to a fight, that fight gets over in about in a matter of 15 seconds. That's how confidently they commit to a fight and result in a positive way for themselves. But what I will want to talk about right now is Alpha 7. Look at the traffic, the chaos that we can see from the sides of the southwest map region. Alpha 7, we are having Brazilian killers. We are also having Team Predators. Not so far, but not so close. We also have Sci-Fi and the 6-6 houses. It's going to be some great chaos happening in that region. And I'm going to expect that to happen really soon because they're outside the zone, and the zone rotation is something that they'll be only able to take when they have their backs clear. So let's see what is going to be on the table from that side.
I'm looking forward to see what kind of impact these guys are actually going to bring to the table. But this is a 4 zone, as you said. It's 2 minutes and 22 seconds that is going to take for the rampage, for the shutdown of this particular zone to happen. On the other one, Alpha 7 Esports, Rio top finds one from MANDRAKES Esports. The knockout is there. The other one can be taken down at the same instant movement. Jose is the guy. Oh, Acid gets finished off. That's a big loss for Team MANDRAKES Esports. Acid is a very crucial guy for this team, but Nicholas is still surviving. So we do have a lot of hope that they might be able to shut down the team known as MANDRAKES Esports. But there are multiple teams which are trying to put some good shots on MANDRAKES. The survival is looking like little bit shaky, I guess, but they might still be able to bounce back. Alpha 7 Esports' Mafloso on the other corner was able to tag a shot, was able to actually appoint one or two, I guess, shots onto the enemy, but cancels at the same exact moment. Reverts back, and he's going to go some good nades. Brazilian Chris on the other corner gets confirmed by Team Predator. That's a good indeed comeback coming in. Team MANDRAKES Esports, the way they are getting connected from multiple angles, now they have to definitely fall back. Knife in Skull is also trying to pop some good shots onto them. Jose is actually able to secure his way to the particular compound, the barn house to be precise, but Goodzin might not be able to do so. Sci-Fi Esports, Mandrakees on the other corner finds from Team Flamingo Esports. Afloso and the other members are also trying their level best to find the advantage of the area. Groza is in the hands from Kerillo. Definitely that 1v1 for Kerillo is going to be a little bit more easier, because we all know Groza is a very good gunner when it comes to the damage being dished out. Sci-Fi Esports on the other corner is trying their level best to trade off as many as plays from Flamingo. That was a decent nade coming up. Smokes Mythius also gets taken down. GC God is not going to be favored anytime soon, because that nade, it was so smooth. He was able to take down one more player from the particular perspective. T-Flex on the other corner is also going to push forward. Now the slam comes in. They are trying their level best to eliminate every other possibility that is there. XTEAM on the other corner also gets eliminated. Flamingo is in trouble. They're trying to cook up some good nades. Well, the nade goes in. It could impact a bit, but eventually I guess there is an idea that has been there for Team Sci-Fi Esports. They already know that way the nades can be. Loops Esports on the other corner also gets eliminated. Team Predator is looking good on to Team Flamingo's player, I guess. Knockout was there from Sci-Fi's corner, but eventually the finish came in from Team Predator's corner. That shows how far the fight is evolving. Look at that. Another beautiful trade fire from player 4. He is nowhere to be found in this compound, but still he's trying to attack. He's still trying to push forward, and look at that. The slam comes in. This is the moment where things can change. Alpha 7 and Rise Esports. Okay, that's INCO and Rise Esports, which is trying to take up a fight, and seems like that INCO is going to have the advantage of ripping apart Rise Esports. And this is the moment where INCO wanted to bounce back. They might be able to do so. They're going to be consistent like the way they are.
Chaos is what I was talking about. Chaos is what we are going to get. Multiple fights happening in multiple regions, but in a blink of a second, two teams, two big names has been out and done for this particular match. Rise definitely is going to be unhappy with what they have got on the table for this particular match. They will want to come back more stronger for the next one, because they have quite limited matches available, and with Corinthians still surviving 4-man strong, they definitely have to rethink on what their strategies are for the last day. But right now we are going to talk about Team Predators and Sci-Fi. Started really heated up, but right now it has taken a passive approach. Sci-Fi holding the compounds. They are 3-man strong. Team Predators wanting to go inside the zone. A very wise decision. With that, we also see Flamingo in that equation. So there were 3 teams lurking in that particular compound. I call it entity compounds. I will definitely mention on why that is something, the reason why I refer to as entity compounds. But for now, what I'm able to see is Influence CHEMIN. Influence CHEMIN got 3 beautiful finishes in this particular match. They are at 8th position. They are surviving 4-man strong. The region that they are holding is quite strong. Players from the northern side of their from their perspective can be easily taken down. Players from the southern side of the perspective can also be easily taken down. But what right now I want to see is how they are going to manage this entire situation, because if the rotations are happening, it's definitely going to cross from their side, and if they either capitalize it or they don't. Right now the capitalization is going to be from the sides of Flamingo and Team Predators against Sci-Fi.
Oh, the multiple chaos is coming up, no doubt in that. Influence Gaming is looking good with the manpower that they are having, but right now they're trying to appoint some good shots on I guess Team Predators, but that was not so chaotic. That was not so on point, I believe. Flamingo's Gigante on the other corner also gets taken down. INCO was able to shut down the team known as Smoke Esports, and it's done for Smoke. Sci-Fi Esports on the other corner is going to be stuck outside the particular circle. They're actually going to rip apart Gigante, I believe. Toiko on the other corner could be on the crosshairs, and yes, the damage. Look at the damage coming up on Toiko. He might not be able to survive. Yes, it is. Oh, what a beauty this guy is. MANDRAKES is not going to actually survive a bit more, but yes, he was able to rip apart one more team, and that is going to be Flamingo Esports. What a battle from his corner, man. I'm actually loving that. Loving that kind of, let's say, vibe that is there in this particular fight. In the last circles, we do see a lot of ups and downs, and these are just a part of these particular games. 7 teams, 21 players are surviving. Alpha 7 being so dominant in this match. They've secured 7 amazing finishes. I think that those guys are also hearing the stream and listening to what casters are saying, that they're unable to perform and stuff like that. They're actually being passive and stuff. But now their regression is coming up, and look at that. Every now and then, in every fight, you will get to see a guy from Alpha 7 Esports popping 1 or 2 members of the enemy's territory. And that's absolutely amazing. 7 teams, 20 players is what we have right now. Another good mate comes in, and it's Knife and Skull banging out one more knockout on Influence Gaming. Petrol gets taken down. Squash on the other corner finds one. SACP's Brunozin also gets taken down. INCO is definitely trying the level best to survive. But there we go. We have INCO's last man standing, I guess. There are multiple nades that could be there, but Manga Rosa won't be able to do anything at this point, because the reason being, this is a beautiful tunnel that is there, and which is giving the advantage for Squash and his survival skills, I guess. Yes, he has the last bunch of band-aids, I guess, in his hands, which he can use to heal himself. But apart from that, the guy he was able to finish off, I guess from that particular guy he can get a lot more first aid kits. But there is a spray coming in. Sena is trying to retaliate. There is a knockout. Mafluso is going to get I guess the guy Ribo on top back in the game. Another good shot. What is Kerilo doing? That was a beautiful Grozak crouch and jump shot coming in from his corner. A beautiful jiggle indeed. And that's it. Alpha 7 Esports is having 11 amazing finishes. Seems like that they might actually go a little bit more than, I guess, 11 finishes to the 15 finishes. That could be possible. What? The knockout. Oh man. Alpha 7 Esports. They are on a roll right now.
Knife and Skull didn't really expect a traffic there, didn't really expect a team over there, but they should have heard to the gun sounds. Alpha 7 is screaming gun sounds right now with 12 amazing finishes in their hands. No player being lost for now. A lot of smokes in this area. Knife and Skull didn't really want to be in this fight. Kazuto was very busy fighting somewhere else. He didn't really see Mafioso being present right over there, trying to attack him, but Mafioso has to be a bit more careful right now. On the other sides of the map, we are able to see Influence coming, getting into some action. Team Influence definitely have to gather some more nades or utilities, because they are in a very vulnerable position from where they might get attacked. But now we're getting this amazing view where we are able to see Team Predators player 2 surviving all by himself. We have Alpha 7 roaring from the top of the mountain, Knife and Skull surviving with one player, but Influence coming. This is the game that they want to execute the way they have planned, but they might just be in a very open space, and they will have to use a lot of utilities that I was mentioning. But in all this chaos, we see Carrillo screaming with his M4. Team Predators is out of the equation. Alpha 7 going for another winner chicken dinner, but will Influence can allow this or not? Big question.
I really doubted that Alpha 7 Esports is going to let it go that easily. Look at that. 15 amazing finishes is what they are having right now. They can easily bag out a bunch of more. So it's a situation where it's a 3v4, I guess. Influence Gaming is definitely having the advantage of the manpower, but Alpha 7 Esports, the players are pretty much scattered. So right now, I believe things can go south for Alpha 7 Esports. One good guy from Alpha 7 Esports is having the height advantage. That is actually going to get a lot of frags done. That could be Revo on top. I guess, no, it's Maploso. Although he's quite credible, but critical as well on its own. It seems like that there is a kind of aggression that might not be there from Alpha 7's perspective. That was happening. That was actually there from the initial battles. There are n number of nades that is actually going to be dished out on Influence Gaming, because Influence Gaming is a team which was tagged around from multiple teams while they were trying to take a fight and while they were trying to survive. And I would actually give a lot of upper hands for Team Influence Gaming as well, because they were able to maintain those 4-man power out of all the fights that they were suffering from. Beryl now wants to push forward. Can he do so? That's a big question right now. Oh man, look at the multiple vehicles coming in. Now they're trying to retaliate. One good guy from this particular guy, Mafloso, was able to take down. Mafloso was able to rip apart the other guy. The backup is there. The cavalry is going to come in. There another shot comes in. It's Sena is going to back out one more. Oh man, this is it. Seems like that Influence Gaming is not going to survive anymore. It is the last man standing from Influence Gaming, whose name is Lil Boy. He is in the back end. He is trying his level best to survive, but this could be a 28-pointer. Massive bomber chicken dinner from this particular team known as Alpha 7 Esports. This is looking quite...
No, it's going to be 29 actually, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. It is Lil Boy, final person surviving. 18 finishes already for Alpha 7. He is going to try the best that he can. He gets one down. It's going to be a 1v2. He actually confirms that finish before getting eliminated. That is going to be Influence coming, Lil Boy, for you. But winner chicken dinner goes in the hands of Alpha 7. An amazing, a spectacular and exciting and an amusing performance that I am able to witness from Alpha 7. Hands down, hats off, Alpha 7 Esports, taking this home in a fashion that is not going to be challenged anymore, is exactly what I would want to believe.
It's done, man. Alpha 7 Esports definitely looking quite strong right now. They have played 10 matches, I guess. And in those 10 matches, they've secured, I guess, at least 3 chicken dinners, seems like that. So that's absolutely amazing. A beautiful jump indeed from the corner. #1 is going to be their position. That's obvious, I guess. 3,484 is going to be the number of damage that they were able to dish out with 29 amazing points in their favor. The jump is going to be mesmerizing. I guess it would be 128. That would be the score if I'm not wrong. But let's see what happens eventually in the overall ranking as well. Yeah, the rank is pretty much one. I would love to see that. What kind of buffer is there right now? It could be a huge one, because Rise Esports, the Honor Souls, they were not there in the game. Influence Gaming was so far back in the leaderboard. I don't think so that they actually had a massive jump. are being very close to the team which is actually having the chicken dinner in this particular matchup. But coming back to the fact, Mafloso, 7 amazing eliminations, 1287 is going to be the damage, 3 assists, 36.84% is going to be the kill contribution. If we talk about Sena, 5 amazing eliminations, 83 is going to be the damage, and 2 assists from his corner as well. Carilo on the other corner secures 4 eliminations as well, and the other guy that is going to be Vivo on top, he was also able to secure the 3 amazing eliminations, I guess, that is left from the particular statistics. So huge game indeed from the corner. I really hope that the impact is going to be massive in the leaderboard. I have to check out who are the 4 teams which are going to be on top. That is going to be teams to watch, and then we'll get to know about the match statistics, the match summary, the individual overall ranking is also going to be there. I would love to see those data because that is the data, that is the report card that is going to tell us what kind of impact is there after all these amazing 11 matches have happened. Remember, just 4 more matches to go and we'll get to know who is the champion of week number 3 of the Brazilian esports community of Pubg. And now moving up to the details, the statistics, teams to watch is going to come in right now so that we can talk about that as well. Well, there we go. Alpha 7 Esports had a major rotation. If you guys remember, they were jumping in the Georgiapol Northwest City. Out of that, they were able to go towards like Georgiapol Southwest City, and they rotated from Query, from areas like Ferry Pier, and eventually they rotated a lot, and then eventually they were able to make their way inside the circle, and that was the Pochinki back-end ridges, the hills to be precise, and from those top hills they were able to firstly rip apart Mandrakes, and then multiple teams started falling from their corner because they had the height advantage. And look at that, what kind of advantage this guy had. Mafloso, the 7 eliminations were at 87 is going to be the amount of damage he was able to dish about, and the triples used was 10, assists were 3. This is the week number 3 match number 11. The map is ERANGEL where Mafloso completely dominated.
Alpha 7 Esports. 10 placement points. Well, that is because thanks to the chicken dinner, but 19 amazing finishes, totaling it to 29. That's a huge number, Raider. That's a huge number, ladies and gentlemen. Alpha 7 Esports getting that chicken dinner confirms that they are going to take this home. But not so far behind, we have Influence CHEMIN with 11 points, INCO with 9, Team Predators with 8, an amazing game for them, and Knife and Skull with 7. They are being consistent from the past 2 games that I am able to see. Good performance from their side. Corinthians with 6, Loop Esports with 4, Smoke with 4, Flamingo with 4, and then I actually wanted to see on how many points that Rise have, and I believe that from this particular game they haven't made any single point. This is going to be a bummer for them, but they are definitely wanting to look at coming back. But for now, we're going to talk about match summary, and this is going to be dominated yet again by Alpha 7 itself. Mafloso and Carilo. I don't know why it's only when it comes to the match summary where I'm not able to take the name of Carilo. But that's going to be about match summary. Raider, why don't you take this away from me for now?
Sena on the other corner from Alpha 7 Esports is going to bag out those 5 amazing highest knockouts. Yes, there is INCO Squash as well, pretty much close to it at the 2nd position. But let's talk about the match statistics. 58 total eliminations were there. 10,654 is going to be the total healing done. 16 knockouts, 314 throwables. That's insightful. That's amazing. Well, it is supposed to happen in the map of Miramar, but it is happening in the map of ERANGEL. That shows kind of credibility that is going to be there. 2 airdrops we looted, and 10 headshots were there, 14 rescues, and Smokes. Ragnar is the guy with the longest elimination distance in this particular matchup. That was of 345 meters. That's huge, no doubt in that. Now let's come back to the fruitful thing, I believe. The one thing that I was waiting from, and that is the overall ranking. Man, oh man, 128 points from the team known as Alpha 7 Esports. There is a massive buffer of at least 50 plus point, I guess. If we counter Corinthians, they might be able to secure some good points. I really doubt that they're going to snatch the first position right now, because look at Alpha 7 Esports. There is a buffer of more than 50 points between these 2 giants. Comparing these 2 teams, seems like that a huge buffer cannot be covered up right now. But let's hope that the buffer will be covered up. From on the other corner, if I talk about honor souls, there is a buffer of just 1 point between the hashtag 2 and 3rd position. Rise Esports 64 points, Flamingo Esports 60, Loops Esports 58, Influence Gaming 57, Storm Gaming with 54. Now let's come back to the 2nd page, I believe, where we'll get to see from hashtag 9 to hashtag 16 teams. INCO Gaming is going to have 49 points, Knife and Skull 45 points. Zebra Masters, I'm actually sad about this particular team. Yes, they do have their 4 matches left right now, so they might be able to jump back once again, because they were coming back to the 10th position to the 9th one, but right now they have again been pushed to the 11th. So I really hope in the next 4 matches they are going to build a very huge score for themselves. CZM Esports on the other corner is going to have 41, EYC 36, Brazilian Gears 36, Sci-Fi Esports 34, MANDRAKES Esports 31. Let's come back to the last page of this particular statistics. We'll get to know about the last 4 teams. Smoke Esports 29, Team Predators 26, XTEAM with 23, and Black Dragons with 20.
Now that's going to be overall standings, ladies and gentlemen, for Ruthless Hype Esports, PUBG Mobile Pro Scrims Brazil region, Alpha 7 Esports dominating it in a fashion that has not been challenged by far. But there's a lot of shuffle from day number 2 to day number 3 when we enter or we start to talk about hashtag 2 to hashtag 5. We'll talk more about it, but after a short break. Well, that was a glimpse that you got on what the next match is going to be. But ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be Echo Boy welcoming you all again to this amazing journey that we've been having for 3 weeks. Rise, Ruthless Hype Esports presents PUBG Mobile Pro Scrims Brazil region. And the name that I took was about Rise Esports. An amazing performance in this week. But week number 3, day number 3 has been a bit stuttering for them. They will be looking at coming back a bit more stronger. They have more matches as compared to what their rivals have. Alpha 7 with 10 matches and 128 points. Honored Souls is having played just 8 matches and 78 points. So now Honored Souls, if they play their game, if they do the best that they can, they have 4 more matches in the hand. And I'm sure they will want to prove themselves. And I'm sure they can also challenge Alpha 7. I really want them to do that. I really want this to be more heated up. It's quite exciting for me. And I believe this is going to be as exciting as it is for me, for my co-pilot over here, the co-caster over here, the co-anchor over here, the most amazing, the most talented Raider.
All right, thanks for that. I have information, guys, that the price pool split is absolutely amazing as well. The overall price pool is of $300 for week number 3, out of which the $125 is going to go in the hands of that team who's going to bag out the first position, or should I say the champion of the week number 3. The second position, or should I say the first runner-up, is going to get $125. I guess $100 to be precise. Yeah, that's the thing. $125 for the fourth position, $100 for the second one, and $75 for the third position. That comes to a grand total of $300 that is at the stake right now. Let's talk about the map schedule, which will tell us what kind of impact is going to be there in the next few matches. So talking about that particular shuffle, remember guys, the first match was in the hands of Honored Souls, a 24-pointer bomber in their perspective, and then Alpha 7 Esports came back even harsher with 29-pointer of a bomber in their favor. 19 eliminations, that's what they had in their favor. Mafloso, a 7 elimination killing spree from this perspective was there. But coming up next is going to be the map of Miramar. Then we'll get to see ERANGEL, and after that we'll get to see Miramar and then ERANGEL as well. To sum up the whole event, we'll go to the main classic map that usually comes up as a starter, I guess. But for today, Miramar is the one map that has started the day. Now we are going to again move on to the map of Miramar, hoping that the map of Miramar is going to pull off the chaotic situations. I really don't know how many more matches Alpha 7 Esports is going to play consecutively, because yes, first 2 matches were played consecutively by Alpha 7 Esports. There might be a break for them in this particular matchup, or there might not be a break. If they're going to play their 4 matches back to back, that would help them a lot to build their kind of consistency, because your kind of hands are warmed up and eventually your meta is pretty much freshened up. You might be able to secure a lot more finishes as compared to a break being given in the mid. Right now seems like that the flight path is going to come in just 50 seconds, so hoping that the flight path is going to be an interesting one. For a caster, I would love to see that sudden shift in the flight path. For those teams, a diagonal flight path or a horizontal or vertical one from the center, which is going to divide the map in 50-50%, could be a very fruitful one. But I guess those teams who usually ideally loves to jump in edgy locations like Puerto or positions like Valla del Mar or even Alcantara or maybe El Pozo, those teams are actually going to get favored with the edgy flight paths. Maybe they are actually going to get the advantage of it. Hoping that the flight path is going to create a lot of buzz, I'm actually going to give it to my fellow caster, INCO Boy.
20 seconds. Let's get all warmed up. This is going to be Echo Boy. Fasten your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen. C-130 is getting fueled up. All the players over here are going to board this journey to be landing in this battle royale game of PUBG Mobile in the map of Miramar in about 3, 2, 1. Welcome everyone on board. This is PUBG Mobile Pro Scrims Ruthless Esports presents for the Brazil region. This is going to be Echo Boy, the pilot of this plane. Well, it is an autopilot plane, but it's okay. I have a co-pilot with me, Raider, who's going to take you through this journey of sands, starting all the way from the southern sides near to the Puerto Paraíso, very close and in between to Los Leones and Chumacera, going all the way through Mount Nuevo, crossing El Pozo and ending at Trailer Park. I'm sure to witness a lot of action. And ladies and gentlemen, I promise you, you're going to have the best time. Get your popcorns if you have not yet, and fasten yourselves over here. Stick your eyes to the screen because the action, when it begins, it never stops. But Raider, over to you, my friend.
Oh man, the flight path, that is going to be amazing, no doubt in that. But seems like that Alpha 7 Esports is going to be back in the game. Back-to-back matches are there for them. That is an added advantage for teams like that. Even Rise Esports is also going to have that same advantage, but I don't know how far Rise Esports is going to go. The thing is, Rise Esports is unable to counter those matches in their favor. They're getting eliminated quite early, and this is not a great thing, to be precise. Rise Esports was way too close to Alpha 7 Esports in day number 1. The gap was pretty much enlarged in day number 2, and right now the gap is phenomenal between these two teams. So I'm actually a little bit more skeptical, but would love to see what Zebra Master is going to bring to the table, because that is another big team which is trying to compete in the game, which is trying to be back in the meta, and they have got this 11th position, I guess. So this match is there in their favor. Oh, the zone is pretty much interesting because sort of Los Leones could be this eccentric point of view for this circle, and there is not a lot of teams in the Los Leones region. On the southern region, we do have XTEAM. On the eastern region, we have Rise Esports, but nobody is there in dead center of the Los Leones region, I guess. So that's amazing. Influence Gaming is going to have a very edgy drop location that is going to be Puerto in their favor, so that's good. Alpha 7 Esports once again going to go for the El Pozo location, which is not that far away from the circle. And I just really love the location of Picardo, man, because Picardo is my one of the favorite places to drop in if I usually play the game of BGMI or PUBG or this particular game right now. So in this particular map, what do you have? Picardo is a location where you have a lot of areas to loot, a lot of areas to explore, a lot of areas to hide, and a lot of areas to take cover and defend yourself right now. For example, if you jump in the arena building, you can actually stay over there for a large number of period of time. And apart from that, if you are going to jump in the red building, again, you are going to get a lot of advantage. Although it's a very open building, then again, you can defend yourselves quite well. On the staircases, you can create the choke points. But if you talk about, if you eliminate the areas of arena and red building, if that area is pretty much occupied by some other team, you can go for the casino. That is again a good advantageous area. And if it is also covered up, you can actually go move on to the 5-story building. And then if it is also covered up, you can actually cross the road and go for the L-shaped building. So there are numerous places where Picardo is going to become an advantage. But yes, Picardo is also sort of like a hub of fights right now. Just like Pubg is the heart of ERANGEL, Picardo is the heart of ERANGEL. Picardo is the heart of Miramar. Reason being, it is pretty much in the centric POI, and a lot of teams can easily favorably jump in it, and that is why we usually see a lot of clash. But right now seems like that INCO is not going to have any kind of clash in that particular area. Smoke is either not present in the lobby or they have decided a different location. Would love to see what is happening at that point, but Mandrakes, San Martin location is in their favor. No contestment whatsoever. Again, a passive start from these teams.
Passive map, passive start. Good for us because we're going to see a jam-packed action in the end zones. I'm going to wait for that. I'm going to vouch for that. But for now, let's talk about loops. An amazing skill of taking a gunfight. When they commit to one, they know how to wipe their opponents. They do a really amazing job there. The map number 1, which was Miramar, they had a fight in the vicinity that they have again jumped. Last time Zebra Masters were contesting them. This time Zebra Masters has chosen another way to counter this. They're going to land closer to this areas of Hazendia del Petron, not exactly there. They lost the battle in the first one. They want to survive for a bit more longer time. It's a good and a very wise decision. What I would say is, if the fight is not a favorable one for you, do not just take it. Nobody is going to boo you. If they are, it's okay. Because as a team, one has to concentrate on is that survive till the end, because this game is for the survival. As in how you survive till the end, you will be able to get a lot of frags, capitalize, then loot for now, and then you see the miracles happen. And I guess Zebra Masters won that miracle for themselves. We're talking about GZM. Great game, great start for week number 3, day number 3. Slightly on the lower side when it came to the next to the map before, but they are looking confident, and I'm hoping to see more from their side.
It's a tough fight, man. It's a tough fight. But for now, they just have to wait. They just have to be a little bit more patient so that they can get as many as utilities that's possible in their favor. And then eventually when the battle comes in, they can come back, put up a show in the lobby, and then secure some good points. Although there is a thing that is inevitable, and only one team is going to secure the chicken dinner. It's not a situation where multiple teams can secure a chicken dinner in an individual match. So yes, the best one is going to back out the chicken dinner. There are a lot of speculations which can change the pace. Yes, you do start a match with a mindset that, yeah, this is the match where we are going to back out the chicken dinner. But you cannot go with the by the book type of method where you have decided to go with a passive or a defensive type of situation and you are going to play with it. This is a game, this is a battle royale where the things are quite dynamic, because you do have other 63 players in the lobby which are going to play their own game, and then you do have the PUBG gods playing their own meta, and then you actually have the zone also trying to actually enact a lot. So yes, a lot of speculations are there. Utilities, if you get it, that's absolutely amazing. If you don't get the desired utilities or the desired loot or the desired attachment, it is not going to be a favorable match for these guys, and that's why they're just scavenging every other compound that is there in their close by vicinities, and then eventually when they get the loot, they might be able to put up a show in the fight. But Alpha 7 Esports, after losing El Pozo, after looting the El Pozo, they have rotated right now. For a second I thought, what is happening? Why is this bike running all alone? That was a glitch, guys. That was a glitch.
Well, you never know. We definitely have Tarzan sometimes ride in the bike or the vehicle. I mean, you know what I'm referring to, but our fellow audience probably wouldn't know. It's just our Indian region movies that we actually see. We'll talk about it later. For now, EYC. See, even Cielo was missing. The bike was running on its own. That's the kind of game that I actually enjoy witnessing. But for now, what I'm able to see is EYC is already done with their loot. The initial phase of what I call as a loot phase is done for them. For them, it is the beginning of the rotation phase, and they are doing just that. And they will want to secure a good position to play inside the zone and rotate furthermore if the zone actually moves away from them. And while that process is happening, they will want to get a few more picks for themselves, want to carry them all the way to a good end of this week. But Zebra Masters, look at them. They are doing good. They are performing well. The game number 1 didn't turn out good. The game number 2 was definitely really excellent for them. Game number 3 is what they will want to make all of us and for themselves count. They are scouting, they are ensuring all the angles are checked, and then they are moving away, which means they want to take the step only when they know it is right for them. Good. Very good.
I mean, it is really very important match, and indeed, as you said, the performance is coming up like up a notch, like right now in this particular day.
Yeah.
We do have 4 matches left right now, so I guess every match is going to be quite calculative for those teams which are left with 2 more matches, and for those teams which have got 4 matches, I guess they can play around maybe and learn that how far the competition is coming up right now. But sitting on the back end, they might have actually already got an insight. But this was a good move coming from XTEAM. Rather than falling directly from the rooftop, he could actually go ahead and jiggle around the walls. I guess that's what he did. That's amazing. He was able to drop down quite fruitfully. Meanwhile, FL7 Esports is now coming up with a fight. Now they're trying to hunt or maybe search for those enemies which might be in the close circuits. And if they get an opportunity, they are going to for sure land some good shots onto the enemy. That could be the case. But right now, all we can do is just wait to see what kind of impact these guys are actually going to bring to the table. We do have a Revo on top. We have Kerilo. We have got Mafloso and Sena. The 4 members from Alpha 7 Esports. The last match was so devastating from their corner. Everybody who was there in the lobby was not even able to secure double digit in terms of the finishers. That's how chaotic this team was. Rise Esports on the other corner. This is a big match for them. Not a lot of matches are left right now from their corner. And they were the one pretty much close to Alpha 7 Esports, which were about to dethrone them. But eventually that was not the case. And right now the gap is just enlarging. They could actually secure the 2nd or 3rd position, which is actually going to get them the advantage of having $100 or $75 in their favor. So that could be the case. But $125, that seems A little bit more on the favorable side of Alpha 7 Esports, because that is a team which is having a buffer of more than 50 points in their hands. What they had was 128 points, and I believe the team which was trying to chase them had just 76. So there is a gap of 24 points between those teams which are actually going to attain the 100 points. So 24 points there, 28 points on the other corner. That shows that there is a massive buffer, to be precise, in the lobby of more than 50 plus points. That's absolutely amazing between Alpha 7 Esports and the other team. I guess that was Honored Souls, or it could be Corinthians. I'm unable to recall the name. So they have to actually come up quite harsh in order to claim those positions. If they come back with the 3 or 4 good chicken dinners, that could be absolutely amazing. But seems like that only 3 matches at max would be left for Team Corinthians. Meanwhile, on the other corner, if we talk about Storm Gaming, they are just trying to flee back from the situation so that they can avoid those fights which is going to come in the initial circle. Because there is another backside, or another bad side, so there, should I say, of having a fight in the initial circles, and that is the third parties. If you take up a fight in the initial circles, what you can expect is a lot of third parties, because nobody is going to worry, nobody is going to be worried about the zone damage or a third party coming onto them, because we don't expect a lot of teams being in the closer circle in the first few zones, because there is a massive difference of areas where they are rotating, where the third parties are coming in. But eventually in the last cycles, if you come up with the third party, make sure that there is going to be a backstab coming in. You have to be pretty alert about it. MANDRAKES on the other corner also gets shot down. That's Jose who has been taken down. He was trying to get the vehicles, but he's not actually going to get anything out of this fight, and he is done. Being finished off. The first blood of this lobby is it? Oh, this is just the first blood coming up?
That's what the map has been known about.
Oh,
it is
man.
going to be the one that is PASSIVE, passive. But this fight had to be in Picardo, right? It had to be in Picardo. If it's not INCO, it's going to be EYC. But Smoke is always going to be here. They will want to take this fight. They are exactly doing that. But right now, MANDRAKES is not looking good. It is actually the fight between MANDRAKES and EYC in Picardo regions, with an oversight of Smoke. I guess because of the color combinations of all these team names. But well, the kind of gameplay that I'm able to see from the sides of EYC, they are committing together. Acid will have to fall back. A 1v3 is quite difficult. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's better not done, because the probability of capitalizing the fight is quite less. But on the other side, Renin gets picked. I mean, Renin actually picks Higor, and both of them are of the same team. What's happening on the other side of the map?
One more tough fight, I guess. Let's see what happens for now. Seems like that in the Picardo region, one of our favorable fights is going to come in. Let's see what kind of impact these guys are going to come up with. GZM is pretty much outside the circle, so they have to recuperate. XTEAM on the other corner, as you said, is actually facing a knockout. Is the revival going to come in? That's a big question. But airdrop has been taken by Influence. Lil Boy, that's amazing. Influence came in. Lil Boy is actually going to have the advantage of the particular drop. Another zone is going to get shrunken down soon. GZM is outside the circle. They're trying to approach to the areas or the outskirts of this particular circle. They will be successful, I believe, because there is not a lot of contestment. Yes, we do have Loops Esports in the far circle, but that is not going to be that close. Alpha 7 and Rise Esports might be in a fight right now pretty much soon. Then Alpha 7 Esports, where they usually loot, that's exactly where the circle is coming in right now. From El Pozo, they could have rotated to Power Grid and they could have actually secured that advantage, but eventually this is what the predictions were all about. They were trying to actually guess that the zone might actually go on the eastern side, on the areas of La Bandita or Minas Generalis. So I would love to see what happens in that location as well. But in the Picardo region, multiple teams are coming. Alpha 7 Esports is trying the level best to accumulate those points. But look at that Molly coming in. Nunes might be getting connected with the Molly from the back end. The trade should be there. Carilo is already getting damaged quite a bit. He is not looking quite good. Look at the damage that this guy is able to receive at this point. One good nade, his story could have ended. That's not the case. He was able to heal himself. He was able to be back in the game. The support system for this team has to be there. Carilo on the other corner gets countered at the same moment. He has been knocked out. The finish could be there from his perspective. I really doubt that Alpha 7 Esports is going to survive at this point, because the kind of retaliation that Rise is establishing is absolutely amazing. But I would love to see a comeback coming from Alpha 7 Esports. But another knockout, Mufasa finds one. A Mufasa bag out, Mufloso. That's amazing. Nunes on the other corner backs out Carilo. That's good. Seems like that Alpha 7 Esports is indeed falling right now. Rivotop and Sena are the two members surviving. They could actually go on, be aggressive on Gary X's perspective. If they are able to do so, that would be absolutely amazing. But there is a revival coming in, and for that revival not to happen, oh man, look at that. Gary X comes back once again in the game. I was able to take one more down. Rivotop is going to be the last man standing. Some more smokes being cooked up from his corner. Gary X definitely is going to get attacked with the play zone. But yes, the damage has to be recuperated. This guy, Revo on top, has secured 3 first aid kits in his backpack, so definitely he can come up with a good heal battle. One good shot, he could land on him. Oh yeah, that is it. He was able to land that beautiful shot, but now he has to heal himself so that he can survive. But before that, he wants to finish off the job. But no, it's Nunes who is going to come up as a support system. Alpha 7 Esports at this point becomes the first ever team to be eliminated in this game. And the thing is, even though they have been eliminated, they have maintained a huge buffer, dude. So that buffer has to be counted. Only if Rise Esports is going to survive till the last, then only the buffer is going to get counted. Like somewhere we counted, because what they have is just 68 points right now, and they have to gather more than 60 points to acclaim to that position. Look at that. Gary X already gets knocked out. The zone damage is just going to be amplified. I really doubt that those guys are actually going to be back in the zone with the full manpower. Zebra Masters, once again, they're just actually getting shattered. Rafa is there. Can he counter the attack coming from MANDRAKES Esports? That's the big question. Another nade goes in. That could actually shatter one more player from the lobby. But no, that's not the case. Was able to survive. MANDRAKES Esports is definitely looking strong at this point. The way they are able to hold off their corners, I guess they can easily come back with a huge impact. But MANDRAKES to be precise, waiting for the right opportunity. Another nade comes in. Another knockout was possible only if the location was right. But look at this sneaky member. He's trying to actually get the idea of where the enemy is, or maybe claim the territory of that particular compound, but that is not possible. Ricardo, the hub of the fights, is indeed coming in. Multiple teams are there right now, and these multiple teams are trying to take up fight. MANDRAKES Esports versus Zebra Master. This is just getting elongated right now. I really do doubt at this point that Zebra Master is going to survive, but they have DBS. If they're going to create that choke point, they might be able to survive a bit more. Oh, another nade comes in. Is it going to impact? Yeah, it is going to impact, but to his own teammate. Nicholas has been taken down. Now this is the moment, this is the opportunity where Zebra Master was hunting for. They can easily come back with a beautiful sharp takedown. Only if that is going to be possible, that would be amazing. Look at that, he spots one. He was able to take one down, but wasn't able to spot somebody else from the right angle corner, and it's a 1v1 coming up. Indeed, a headshot comes in. It's done. Seems like that Zebra Master, they are again in a very sneaky situation, and the beautiful DBS shot is awaited. Was able to get. What a shot indeed. What a beautiful jump shot. Zebra Masters, 2 amazing eliminations with just 2 guys left in the lobby. They have a long way to go, and indeed this fight will be able to win my heart.
Wow, what a prolonged fight that there was. At one point of time, I thought it was done for Zebra Masters, but that jump shot with the DBS does the job. The hard damage that came across decimates MANDRAKES yet again, getting eliminated quite soon in the lobby. But right now, we'll be wanting to talk about Hornet Souls. Nino wanted to go ahead, didn't know where Lorazin was, gets knocked. Might not be getting confirmed because the revival should be on its way, and we have XTEAM rotating quite nearby, but Hornet Souls is not really looking good. But that nade from the sides of Ratter Boy takes 2 players down. Soul is right now surviving. Hornet Souls is surviving with just 1 player, but with that one devastating nade that he put. Okay, now this is chaotic. We have XTEAM from the sides, from the eastern sides, going to attack Sci-Fi, and on the other side we have EYC. This is not looking good either for Sci-Fi or for Hornet Souls, because both these teams are now going to get sandwiched. The initial ones who were taking fight are now getting punished. X teams, third parties, the situations capitalizes it. I want to see if EYC is going to do the same, because they are also interested in this particular game. What a chaos, Raider, what a chaos. And in this chaos, Rat Boy doing all that he could to survive the maximum possible. He has just 20 HP left, 3 first aids to heal. He wants to confirm that finish, was not able to, because from behind we have a surprise element, or rather a third party being done from the sides of X team. It's done and dusted for Sci-Fi. It's done and dusted for Hornet Souls, but it is now going to be continued and carried away. Who's in the name of XTEAM and EYC. XTEAM devastating both the teams who were actually fighting in this region, and now going for another one.
Boy, oh boy, what a battle it is, man. Yes, we do call this map a passive one, but then again, look at that fight that we are actually having in the last few circles. That's absolutely amazing. GZM on the other corner finds one. Storm Gaming's Allenson has been taken down. Oh, that nade though. Flamingo GC God, just like that, was able to take down 2 good members from Influence Gaming, and it's done for Influence Gaming as well. We have to remember there are a few giants that have been slayed, like Alpha 7, like Honored Souls, like Influence Gaming, like Sci-Fi and MANDRAKES Esports as well. But apart from that, we do have teams like Rise Esports, Flamingo, and Loops Esports surviving in the 4th, 5th, and 6th position in the leaderboard. For them, this is a very important game. Out of these 3-4 teams, we do have Loops Esports with the highest amount of manpower. On the back end, on the second page, we do have teams like I guess GZM Esports, EYC as well. Influence Gaming have actually gone down at #11 position with 3 eliminations. That's a minute I guess late finish that is going to be there from the corner. I guess somebody was knocked out, and eventually right now he has been finished off. So with that statistics being updated, you have to remember that they are going to secure 3 points out of this particular match. But Zebra Masters Rafa on the other corner also gets countered. You were looking forward to see how far Zebra Master is going to go, but the thing is, Zebra Master is already getting connected from multiple corners. Mythic on the other corner is also going to bag out a beautiful knockout onto himself. 3 good finishes for Zebra Masters. Oh, sorry, Loops Esports to be precise. But Rise on the other corner might be able to rotate. They are indeed back in the game. They are indeed trying their level best to outperform every other team. But smoke. Neetos gets spotted. Retaliation could be there. Yes, let's see how far the retaliation is going to be there. But the thing is, on the angles, Loops Isla, what a beauty nade that was. From the top of that roof, from the top of that hill, he was able to appoint a sharp nade onto the enemy. And with that, a beautiful knockout indeed came in. Zebra Master are still suffering on the edges, might not be able to secure a good number of points in their favor, might not be able to go far away, and that's exactly what happened. The vehicle has been busted from which they wanted to rotate. And if I talk about XTEAM, Renan comes up with a beautiful knockout on Grenin from team EYC. Another beautiful knockout is there. But Hugo finds one. That's going to be Cardo's in. That's absolutely amazing. Let's see what happens for now. Last man standing from Zebra Master is just making his way to the circle, only if it is possible right now. But Loops Esports, 4 amazing finishes. Yes, Cardozen is knocked out. XTEAM is pushing forward onto them. Smokes Matthews to be precise was the one was able to knock out the enemy, but the finish came onto another guy's hand.
Chaos in the stage 5 of this map. This is something which I was not expecting, but it is happening. We just have 9 more teams and 20 players. Rise Esports being spotted from the sides of Loops. On the other side, Smoke gets confirmed. Smoke is out of this particular game, but Storm still surviving. We definitely have Rise still surviving. Flamingo, Loops, Zebra Masters, GZM, and Brazilian Killers along with XTEAM. What I'm able to see is GZM is the only squad right now with 4 man, and followed by them we have Loops. So there's going to be a big game if GZM is able to capitalize on the situation, and in the fact that they are the only team with the maximum majority players that are surviving. But it's a 1v1 situation between XTEAM and Loops. Mythic will want to do this, and he does it for the team. Renin gets picked off, and with that is the chapter done for XTEAM in this particular map. Loops still going strong.
They had to, in order to secure those amazing points, they had to be strong at this point, and that's what they're trying their level best to build at this point. If we talk about Rise Esports, they definitely are not being shown in this particular cycle right now, but they have the centric POI. Look at that, 7 and Mufasa, both of them had got the centric POI in the favor. Zebra Master on the other corner gets eliminated. So Rise Esports, oh, that's interesting to see that Loops Esports is the one single team which is going to have the edge of the circle in the favor. Yeah, Flamingo's GC God could actually come over there, but then again he's going to get contested with 3-4 members of Loops Esports, and that might not be favorable. Rise Esports is 7 gets spotted. He's getting knocked out. GZM Esports is going to get the advantage of finishing him off. That's a big battle coming up indeed. They're getting every single advantage that is possible from the corner. Storms, Allenson and Pereira are the 2 members surviving. Another good nade on Flamingo's GC God could be there. Let's see if the connection is going to be made. And yeah, the nade goes in. Flash damage was not even there. So I guess we can hope that there might be a retaliation. GC God on the other corner reverts back with some good shots. Fails to connect it devastatingly. And now I guess Flamingo is going to get countered by Storm Gaming, because now they have got the idea that there is a member. Rise Esports on the other corner also gets finished off. Loops are definitely having the angle that everybody wanted to go with. Flamingo on the other corner comes up with a drop shot but fails to attach anything, and GC God gets finished off. Flamingo Esports has 5, just 3 position points and 3 eliminations, 6 pointer of a game from Flamingo's perspective. Mythic on the other corner is also being knocked out. I really doubt that he's going to survive, but yes, there could be a possible situation of a revival coming in from Ayla's corner, because she's pretty much, or he is pretty much close to the particular angle, and they can actually come up with a revival. But Pereira is neglecting that situation, comes up with a DBA shot, attaches one, fails to knock out him. Oh, in the smoke, the shot goes in. Just like that, smoked that particular guy. Storm Gaming is indeed coming up like a storm, because now the team which was having the highest advantage of the circle is going to be the least one.
Well, GZM, they are definitely looking strong with that DBS Pro-G not able to capitalize. GZM are falling like a bunch of dominoes, not looking good. The position that they are holding is on the top side. Now they have to come to the bottom of the hill. But on the other side, Storm is able to capitalize on the entire situation, because they have a wonderful, cover in the name of the Ridge. They were able to eliminate a few players of Loops. Loops is surviving with just 1. And we have Brazilian Killers also surviving with 2. But 1 is outside the zone, and the other one is really low on HP. But Pereira gets me proven wrong. Daiki is being taken off. Shots through the smoke. GZM will be punished soon, but for now, surviving with that van that they have. But Storm, Alazin, The knock that his teammate was able to pick, Pereira. The confirmation comes from the side of Alazin, and right now it is going to be Hugo who's going to be punished, surviving even now. And on the other side, we're able to see Chief going and doing some actions. Hugo now gets knocked. Now this is a confusion that's been created from me, but what I'm able to see is GZM is not in a really good position, or in the position that they really want to be in.
Yeah, indeed. Frog has been taken down. Hugo on the other corner is pretty much knocked out, and Frog, his position is compromised. I really doubt that the revival could come in, but he's approaching for it. That can be quite risky, man. And look at that. The shots are there. But from the other corner, I guess some other team is trying to establish the dominance. Chief might be going down. He is dreaming of finishing off the enemy on the other corner, but there could be a shot from Storm's corner who is going to rip him apart. Yes, they have got the 4 first seconds. The circle is looking quite sharp because the 7th one is going to come in just 30 seconds. It seems like that. And having the advantage of the circle is going to be really very important, and that's what Team Storm is pretty much keen on. Storm Gaming has got the advantage of the circle. The golden Mirado is going to be parked on the back end. Approaching that Mirado can be a death wish for this guy from Loops Esports, which is known as Chief. And we have seen Loops Esports exceptionally well performing, and this is the match where they have to once again come up with the kind of dominance that we usually see from them. Only if I guess they are going to back those amazing points, then only this kind of domination will be there. They're trying their level best to be consistent, be aggressive, be dominant about the fact that they have to come up with some good points. 3 teams, 5 players is what we have right now. Hugo and his teammate Frog are pretty much there back in the game. That's absolutely amazing as well. They have got the kind of, let's say, insight that we have to survive, we have to pull through to the matches. But then this is a very open-ended 7 circle. I really doubt a lot of teams are going to survive into this. At least one team is going to get eliminated before the cycle gets completely shrunken down.
Well, the reason might be is because all the teams are right now trying to play from the ridge, but they have to come down from that area. No team right now is inside the zone, and Loops Chief is one of that player who is really away, far away from the zone, and he already has some attention that has been got by himself on him. Right now he's outside the zone. He's going to go for the heal battle. It at least seems to be like that, and I believe that is exactly what is happening. But he gets picked. He gets spotted from the sides of Alazin, and he gets picked up as well. Pereira gets spotted and is really low on HP. GZM is going all aggressive. They will be spotting one, trying to take down one, manages to take down one, took a toll. He will want to heal himself up. It's going to be a 1v2 situation. Pereira has healed himself up. The West is literally really damaged, not going to protect him from the bullets that's going to penetrate through, and it's going to hit on his body. There's some nades that's getting exchanged, and with that nade comes a huge damage. With another nade, if Pereira is able to do something well, then that's going to be really amazing, because Pereira got one player off, and if he gets this nade connected, both the players might get blown away. Well, there was some splash damage. It didn't really land at the place that it was to be. Alazin wanted to show the position of the player, didn't really manage to do that, but it's a 1v2 raider. Let's see what is going to happen.
Indeed, it is a critical fight coming up right now. We have to look into the fact that Storm is not having the zone advantage, and look at that. The last shot came in. GZM Esports is definitely going to have the advantage of this particular fight. What a battle from the corner. Indeed, a good chicken enough winner for GZM Esports. This is the 3rd match for the day, and having a new face in the game is making me excited because would love to see what kind of impact is going to be in the leaderboard. But yes, GZM Esports, a much deserving team, a team which was trying to put a lot of effort from the past few matches, is finally being successful. But I would really appreciate the kind of impact coming in. This is the kind of, let's say, situation that happened in the match number 11. We saw match number 12, I guess, if I'm not wrong. So this was the chicken enough from the previous matchup. Once again, would love to remind you that it was Alpha 7 Esports in the 11th match, or in the 2nd match for day number 3 of the week number 3, who was able to secure a 29-point bomber. But now we have to look into the fact where GZM Esports is standing and what kind of impact GZM Esports is going to bring to the table. That's what we actually are looking forward to. But remember, guys, the fight was on point, the aggression was on point. Coming back to the statistics, we will see a lot of jumps and downs in the leaderboard, but I guess in every other match, the team has to do their fulfillment of aggression, or should I say securing those every other point in their favor. So that's what these guys are trying to come up with. Rise Esports, they got countered. Alpha 7, they got countered. Sci-Fi Esports, they got countered. So a lot of teams in the initial battle also got countered, and that opened the way for some other teams, for some other faces to showcase their talent. And that's exactly why GZM Esports is on top. Look at that. In the last cycle, what we had was Loops Esports, Storm Gaming, and GZM. I really doubt that these are the 3 teams which are at the favorable position. Loops Esports could be the one team which is going to have some good position in the leaderboard, which usually is going to have that advantage because they were quite aggressive. Let's go and talk about the results. It's GZM Esports, as we said, having some amazing points, a 14-pointer game in their favor, and that is going to bump their position to #9.
GZM, who was actually at somewhere around 12 or 14 with a really good game that they had from Miramar that they played just now, will get a good leap on the overall ranking at #9. They are happy. They have just proven on why they are over here. With that being said, Frog 44 with 2 eliminations, Hugo with 2, Proji with none, and Bro as well with none, but they gave a significant damage that was to be given. They were picked quite early off the game. GZM was trying to survive and then go for the attack. It did really work out for them, but they were not able to survive with 4-man strong, and that's the reason why there were no contribution in terms of eliminations from those 2 players. But Strom Alazin, the MVP of this game, 5 eliminations, 824 damage, 9 throwables used, and 3 assists. That is going to be for Strom Alazin for you in the game of Miramar that had just happened. But heading towards the match ranking, Loop Esports gets the winner chicken dinner with 17 points, not so far behind Storm Gaming with 16 and GZM with 14. XTEAM, good game for them, 8. Rise Esports, 6 points for them. Flamingo with 6. Brazilian Gunners with 5. Sci-Fi with 3. Influence Gaming with 3. Zebra Masters with 3. Hornet Souls with 2. EYC with 2. And Mandrakes with 1. No points for Alpha 7 from this game, and neither for Smoke Esports. What I'm able to see is that Hornet Souls didn't have a good game, whereas Rise Esports was able to capitalize, which means they have definitely managed to, lessen the gap that is there between them and the teams which are above Rise Esports.
See, the thing is, even though GZM Esports was able to secure the chicken dinner, they are still not on top in the match ranking. That shows that the finishes are really very important as well. Coming back to the match statistics, 54 total eliminations, 7,186 is going to be the total healing done, 16 knockouts, 185 throwables used, 3 airdrops were looted, 8 headshots, 19 rescues, and the longest elimination whatsoever in this particular matchup in the map of Miramar was coming from Loop's Ayla. That was of 361 meters. Coming back to the match summary, we have to remember highest elimination was in the favor of Alenzin, and highest damage was also in his favor, highest assist was also in his favor, and highest knockout as well. But the highest healing done, that was from Zebra Masters Witten RX, I guess Witten XR 777. That is the guy who was able to heal for 627 HPs. That's amazing. But guys, this is it. The match summary is here for us, which is telling how far the individual performance was. But yes, this is the overall ranking that we were waiting for. Alpha 7 Esports being on top with 128 points yet. Just one more match, I believe, in their perspective. 4 chicken dinners is what they have. There is no prize for the team with the most chicken dinner, but seems like that they are already deserving that, because they have secured 4 amazing chicken dinners out of the 10 matches, or the 11 matches, should I say, that they have played. Honest Souls on the other corner, 77 points. Corinthians 76 with 9 matches being played from the perspective. Loop Esports on the other corner and Rise also have the same amount of matches being played. Loop Esports finally backs out the 75 points, and eventually they have got the 4th position.
I would request that the production team to actually stop a bit over here. Let's not go to the second page. What I really wanted to point out is the fact that Alpha 7 has played 11 matches and has 128 points. Hornet Souls has just played 9 matches, and Corinthians as well has played only 9 matches, and they have 77 and 76 points, which means they have 2 extra matches as compared to Alpha 7. And the gap that there is, it is possible to be covered. I'm saying that we might see a really, really tough call over here. That's just what I wanted to add to what you were saying. But you can go ahead and continue with the rest of the rest of the standings that there is.
I would totally agree with the point, but right now let's move on to the second page so that we can talk about the teams which are still trying their level best to adhere those points. So coming back to the second page, we do have GZM Esports with 55 points, INCO Gaming with 49, Zebra Master 45, Knife and Skull with 45 as well, Brazilian Killers with 41, EYC Gaming 38, Sci-Fi Esports 37, Mandrakes with 32. Now let's come back to the last page, which will showcase us where Team Predator and like Smoke Gaming is having. Oh yeah, XTEAM 31 points, Smoke Esports 29, and Team Predators finally have back out the 19th position in their favor. That's amazing with 26 points. Black Dragons is now pushed back to 20 points, but we have to remember that Black Dragons have to play a few more matches. Looking forward to see what happens in the next few matches. I guess Black Dragons is the one team that we are missing today, but even though those matches are being missed, I really hope Black Dragons is going to come up once again and eventually showcase the talent because the aggression is absolutely amazing. The beauty of this particular fight is that they are fighting and they are putting up their strength, but still we are looking at some new faces coming up, like GZM Esports securing those amazing points, or Honor Soul securing that 24-pointer, 26-pointer. And meanwhile, if we talk about, I guess, Alpha 7, that is the team which has secured the highest amount of chicken points in their favor, that is 29. So hopefully in the next 3 matches we'll get to see some more shuffles coming in, because we have marked the half day, or should I say halfway of this particular day, the last one, where we'll get to know the champions, where we'll get to know who is the champion, the MVP and stuff like that. But for that we'll get to take a short break, and then we'll be back with the match number 4 for the day. Welcome back once again. As we said, we'll be back in a jiffy, and indeed we are with the PUBG Mobile Pro Series, or Pro Scrims, whatever you want to call it out. The Brazilian action is on the way. It is presented by Ruthless Esports. We are looking for a prize pool of $300. The split is absolutely amazing, of $125 for the first position, $100 for the second one. The third position is going to get $75 as well. So the top 3 positions are going to get the prize pool along with the experience. What the other, I guess, teams are going to get is just the experience out of this particular matchup. As a caster, I usually say that either you win it or you learn from it. So this is a match, this is a moment, this is a series, this is a scrims in which these Brazilian invited teams can learn a lot, maybe bring back those glorified moments or glorified fights in the upcoming events of Ruthless Esports. That might actually happen in the near future. But apart from that, yes, 3 more matches are left right now from the week number 3. The match number, I guess, 13 is about to happen. We'll get to see what happens in this particular matchup. And before that, let me remind you, the map schedule is going to come in, and then we'll get to know which are the teams which have secured the first 3 chicken dinners, and which are the 3 teams which are going to bag out the next beautiful matchups, I guess. And in order to check out that, we have to know what kind of map is there, and how many maps are left to be precise. I guess we do have 3 maps, but what kind of shuffle is there in this particular matchup is going to be the really very important aspect of this particular fight. So looking forward to see what happens. And for now, waiting on the map to get started.
The wait is there for sure, because, well, I did point out the fact that Hornet Souls and Corinthians are having 2 extra matches as compared to what the hashtag 4 team and the hashtag 1 team is having. But let's head towards what the match schedule is like. So we started the day with Miramar, and Hornet Souls dominated it excellently well. But then we got Alpha 7 challenging Hornet Souls domination from the day with 19 eliminations that they got on board for themselves, which has made them quite unstoppable. Then we have GZM doing a good performance for themselves in the map of Miramar with 4 eliminations. Now we are left with 2 of ERANGELs and 1 of Miramar between these 2 ERANGELs. So we're going to go with the grass, then with the sand, and again take these sands to the grass and end this day and end this entire Pro Scrims. But let's talk about ERANGEL, the map of Classic, the map where you have all that you require to fight that excellent battle, the map where you grinded the first, the map which actually got you to the place where you are, the map where you will want to be going to places with ERANGEL. 60% of land, 40% of water. Are we gonna see a zone which actually ends in the water itself, Raider? That would be excellent one to be looked at. Yeah,
exactly. I would love to see that, but eventually, currently, the meta is, or should I say, the newer updates are denying that kind of situation even in the competitive scenario. I have not seen that coming in the classic one as well, and nor even the competitive maps are coming back like that with that kind of, let's say, meta. After the 2021, I guess I really have not seen that kind of a zone coming up where the last particular 9 zone is in the water body. It could be on the bridge, but not in the water body. But apart from that, let's see what happens for now in this particular matchup, because this is a beautiful map. As you said, this is the home ground of every other casual player or every other competitive enthusiast or every other guy who has ever installed the game BGMI or PUBG, which is pretty much similar. BGMI is just the Indian version of this particular game. But right now, moving up ahead to the fact that the flight path is going to come in, Echo Boy, take the lead and let us know where the flight path is going to come from.
Well, thank you very much for me to be the pilot of this particular game, the particular match, the particular map. This is going to be Echo Boy, the flight pilot, taking C-130 all the way through these grasslands with me. Co-pilot Raider will want to share this journey, and we will want all the audience to get on board and enjoy this with us. The flight starts all the way from the western sides of Gadka, going between Razak and School. We are going to touch a bit of the southern sides of Yashnaya Polyana and going to end towards the eastern sides of the same. Quite a good flight trajectory, but it's still not going to be easy for the teams who really want to go to the regions of military base, which means we might be able to see the chaos that we saw in the first game of ERANGEL of the day, where we definitely saw Flamingo capitalizing and XTEAM getting a bit choked. Will we see a similar action again? I really hope we actually get to see something like that.
Looking forward to see if we get the action done or not. But yes, once again, we are going to miss out the team which was known as Black Dragons. Really hope that they are actually going to be back in the last two matches to be precise, so that we can showcase, or we can see as well, what kind of impact those teams are going to bring to the table. But Alpha 7 Esports playing their last match out of this whole series. Really hope that this last match is going to be quite a fruitful one. But look at that, once again the PUBG gods are playing the mind games, and this circle is looking quite auspicious, because at least 50% of the water body is there in the circle, and eventually 50% of the land mass is left. So the teams which are trying to rotate for the military base island should actually just run for the money and just go for it and keep the bridge. A lot of teams are going to focus on that, because look at that, Team Predators, even though they are actually having some decent loots, they are actually having some decent areas to loot on. They're actually gathering those vehicles so that they can rotate towards military base island or military base bridge, so that they can gatekeep it once they get the utilities like guns and right scopes or stuff like that. On the other corner, if we talk about Sci-Fi Gaming as well, they are also going to go for the Novo Ripnoy Bridge. That's absolutely amazing. And apart from that, this is match number 13, the map of ERANGEL, and we do have a fight, I guess, in the areas of Rozhok between Rise Esports and Knife and Skull. There could be a possible situation of a clash coming in. Loops Esports are the farthest team from this circle, and Storm Gaming on the other corner have also decided to do the same as did the Team X. They're also actually approaching. Oh, Zebra Master. That is the team Zebra Master, which is rotating from Pochinki, having 4 vehicles and trying to rotate as fast as that's possible to the military base island. A lot of teams are trying to contest over there. They're in a race towards that location. And even Soul, Honored Souls to be precise, is also going to go for the gliding situation and take the gliders all the way to the military base island. So looting the vicinities of military base island is going to be a little bit tough for these guys. Even Team Predators is also in a fight right now. Seems like that Zebra Masters players are actually going to be pretty much close to them. So there could be a clash, there could be a resulting fight in this situation, but all we can do is just expect and make speculations. I guess for Alpha 7 Esports, if they are actually going to get some kind of boats, a PG-117, they can approach from completely western side to the particular circle, or maybe survive a bit more. That could be the approach. We have seen teams from SA Action doing that. But is it going to happen in the Brazilian region? That's the big question.
Questions are a lot. Answers are yet to be revealed. What I'm more excited about is that we are not going to see Alpha 7 in this one, which means it's going to be for Honored Souls to shine brighter than the star that there is, or the sun that we are looking at. But for now, Team Storm Esports, what an amazing gameplay from their side. What an amazing game display from their side. I really am in love with the kind of performance that they're bringing on table for today. But Knife and Skull did struggle a bit in this week, but they have proven themselves on why they are here, which is something really, really amazing to be looking at. But for now, we have TH looting has got his loot as much as he might require to begin a fight with. But looks like
Oh,
Storm Nod is going to get chased. Zebra
dude.
Masters are going to be right behind him. Here comes the seat change. The shots on target, but not on him, but on his vehicle. Now he regroups with his teammate. It's going to be a 2v2. Are we actually going to see Zebra Masters coming through? I believe not. They are actually turning their vehicles. But on the other side, we definitely saw a knock, which I believe was on smoke through Knife and Skull, or the other way around. I
Yeah,
guess
indeed.
Rise was there.
Right.
Rise, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Okay. So yeah, multiple teams are trying to rotate and multiple teams are trying to be in the fight right now. And this is Rise Esports indeed. They are actually
Yeah.
coming up with a knockout. Rise versus Knife and Skull. Morale might
Yes.
not be able to survive because look at that. The angle that he has been knocked on. He's in a trouble right now, to be honest. TH on the other corner also comes up with a smoke so that he can actually get the cover for Morale, but already gets appointed with some good shots onto him. Morale might actually get the revival. He's in a very open space. Some shots are being landed. TH is having a nade in his hand. Okay, the smoke is actually going to be there. And there is a slam coming from Rise Esports' Gary X. Otherwise, I guess the eliminations could not be possible. And yes, eventually the slam is going to be a fruitful one. Maybe they are actually going to back out the whole elimination, but there is a guy on the back end who is going to land some good shots as well. Gary X could be dumbfounded with a shot on the back end, and that is going to be the guy known as Senra Niga. So let's see what happens from his corner. Is he going to take him down or not? That's a big question. Mufasa comes up with a nade, but that nade from Niga, that nade from Senra was absolutely amazing. Team Knife and Skull, Senra was so chaotic, was so on point with the nade, was able to find one. Can he actually take down the other guy? That's a big question right now. The Lamborghini has been summoned. Yes, they have got the rotations done, but he is going to finish off first of all. The job is done. Niga is not just going to rip him down, but also going to land some good shots onto the crates. But another beautiful shot is awaited. Mohsin Nagard in the hand. I really doubt that this is going to connect. This is going to be fatal, man. This is going to be very fatal, I believe. Okay, he has switched to the SP97. Now things might be fruitful for him. Apart from that, 7 on the other corner is also going to come in with some good barrel shots. Indeed, the barrel shots are going to get connected. That's absolutely amazing. Now he's waiting for the shots to come in. Nunes on the other corner finds one. That's going to be Kazuto. From the right hand corner, Nunes also gets compromised. So this is not looking good. 7, can he actually come up with a revival? That's a big question right now. But yes, we have to look into the fact that the other guy with the shotgun is still awaiting a knockout. So yes, let's see what happens for now. The revival is going to come in there, and what Senra is going to do is just wait for a long period of time, learn where the enemy is, and get the audio cues as well. But the shots are there. That's it. Niga also gets taken down. I mean, Senra gets taken down at the same exact moment. Now Rise Esports is definitely going to survive out of this. But the last man standing, that's going to be TH. Now he is onto the crosshairs. What is this? Senra, do you want a revival? Yeah, there we go.
I guess Rise wanted to revive him and then knock him back, and then revive him and knock him back. But Sendra can't get revived by the opponent, can he? So Rise, some fun. Definitely lost Mufasa in this battle, but they are happy to take 2 down of the equations in the team of Knife and Skull. So they have the man advantage right now. TH becomes the final person surviving. So I really want to see on what is with Kazuto. Okay, so he gets taken down right now. Nunes is off. Now it's all down to just one player, a 1v3 situation. I guess Rice is going to hunt them down because the kind of, the fun that they were having with Sendra, I'm sure Rice is up for some more action. It's going to be a 1v3 situation for this fellow over here. Spots one, tries to take a shot, none that got connected. He's going to rely on that shotgun which reloads after 2 shots taken. A lot of Molotovs that is to be exchanged. His position is definitely revealed, but he throws a Molotov in exchange to stop the rush that is coming through. Is he going to execute in an old-fashioned way, or is he going to go a merry-go-round against his entire building and try to survive as much as possible and probably execute a 1v3? That's a question, and I want an answer really quick.
He is just waiting. Oh, he has got the still K as you said, but can he connect? That's a big question right now, although he's just getting connected with the shots. Oh, that was a damn good knockout coming up. That was a brilliant jump shot from his corner, but it was 3 guns onto 1 gun. It's done, man. Knife and Skull has been eliminated. Rise Esports is going to back out 4 amazing finishes. Yes, they have to move on to the zone, and Alpha 7 Esports is also trying their level best to make their way into the zone. Although Team Predators along with Team Zebra Master is going to gatekeep them, and that is exactly the situation that is happening right now. But there is another set of knockout coming up. It feels like that there are going to be a lot of takedowns at the same exact moment, but Honored Souls have made themselves comfortable. in the vicinity of military base, and that's going to be quite good for them because the next few circles is definitely going to be a little bit close to the military base, if not in the exact compound. That is going to be quite close. The next circles are going to be quite advantageous for teams like Honor Soul. Sci-Fi on the other corner has made their way through the boats, through the vehicles. They have actually made their way in the circle, but Alpha 7 Esports, they are about to receive some good shots. Indeed, they get attacked. Indeed, they get damaged quite a bit. But Team Predators, now they are in a trouble because player 2, that is the only guy which is trying to survive over there. And it's a 1v3 situation for the guy. Player 3, player 2, and every other guy from Team Predators is now going to regroup. Maybe that's a possible situation. But player 2 manages to knock one down. That's absolutely amazing. Revo top actually gets traded off. At the exact moment, there is another trade coming up from Maploso. The knockout comes in. The finish is exactly going to be there. That's absolutely amazing. Not just a knockout, the finish will be there. But the other guys from Team Predators are also cooking up some good nades. They are trying to cook n number of nades so that they can get the knockout, so that they can get the fights done. Oh, Sena on the other corner gets popped off with a nade, and this is the moment where they can actually come up with some good knockouts. But the trade is there. Player 2 is also getting attacked from multiple corners. There could be another set of Molly, but before that, he has to repatch himself. That's the only case where he's going to survive. Seems like that. Another retaliation nade comes in, but player 3 finds another one. That's going to be Revo top, and now it seems like that fight could not be that much favorable. Oh, that was a brilliant shot coming from the guy. Player 2, another guy once again changing the pace of the game. One good volley, one good nade, it could be changing the pace, but there we go. The retaliation is there. That's absolutely amazing. Kerelo is back in the game, has got the Groza. 1v1 is there. Oh, gets shut down by player 2. Player 2 was able to do a 1v2-1 Alpha 7 Esports. But seems like that there is another team that is going to be EYC Gaming, which wanted to have the fruitful advantage of this particular fight, and they are looking forward to take that, because now player 5 is the last man standing. He could be approaching toward the military base island so that he can survive a bit more, because if he fights right now, it could be really risky for him to take it in their favor. And look at that, player 5 already rotating. He's already trying to actually just flee away from this situation and secure some good points.
But I'm still wanting to know from the sides of I guess Yellow, who was holding the petrol pumps in the backside. He definitely spotted the players, but I don't know why he didn't take the shot. But his teammates definitely confirmed those finishes. It's been bagged, but I was definitely hoping that it happened from the other sides. But on the meanwhile, while I was talking about that fight, another fight emerged, and Sci-Fi is going to be dominating this one. Storm taken by a Storm. Sci-Fi with no man loss is going to survive and is going to have themselves in the top 12 for now. Flamingo is playing 3-man. That's quite surprising to be looking at, because if they actually play their cards right, they could have actually ended in the top 5 in the table. But for now, Alpha 7 is off. Hornet Souls and Corinthians both have an advantage of 2 games each as compared to Alpha 7, or probably now they have 3, I don't know. But let's talk about INCO versus Rise. Gets picked. Okay, it's going to be from the sides of Noons. So this fight is going to be all out against INCO versus Rise. Let's see who's going to dominate. For now, it looks like Rise is going all out and all aggressive on INCO.
The aggression is there, but INCO, can they revert back the aggression in their favor? That's a big question right now, because Rise Esports, they definitely have got the manpower out of this particular fight. Nineveh has been taken down. The revival is pretty much out of question. And look at that. Gary X comes up with the vehicle, rushes him down, but the retaliation could be the INCO Vitali on the other corner also gets shaken down, but that's it. It's done. I guess Nunes was the one who was able to back it out. Becker also gets chases with the vehicle. I guess Becker, man oh man, he was about to secure a fight, but then eventually gets crushed with the vehicle. And now he's out of equation just like that. INCO Gaming definitely try their level best to survive, but eventually the survival is not going to be that easy, because Rise Esports is there hunting for them. 15 more seconds to go. After that, the third play zone is going to shrink it down. So let's see how far the third play zone is going to be there, what kind of impact third zone is going to bring to the table. Although we do have a lot of teams trying to gatekeep, although we do have a lot of teams trying to actually get the angles in the favor. For example, EYC is trying to gatekeep Rise right now. Some other team is going to gatekeep EYC as well. Meanwhile, Zebra, they have got the compounds of this particular area, which is known as military base, definitely have the strong areas in the favor. I would love to see where the 4th zone is, but before that, we have to see the shrink coming in the third one.
A lot of fights that's happening simultaneously. A lot of fights that we were expecting a particular team to capitalize, but it was the other one. But oh, that's a legendary entry. Honored Souls they are playing it like a boss. They have that momentum. They know they can do it, and they know they will want to do it. It's against Sci-Fi for now, but Hornet Souls is looking strong. They have all their players alive. Rise is right now at the second position. We are able to see that they have topped Hornet Souls for now with 8 finishes and just one player lost. Rise is coming back. Rise is again rising to the place that they were. But Hornet Souls is not going to leave it just like that, because they have actually matched by far, and both the teams are going head on head against for that second and third position. And these both teams are capable also to dethrone the A7 Esports, because, well, if they do not have more matches left as compared to Rise and Souls, who have 2 more extra matches in total. But for now, Brazilian Killers somewhere lurking in the bottom of the table right now outside the zone will want to get inside. We do have Rise also outside the zone. It is all thanks to the fight that they were committing against INCO. It was fruitful for them, but will it be advantageous for them will it be an advantage for them to rotate late inside the zone, or is it going to be a disadvantage because we might be seeing teams gatekeeping them? Well, it's just the time that is going to tell us all those things. But is this the right way to move inside the zone? One vehicle.
Whenever you rotate at the later stages, I guess the impact of the zone is definitely going to be there. But then again, as you said, a lot of teams are also going to gatekeep you. So that is the case. One has to be remembering. And yes, you can take the late rotations, but only in the first and second play zone. But after that, I guess the third, fourth, fifth play zone, the damage is way too high. You will not be able to recuperate with it and eventually be fulfilled with the impact of the boosters that you are going to impact on your particular body. So that's definitely a big thing. Rotating before the third circle outside the particular zone, and then eventually coming back to the circle before the third circle gets compromised, I guess that is a good thing. But after that, if you rotate like in the fourth circle, if you're trying to still be outside the circle, that can impact quite a bit. So that is the case. But before that, Flamingo Esports, Brazilian Kills gets a fall damage. I really don't know where he is going to fall from and what kind of impact is that. Brazilian Killers, one good member has been shut down by Sci-Fi. Seems like that there was a battle between Sci-Fi and Brazilian Killers, and that was a very good spray coming in, and due to which Gabiru is pretty much pinned over there. I would love to see that what Gabiru is going to bring to the table, but seems like that he has been knocked out as well, and the finish is going to be there, and the last man standing is going to be Hideki. The northwestern area, or should I say the northwestern ridge of Sosnoka military base, is pretty much favored at this point, as you can see. So all the teams are trying to regroup over there, maybe find that safe haven, maybe find that advantage of this particular circle. Let's see how far the advantage is going to go, because there are a hell lot of teams which are trying to hunt for the fights and survive a bit more. We do have Team Zebra Master surviving. We do have teams like Sci-Fi Esports having those angles done. GZM Esports is also not unable to survive a lot. So look at that. The knockouts are coming in. Their players are actually getting traded off. We do have 10 teams surviving in the game, but all those 10 teams are in the pressure. Zebra Master meanwhile finds one. Solotov is going to bag out a beautiful knockout onto Zebra Masters. Alpha 7, as we saw in the last matchup as well, they got eliminated with 129 points. That is the score. That is the amount of points everybody has to fetch for right now if they want to become the champion. Oh, that last shot, that was absolutely amazing. Wasn't able to knock him down, but indeed the shot was absolutely peaky, a sneaky one. Now he wants to fall back. Within definitely wanted to fall back. He was able to do so. CLO comes up with a beautiful nade. That was BO, if I'm not wrong, with a beautiful nade. Sci-Fi on the other corner finds Hugo. Zebra Master is about to get eliminated. Seems like that, because they don't have the right angles, they don't have the right covers. They are already getting pressurized from multiple corners. The nades are being there. Oh, that DPS. Will it connect? I really doubt it. And yes, exact, the connection is not there. Last man standing from Zebra Master is a little bit far away. He's trying to just flee from the situation. Gets spotted at the same exact moment. Shot is there, and Zun, EYC, a beautiful takedown of Zebra Masters. And with that, EYC is going to bag out 8 amazing finishes. That's absolutely amazing. Meanwhile, Rise is also hunting for their 9th.
Well, EYC just got done with one fight, but they will have to be alert, because there are other teams who in this vicinity who heard to the gun sounds. They will be wanting to third party and capitalize on this entire situation, but only time is going to tell us. I mean, time is going to tell us a lot of stories, and we are over here to narrate the same to you all. So if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, please do go ahead and smash that red color button that you're able to see, and do not forget to like the stream. This is going to be Echo Boy with Raider, joining with you all, the fellows who are watching on Ruthless Hype Esports presents PUBG Mobile Pro Scrims Brazil region. But while I was telling about all this, Loops gets taken away from this particular game from the sides of Flamingo. Flamingo is happy, but I would be more happy if all the 4 men were playing this game. But for now, Hornet Souls. Hornet Souls is all inside this game, all inside this zone. And they are definitely looking great out there for now.
They are, but let's see. Will they be able to bag out the advantage of having that survival point as well? Because yes, they do have the center POI, but then again, they are also becoming the center of attraction for n number of teams. And I really doubt that the zone is going to come in military base. I think that the zone is actually going to get in an open space. So I guess that's what the call out is all about. Maybe they are going to shift very soon. But before that, Sci-Fi is going to land a mark on Brazilian Killers. But look at where Brazilian Killers is holding. Usually when we play classic match, we do see some holds, some campers sitting over there. No offense to Brazilian Killer right now. Yes, he is the solo man standing, so definitely he has to go with it. But yeah, I have seen multiple teams getting shattered with the guy sitting on that particular top barrage and getting some good knockouts. I would love to see what happens when somebody enters that particular area, because that is a kill box that has been created by Brazilian Killers, last man standing. That's Scary X, I guess. But Sci-Fi, they're hunting. The 9 finishes are there in their favor. They're waiting for the right opportunity to get more. Rise Esports' Nunes on the other corner also compromises one. Flamengo Esports' guy is actually going to get shut down. But I don't think so. He's going to go far away, because we do have EYC trying to counter every other attack that is there. Mio on the other corner gets the revival. Now they're going to move forward in the circle. Another beautiful spray comes in. Toiko is the one man who's trying to rip apart one more guy. Brazilian Killers meanwhile get shattered. I wanted to see that POI, but wasn't able to do that. But that's it, guys. News on the other corner also gets confirmed. Rise Esports is done for well. Oh, that Khan 98 shot. I'm waiting on the shot to get connected. But yes, it was there, and eventually not that on point. And now the position of that particular guy, which was sitting beyond that area, is also compromised. And that's exactly what Diogo used and was able to put one more down. Seems like that EYC is going to take another beautiful finish. Flamengo is just completely trying to bail out from this situation. Was successful for a moment. I don't know how far they will be able to go, but whenever they are going to get spotted, they might be shattered. Look at that. Flamingo Stoico barely surviving, running for his life like just hell at this point. But right now, if I talk about Cielo, the Groza in the hand, that's the exact Groza that Kirillo was using, I believe. And let's see what happens for now. The nades, the impacts, the smokes, everything is there. Flamingo Stoico, who has been knocked out, is actually going to get finished off soon enough, sooner than later. The other guys are also going to get finished off, because the last man standing of this team might not be able to fetch out the chicken, and that is really very important for them. But yeah, Rise Esports and teams like EYC, they wanted to counter, out of which Rise Esports is already done. EYC is still surviving. BO gets a lot of damage. Sci-Fi on the other corner is also stuck on the edge. But Honor Souls, which was sitting quite comfortably, that nobody is going to backstab them or nobody is going to punish them from the back end, now is in a trouble, because Sci-Fi Esports is already there trying to get the residue of this fight.
Well, it's all down to this particular zone number 5, where the C building is being captured by Hornet Souls. Behind them, we're able to see Sci-Fi. On the top, we're able to see Toiko surviving all by himself, with his counterpart being knocked. Will soon to be confirmed. He's bleeding to death there. Fox. He's watching EYC moving left, right, center, but not for long. He's been done. He's been eliminated, and the point definitely goes to the player who knocked them. Diego on the other side definitely shines from the left. For now, the fight is going to be against SCCP versus EYC. Both the teams are actually using the vehicles to just spot the enemies, but is this going to be fruitful for them? Because what I was able to see is that buggy had a punctured vehicle, where meanwhile Diego gets spotted. Mango Rosa uses that LMG3 gun, the machine gun, which is going to start and not stop until those bullets are getting penetrated through, and that penetration has been against EYC, and 2 players of those lineup has been taken down. And then comes another amazing knock from the sides of Mango Rosa. But on the other side, we're able to see Hornet Souls wanting to be part of this particular fight that is against SYC and Hornet Corinthians. Hornet Souls, definitely gets one picked, but I believe there's another knock that might just come in as well. But EYC is struggling to get inside the zone, while Corinthians is having a 2-2 split. Knocks have been coming multiple from the multiple sides. Flamingo is out of this particular game. It's all about 4 teams, 11 players right now, with EYC and Corinthians kind of struggling to get inside the zone.
Well, they are struggling. Let's see how far those struggles are going to be there as a fruitful approach, to be honest. But if I talk about SCCP, yes, they are actually in trouble. Manga Rosa is coming up with a revival from Midstorm. Here's the revival is done. That's absolutely amazing. With that revival, can they actually come back even Raja? Yeah, the spotted is Bio I guess has been spotted. Brunozin tried his level best to appoint those amazing shots, but was unsuccessful in it. I guess the last one standing is actually going to get countered by the play zone, but before that, he's trying his level best to heal himself. Orange Soul could be spotting him, but yeah, that's done. Sci-Fi Esports is member. What a beautiful trade fire from his corner. He was sitting on the top of that particular tower that we usually not loot in the last few circles. But eventually, whatever you get is going to be in your favor. And that's Lorenzen for you guys, who is going to have the advantage of that particular tower. But bit by bit, the tower is running out of the areas. So Lorenzen has to approach. He is in top 3. There is a battle between 3 giants. That's SCCP, Sci-Fi, and Honored Souls. Both of, I mean, the trio of these teams are trying to fight for those top 3 positions, to be precise. Having the first position might not be that easy, but yes, having the, I guess, second or third position, that could be the call out for these guys. Lorenzen on the edge is still having the zone advantage. That's absolutely amazing. He's still going to have the height advantage in his favor as well. So looking forward to see what happens now, because that's an open zone coming in, but he has been spotted. Lorenzen has been spotted. He's cooking up a nade. I don't know how far that nade is going to impact, but he is definitely trying to go with it.
Well, the nades are definitely going to be exchanged. It's going to be a grenade parade, or probably I must say a utility parade that we might be able to see, because right now what is in demand is the smokes that is required to get inside the zone. Hornet Souls requires it, whereas from the other side, SCCP is as well surviving, but they're having the top position. They have the top, the upper angle advantage, but they will also have to shift a bit towards their western sides. And on the other side, we are able to see Sci-Fi. Sci-Fi is also having a position which Hornet Souls is not aware, but Nino now gets aware about who might as well be there to be punishing. But is Lorenzen even planning to get inside the zone? Looks like after he has shot those bullets, he wanted to look after himself with a healing game, but that doesn't really work out for Sci-Fi. That is done and dusted for Sci-Fi right now. But we are down to just 2 teams, Corinthians versus Souls, and both these teams are going to go head on against each other. It's going to be a 3v4. We have a flank angle that's being prepared from the sides of SCCP. Hornet Souls playing with that old-fashioned 2-2 split, but the airdrop that gets picked up. LMG3 in the hand. Rafina trying to get one player knocked, but that's going to be Ratu Boy starting with the popping Mango Rosa through the smokes, trying to connect few bullets. Manages to do that. Hornet Souls sweeps this winner chicken dinner for themselves with 5 total finishes, climbing the leaderboard. Very happy with their performance, but they have 2 more matches and they have to prove themselves on why they deserve the #1. Will A7 be challenged? I am definitely looking forward to it.
Right now, they're coming a little bit closer to the 100-point marker, and that's absolutely amazing. Back-to-back, not back-to-back, I believe, but eventually back-to-back in the map of ERANGEL. Seems like that they've secured that beautiful chicken dinner. That was absolutely amazing. I guess the first match was in the favor of MIRAMAR, where they were able to back out the 26-pointer, and right now it's ERANGEL. So they have shown that in both of those maps, they're credible, they're capable, and they have secured the 2nd position right now. No questions asked, no answer given at this point. It's an 18-pointer game from the corner. 13-26 is going to be the number of damage that they were able to dish out. This is match number 13. Just 2 more matches to go, and with that, the whole situation of this particular fight is going to get over. And moving up here, let's talk about the MVP as well. We'll get to know very soon who is the MVP of this particular matchup. Is it going to be a guy from Team Honored Soul, or is it some other guy? We'll have to check out with that. But before that, this is the individual summary of these guys which have secured the chicken dinner. For example, if I talk about Nino, 3 eliminations. 440 is going to be the damage. 1 assist from his corner as well. Retuboy on the other corner also secured 3 eliminations with 352 of a damage, no assists. And for Artisan, what he secured was 1 elimination and 330 of a damage. And Rafina, the other guy, the 4th one from Team Honored Souls, was also able to secure 1 elimination with a damage of 204. That's absolutely amazing. The status is looking quite well at this point for Team Honored Souls. Would love to see what kind of impact is there in the overall ranking. And before that, we have to check out a lot more summaries like MVP, the teams to watch, the match statistics, the particular areas of match summary as well. So a lot of things are there to watch, to actually talk about. But first of all, let's go to the teams to watch so that we can know which are the top 4 teams which made the dent in this lobby. First of all, it is going to be Honored Souls with 5,595 meters of a rotation, 15 nades, 13 smokes, and then 1 airdrop advantage was also there from this team. Sci-Fi Esports on the other corner was able to cross over just a bit from 10 kilometers of rotation, and what they had were 8 nades and 9 smokes from their perspective as well. EYC Gaming on the other corner secured a rotation of 9,000 plus meters, and 22 nades from the corner, 31 smokes. The MVP is going to be Rise Esports' Nunes with 5 eliminations. 876 is going to be the damage. 2 throwables being used, 3 assists also delivered. So this is the kind of guy which we were talking about. Rise Esports once again showcasing their talent in the game.
5 eliminations, that's really good for Team Rise, but they got picked up really soon in the game. Are they going to be holding that hashtag too? I really doubt so for now. But in contest, we definitely saw Corinthians and Hornet Souls, and both of these teams are going to try their best to be there, out there, trying to get the best possible. With 8 eliminations and 10 finish points, Hornet Souls with 18 points, trying to close the gap that they have against Alpha 7. 2 more games. Let's see. They had about 70 points, and now this is going to give them a total of 88 as compared to Alpha 7 having 128 points, roughly about 40 points. It's achievable, but Hornet Souls will have to be a bit more aggressive in the next 2 games and also at the same time survive. It's going to be a combination of both. Then we have Sci-Fi Esports and EYC Gaming getting at 2 and 3 respectively with 16 and 15 points respectively. Then we have Rise Esports, we have Corinthians, Flamingo Esports, Team Predators, Knife and Skull, Alpha 7 Esports, INCO Gaming, Loops, Brazilian Killers, Storm Gaming, GZM Esports, and Zebra Masters. The 3 teams in the bottom, they have not secured a single point, but the match summary for these individuals are going to be in such a way where Rise Noons is going to take away the highest eliminations and also be the one who has given the highest damage. While it comes to the assistance to his team, it's going to be Sci-Fi Deflex. That is the guy who will be securing the hashtag 1 position for this particular match with 4 assistants. Then we have Rise 7, who has healed himself up the most. And then we had another player that I missed that for sure. But match statistics, we have 53 total elimination, 96 06 total healings, 50 knockouts, 188 troubles used, 3 drops looted, 1 being at the end circle where we saw Hornet Souls taking that LMG3 to be prepared for the battle. Then we have 8 headshots that got connected to be eliminating a player. 12 total rescues and 326 longest elimination distance. That's going to be registered from the sides of EYC Gaming. Diego is the guy.
Indeed, he is. 326 meters. That's a huge distance to be covered up in an elimination. That is absolutely amazing. Coming back to the overall ranking, let's see what kind of impact Hornet Souls made. Oh, they are pretty close to the 100-point marker, and now they can actually chase out Alpha 7 Esports from the first position. So looking forward to see what happens in the next 2 matches. If Hornet Soul is going to be consistent enough, they can seriously bag out that beautiful hashtag 1 position in the favor, because now the buffer is not more than 35-36 points. So it is doable, no doubt on that. Corinthians on the other corner, 86 points, Rise Esports 80. Well, all the matches for Rise Esports, Alpha 7 Esports, Loops Esports is done. So it's done for them, I guess. They are bidding table to the week number 3. Yeah.
Now, what I want to add over here is Flamingo Esports, Storm Gaming, and Influence Gaming. All these 3 teams have 73, 70, and 60 points. Okay, let's talk about Influence Gaming a bit later. But Flamingo Esports and Storm Gaming can overthrow Loops and Rise Esports to secure 4th and 5th position. And if they're going to play their A game, which comes up with 2 more games that they have, then probably they finish top 3. But for Corinthians and Hornet Souls, both of them have an equal opportunity to go all out, play the best game that they can. 95 points as against 124, 128. It's still achievable. Hornet Souls is really close to get that hashtag 1. Let's see if they're able to do. But from 9 to 16, we have GZM with 55, EYC Gaming with 53, Sci-Fi with 53, INCO Gaming with 50, Knife and Skull with 46, Zebra Masters with 45, Brazilian Killers with 42, and Mandrakes with 32. All these teams just having EYC Gaming playing the 12 matches that they had are the only team that in the second page. But other teams have 2 more matches, which means we might be seeing EYC Gaming drop a bit more. But the trouble where it actually begins at is where teams like XTEAM, Team Predators, Smoke Esports, and Black Dragons are still at 17, 18, 19, and 20. It looks like Black Dragons have not made it today. They have decided to back out, maybe. That is, and it's okay. Probably they had some technical issues, or probably they had some prior commitments to be done. It's okay. It's fine. But I am really excited with the gameplay that is going to come from all the teams that are in the top 8 list, and it's going to be fun. But the fun is going to begin after a short break. We'll come back with 2 more games. Don't go anywhere. Stick to the screen because Echo Boy over here and Raider are going to meet you back soon after this short break. Ladies and gentlemen, in about 50 seconds, we are going to have this map of Miramar to begin. This is going to be Echo Boy and Raider. We didn't have you on the caster desk is because we wanted you to see on what is coming next, and that is going to be the map of Miramar, the map of Sands. The 8 into 8 kilometer map with 80% of this map covered with the land and 20 with the water. What is it going to bring for teams like Hornet Souls and EYC Gaming is done. Rise Esports is still there. Rise Esports is also done. Corinthians is there. Okay, so I'm excited. I guess that is why I'm actually not really sure with what I'm saying. But Raider, over to you. 15 seconds, and this match is going to begin.
Oh, indeed it is. But right now, let's see what kind of impact these teams are actually going to bring to the table. I really hope that the flight path is going to be a centric one, because Miramar is a map where we usually see a lot of shift coming up, and a lot of fights, to be precise, are there right now. But all said and done, coming back to the page where the flight path is going to be there, I'm excited for that situation to be there. To be honest, if I talk about the aggression, that is going to be amazing. To be precise, if I talk about the takedowns, that is also going to be amazing. Hoping that the flight path will be starting very soon. Is it going to be a diagonal one? Is it going to be a vertical one? That is a big question right now. But yes, apart from that, the initiation of this particular fight is going to be quite amazing. Remember, guys, this is PUBG Mobile Pro Scrims. Brazil is the region which we are talking about. Coming up next is the map of Miramar, as we said. And the last one is going to be, I guess, ERANGEL to sum up the whole event. But before that, look at that. From Los Igos to the El Pozo, to the El Azhar, I guess. El Azhar, yeah, that is the place. From Los Igos till the El Azhar, that's an interesting area to talk about. That's an interesting flight path, to be precise. And there we go, exactly like that. Los Igos, Los Leones, La Bendita, Minas Gerais, areas like that are there in the concern. And then eventually we do have El Azhar. And at the last, we have areas like Tierra Bronca and Campo Militar as well. I really have not seen any other team jumping in that areas like Campo Militar, although it's a very huge area to loot with. But then you are pretty much far away from the circle, because we have not seen a lot of circles being formed on that particular edge, or should I say the northern eastern edge, to be precise. So yeah, the teams are actually going to have a lot of trouble over there. But I would love to see what kind of impact these teams will bring to the table, because we do have areas like Chomacera where a clash might be there. We do have Villa del Mar where the teams are trying to near out. Like Brazilian Killers is there. One good member from Team Predator is also trying to move at the same way. But Team Predators is a team which usually loves to jump in a very separate way. Look at that. One player is there in the Los Igos compound. The other one is trying to be a little bit more farther away. And player 3 is also trying to find some good vehicles. Exactly the same situation is what Team X is having right now. Papa Kill is there. We do have players like Igor trying to get as many as vehicles as possible. So this kind of split can impact quite a bit. It can actually have an adverse effect onto these teams. But this is what they are trying to actually choose with. So let's go with it.
Well, the time is what will tell us on how this story is going to be. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is a very terrific zone. Most teams are outside, few teams are inside. We have Smoke and INCO going against each other yet again. Both these teams, somewhere on the second page, And both these teams just are over here to prove their territory. I mean, prove that this territory is theirs. We have Kuna being surrounded by 2 players of INCO. We have a 2v2 situation in the red buildings with one man playing the role of sniper or the flanker, but Nito gets spotted. Squash squeezes out all the health that he had. Nito is on his knees. No mark of revival. On the other side, we see Kuna. Vitali has been taken down. Nenebeti trying to, make sure that he is there to survive, but he gets taken down as well. 1v2 from the sides of Kuna. INCO definitely started positive, but looks like they are the ones who are going to have a back foot situation over here with just 2 players surviving. It looks really dangerous for INCO right now. It's a 1v1 situation. Who's going to capitalize? It's going to be the INCO Becker. He takes down one of the equation. Now it's actually a 2v2 situation. Kuna is surviving. Squash is really low on HP, and we will want to see on who is actually going to claim this territory. It's an head-on-head fight.
Indeed it is, and in order to get the result of this head-on-head fight, I guess we have to just check out how far these teams are actually going to build their meta, because Nito's he's pretty much knocked out right now, it seems like that. If we talk about Kuna, he's on the back end. The nades are going to come from his corner, I believe. Nades and UMP45, that's all he has got in his hand. That is the only kind of, let's say, gun that he's going to have, or the only kind of impact that he's going to make. But Nithos, he's going to get bleeded out, and that's exactly what is going to happen. Look at that, 15 teams, 54 players, and already a lot of bloodbath is already there in the game. Picardo is the area where Smoke and INCO usually come up with a drop clash, and seems like that, no, I guess not even a single team is going to get the advantage of this particular fight, because Smoke, although they are going to lose their 3 members, they have made it possible to shut down 2 members of INCO as well. It could be a 1v2 situation coming in. I really think that could be possible, because we have seen these guys doing that exceptionally well. So would love to see what happens right now. If the 1v2 will be there, mind it guys, it would be a first 1v4 in this particular day by a particular guy, because this is going to be really very important for Kuna. What he has is an AKM along with the UMP45, I believe. Both of them are just trying to actually go by side, I guess, so that they cannot actually be stuck in a fight or stuck in a very off angle, so to be precise. So let's see what kind of impact these guys are going to bring to the table. Yes, the sprays are there. Maybe we'll be able to find one. The damage is definitely there. Squash, oh, Squash gets taken on. That's the momentum I was talking about. This is the momentum. Oh, the sprays, can it actually happen? Is it possible, guys? What do you think? Oh, the sprays are there. Look at that, the damage is way too high. Seems like that Kuna is actually going to back out a 1v2. Let's see what is possible right now. One last shot, one good takedown, that could be it. Kuna has to go for the reload so that he can come back even stronger in the game. But the FPP mode has been switched. Becker on the other corner is going to heal himself. Yes, the healing is pretty much ready, I guess. He's going to finish one off. Okay, it's a 1v3. So that's done. It's a 1v3 pretty much overturned. The nade is getting cooked up. The healing is done. And now things might not be fruitful. But no, it is Kuna is going to back out a 1v4 in his favor. What a game from this guy. He has chosen the violence. And just like that, it's Smoky Esports backing the 4 finishes with the loss of 3 good members. But I'm happy to see this 1v4, to be honest.
1v4, ladies and gentlemen, the first time ever that I'm able to see from Ruthless IP Sports, Pubg Mobile Pro Series, Pro Scrims, Brazil region, Smoke Kuna. An amazing player out there. He does it. He does it. He does it in a very fashionable way. And he has definitely got the glory for his team. And Smoke has won my heart. Kuna has won my body, my mind, my soul, and everything that there could be. But talking about soul, they're still there in the game. They're still going for the chase of #1 position.
That could be the thing. Master on the other corner, they are waiting. They are trying their level best to approach for another beautiful fight right now. 14 teams, 52 players is what we have in this particular perspective. Team Predators, they have got players like player 3, player 2, player 5, player 4 is there. I'm missing player 1, I guess. But they're trying to approach for a rotation. And there is nobody who is trying to gatekeep them. There is nobody who is trying to contest them. So that could be a possible situation where the contestment is going to go. But let's see how far will they be able to go. Because this is the first zone which is going to get shrunken down. Pretty soon the first zone is going to get compromised. On its own, on the other corner, this is a very critical, this is a very viable team that we wanted to talk about. And this is the team which is trying their level best to minimize the gap between Alpha 7 and themselves. So it is quite possible. Chumasara is the region where they are looting. Nino is there with the open top Mirado. We do have players like Rafina, Reto Boy, and Artuzan as well. Oh, Artuzan, that minivan is not looking fruitful for this guy, but let's go. I guess the fights are something I'm expecting right now in this particular circle. This is just the first circle. We usually don't see a lot of fights in the first circle, and whatever we saw, the first 1v3 was just an added bonus of this kind of chaos. But moving up ahead, we just have to wait for the next one.
Well, that indeed was actually a 1v4. Kuna did that. But let's talk about Flamingo. Flamingo has 2 more matches to come to the top 5. They are somewhere in the top 8 right now. I believe they're on the 6th or the 7th position, and the teams that is above them are 2 teams which are already done and dusted for this particular scrims, for this particular week, for this particular day as well. So Alpha 7 is not going to come back. But on the other side, we see Influence CHEMIN, Little Boy. The aggression that Little Boy carries is not little, but it's quite huge. I will want to see on what is happening on the sides of Storm and Influence, but for now, what we're able to see is GZM trying to scope out on where Mangroza is. But here we are, Storm versus Influence CHEMIN. Storm not trying to give that cheeky peek, trying to get a knock. He's managed to do that, but on the other side, Law gets traded off. It's going to be Storm going to hold this well right now. Alazin coming up with a nade. Little Boy, we are aware about the kind of aggression that he carries, but a 1v4 and in such a vast open area, probably he'll have to choose the angles right. Not is right in front of him. He's going for the nade. He spots the player. He throws at him. Will this nade connect? Not really. It bounces back to the sides. Pereira gets few shots connected. Not gives that jump shot. With that, Influence CHEMIN gets picked up. It's done for Influence CHEMIN. They were at the hashtag 8 position with 60 finishes. Not gonna take any from here. Storm sweeps this cleanly for themselves. And we have Team Storm with 4 finishes. Looking confident. They want to finish this in a style that we remember. But it's gonna take a lot for them to actually do that. They are on the process. Right now, they are quite comfortable in the eastern sides. We are able to see Flamingo and GZM in the dead center. Corinthians trying to capture some relative areas as to GZM and Flamingo. From the south, we are able to see Zebra Masters rotating along with parallelly along with Mandrakes. We are able to see Knife and Skull just in the south. We are able to see 3 teams. Team Predators. We are able to see Team DW. That is Team XTEAM, that is there, who is also in the close vicinity. The chaos might just begin in the southern side. We will have to see on what happens there, but we'll talk about Mandrakes. Mandrakes had a really good, amazing beginning of this day number 3 that me and my co-caster will want to call it the Day of Judgment. But Raider, an amazing fight we got to see between Influence CHEMIN and Storm. Storm took Influence CHEMIN by a storm. It was a clean sweep. 4 finishes for Storm with no man loss, but Influence CHEMIN, who was holding the 8th position, might get tumbled down to the 2nd page.
I mean, this is the reason why I cannot call a team very dominating team, to be precise, because every now and then we see a dominating team falling short of life and getting delivered, getting taken down by some other team which is unable to perform in the previous matches. That shows how credible these teams are. Every team is actually going to have some kind of advantage in their favor. But right now, let me remind you once again, the groups that are fighting are Group B, C, D, and E. All the matches for Group A are already pretty much ended. So that's the case, guys, where they cannot actually gain any kind of points. All they are actually going to have is the prayers that whatever they have did in the first 12 matches that they were able to get in the game will be sufficient for them to hold on to their respective locations. But it seems like that even Alpha 7 Esports is now going to be worried, because there is a team like Honor Souls. They are definitely trying their level best to reach out to the markers, but there are some rotations coming in. Prata, meanwhile, would love to actually appoint some good shots, but I guess all he saw was a vehicle moving, not a player. But then Rafa and his teammates, the Zebra Masters to be precise, they're also trying their level best to be pretty much eager on taking those finishes. But the golden medal is like a prize, just like a winner chicken dinner. This is the prize that you usually get, and in this particular matchup, when we don't have Loops Esports to contest them, I guess this is the added advantage of the particular fight. But on the other corner, Senra finds one. Senra was able to take one down, and this is Team Knife and Skull, which is now trying to rip apart the team known as XTEAM. It will be a difficult fight for XTEAM, and all they are trying to do is just finding a favorable angle from which they can rely on and maybe revert back the attacks that is actually coming in onto them. Kazuto finds one. Oh, that was a very fatal shot coming up indeed. The last shot got connected. Minutely, I guess those shots were actually being there. If he would have been he would have been in the cover, I guess the survival would have been possible, but that's not the case right now. Papakil on the other corner also gets finished off. Knife and Skull are definitely looking strong for now, and they are able to rip apart one by one a team known as XTEAM. Another nade goes, and this might actually find a knockout. But yes, it was possible, but at the same moment, the trade was also there by Morale. Morale has been taken down, and the gun that is there in the hand is going to be UMP-45 with this guy. The mollies, the nades are getting cooked up, but still he's surviving. Another 1v1 could be there, trying to deliver the 1v1. Oh, the shot, man. The damage was absolutely there. Sci-Fi on the other corner finds from Team Brazilian Killers. The Gabilu has been taken down. Another 1v1. The Jiggles are there, but that's it. It's done. Knife and Skull was able to rip apart one more team, and that's going to be Team XTEAM. This is the first ever squad wipe from them in this particular matchup without a single man loss. But yes, the knockout was there. For a moment, I thought that Knife and Skull would be actually on a back foot, and no, that's not the case. The three teams which have been eliminated are going to be Influence, CHEMIN, INCO, and INCO, and apart from that, it's XTEAM. Smoke on the other corner is also on the verge of getting shattered because look at that. What they have is the single man standing. So that's going to be quite critical for them as a survival standpoint view. But this is it. The fight is coming up to a change. The next particular zone is going to shift in just 25 seconds. So the third zone is going to be quite critical for a lot of teams. GZM on the other corner. A fruitful match was there for them today. A chicken dinner indeed from their perspective. But right now they have to build more than that in order to secure some good position.
Well, GZM, one finish for now. They're looking good. They are at #9. They definitely have an opportunity to get to #8 with Influence CHEMIN being eliminated. It is surely possible. What I really want to see is how they are going to plan this out. When they really get the space to perform, they do it excellently well. Survival is what they should be looking at for now. And if they are able to do it, they are going to nail it. That's what I've seen from GZM. Their strongest points have always been to loot first without being, clashed or challenged at their drop. And then when they rotate, they wouldn't want any kind of hindrance happening at that place as well while they're rotating. And exactly after when they settle in a particular location, they perform excellently well. Right now, they're getting surrounded by three teams. Honored Souls. In the south, we are able to see Mandrakes, and in the northeastern sides, we are able to see SCCP. So a great opportunity for GZM now that they have been settled. They have the the corners available. I will definitely want to wait and watch on what is exactly going to happen. But for now, GZM starts. They spark it with Acid being knocked on his knees. That is Mandrakes, something to worry about.
Acid is down. The other one is trying to revive him and maybe bring back to the life. But from the back end, I guess there are some shots coming from GZM Esports, and they won't let it go that easily right now. They want to actually get as many as finishes as possible for now. There could be a backstab as well. Three teams. I guess this is the third zone, and there are three teams that are there in the map. It's Honored Soul, it is Mandrakes, and in close vicinity with them is GZM. Another zone is going to get shifted soon enough. Would love to see where the zone shift is going to go. But look at that. A lot of teams are there on the northern western region. So there is a possible fight-like situation coming in. But if the zone goes to the Krasl Valley region, oh, yes, it is. It's a centric one, but then it is shifting towards like eastern corners. So that's absolutely amazing because a lot of teams are going to be stuck outside the particular circles. SCCP is there in the center. Along with them, Storm Gaming is having the circle advantage. It's a subtle fight coming in, indeed. But the kind of knockouts that we're expecting right now are not coming in. Oh, that shot was indeed quite chaotic. Not able to knock him out, but definitely gave a beautiful damage onto his head. Honored Soul on the other corner has also decided to rotate. GZM Esports is also rotating. Number of teams are rotating right now so that they can find that safe haven and get as many ES points as possible. And this is a beauty at this point. This is the kind of beautiful fight that we expect a lot. The compound that these guys are going to slam on, look at that. A number of players are there right now. Is it a match of PUBG or is it a derby looking like situation right now? But Nino gets picked off by Bro777, and on the other corner, Frog also finds one. But the trade is oh, that was a huge 1v2 coming from Rafiza's corner, completely changing the pace of the game. If that 1v2 would have not been there, I guess the game would have been in the favor of GZM. Although GZM is still countering, but Hugo is the last man standing. Has to repass himself, has to heal himself. That is the only scenario where he's going to survive. But no, that's not the casualty. That is done. Rafina, a 1v3 from his corner. Now the revival is the only thing that has to happen right now so that they can survive. GZM Esports already shut down. Honor Soul is looking definitely quite good, but there could be a slam coming onto them, and if that happens, man, the things can change rapidly for those teams which are trying to compete with Alpha 7 Esports in the larger game. Alpha 7 Esports have already played their final matches, so right now it is really very good, important, or should I say very important moment for teams like Honor Souls to come back in the game and maybe secure some good points, and they already are doing that. 4 amazing finishes, wiping out GZM Esports. That's the start of the fight, and that's the start of the takedowns that we might actually see from the corner. Brazilian corner on the other corner finds from team Knife and Skull. That's Morale who has been taken down. I guess not just knocked out, he has been finished off by Hideki as well with a vehicle clash. And Flamengo is back again in the game with 3-man power. I don't know what is happening to Flamengo, but in the previous match as well, Flamengo was there with a 3-man power. In this match again with the 3-man power. Meanwhile, Zebra Master is getting the taste of the glory from MANDRAKES, Jose.
A lot of action in the initial game itself. It's going to be the zone number 4 where Zebra Masters is going against Team Predators. Team Predators gets one more player off. It's just going to be one that's going to survive, but Zebra Masters on the other side actually gets spotted from the sides of Hornet Souls. They are being eliminated, but on the other side, Hornet Souls are getting punished really bad. Hornet Souls loses 2 players. It's a 1v2 situation. 2 players already picked up from the sides of Team Predators. Player number 3, he's looking for 2 more. He spots one, tries to take a shot. He does definitely connect few bullets, but not enough to take another one down. Team Predators off this equation. Hornet Souls will survive with 2-man. But will that be enough? 95 points already. 6 points that they have secured from all the fights that they have had. But there's a war that they have to be present for, but with just 2-man it's going to be quite difficult. But from the other side, Sci-Fi against Knife and Skull, it's a long distance, but the love that they have is definitely going to bring them close, or if not, the zone is definitely going to do that. But Sci-Fi is playing a wide spread for now in the northern side. If the zone is going to favor them, then they're going to be happy, but if not, which is the case, they will have to fight against Corinthians, because rotating from the right, from the east side, they will find Knife and Skull, and rotating from the left, they will find 2, or if I must correct myself, 3 teams. So they have to take a battle against the teams which is right now present inside the zone. But looks like Flamingo is interested to take a fight against Mandrakes. They are quite nearby. Godzin is quite close, but Nicholas is the one who's getting picked up first. Fox confirms Godzin as well. It's going to be Horse against 1v2 that he will have to do, but he gets picked up as well. Gigante takes care of the situation from now, but it's all down to just Acid. Acid has to do a 1v2, but he's on the further backside of this entire fight. Will he want to commit to this one? Because not only Flamingo but Mandrakes also has a job to survive, and probably the call out that is being given to the Mandrakes fellow over there who is going to be the one of survival, but no, not permitted, gets eliminated, and with that Mandrakes chapter gets closed for this particular match.
Mandrakes Esports have been shut down. Brazilian Colors is also on the verge of getting taken down because all they have is the last man standing. SCCP, the Corinthians, are now in a fight with Sci-Fi Gaming, and we'll have to see what happens right now. Sci-Fi definitely have the advantage of that particular outer POI, but then the hold of the manpower is there from SCCP's corner. They already know this kind of compound. How they can fight back in this particular compound is a big question. Knife and Skull's TH is also rotating. I guess there are a few more players which are rotating from that same exact angle, but would love to see a clash, a beautiful head-to-head fight between these two giants. Looking forward to see what kind of impact these guys will bring. Look at that, some more nades, some more smokes, everything is awaiting right now, but those nades and those smokes are not making any kind of impact. All they are doing is just delaying the fight, and there could be a slam from teams like Honor Souls right now in the same exact component. If that happens, it would be quite critical for them to survive, but that nade, man, can be quite critical. Oh, the nade goes in, but a little bit on the right side. It should have been on the left angle so that he can actually appoint those amazing damages. But 7 teams and 19 players are surviving right now. Knife and Skulls, Kazuto gets taken down, TH gets taken down. Storm Gaming is definitely looking quite strong. On the other corner, Sci-Fi versus Brazilian Killers versus it is another beautiful team that is going to be Team Brazilian Killers, seems like that. Yeah, there is a tag of war. There is a kind of situation where fights can be in the favor of Sci-Fi Gaming. They do have the manpower, and Corinthians are just stuck in a beautiful situation where they might not actually secure a lot of points. The nades are coming in, the splash damages are there right now. But the brother and son arm of Sci-Fi Gaming are definitely trying their level best to counter the attacks. Lorenzen on the other corner comes up with a molly. He has got the 2 Molotov cocktails in his hand. Gigante on the other corner also gets taken down. 6 teams and 16 players. Seems like that Flamingo is also on the verge of destruction. A lot more mollies, but one more nade. Oh, that nade though was able to find out Mandrakeres. Now the idea of Bruno Zin is there, and there is a guy stuck in this corner, and he spots him, was able to take him down. No questions given at this point, and just like that, Sci-Fi is just trying their level best to build on a momentum that was supposed to be there. Bit by bit, they are trying their level best to rip apart the members from Sci-Fi Gaming. The last man standing is going to be there, stuck in that particular garage-like situation. Flamengo on the corner bags out 4 amazing finishes. They are in the top 6 definitely, but now they are, or should I say, Corinthians are now bagging as many as finishes as possible. The last man standing, Lorenzen, definitely has got the idea where the players are coming from, trying to tackle, but he's going to get tackled from multiple corners, and that's it. SCCP 4 amazing finishes for them.
SCCP looking really strong. They have calculated the number of finishes that they require from this game, and they are aiming for the same. But for now, we have 5 teams surviving strong with all 4 mans, with 8 finishes on in hand right now. With 4 finishes, SCCP not so far behind. We have Flamingo with 4, Souls with 7. But Hornet Souls, while they were battling out this entire situation, has also lost multiple players. They are only going to survive with 1. But Brazilian Killers gets off this equation. It's going to be a boon for Hornet Soul's Rat to Boy, because he wants those position points as well. Well, there comes a nade from the sides of Storm, and that nade picks not 1 but 2. Flamingo gets off this equation, but so does Hornet Souls. It's going to be SCCP versus Storm yet again in the match of Miramar. It's a 3v4 situation. Let's see who's going to capitalize this one.
A tough fight, man. A tough fight is here right now. It's a 3v1, as you said, a 3v4 situation coming in. Storm Gaming definitely has got the advantage of those finishes and those manpowers right now. But if SCCP will be able to rip them apart, I mean, Storm Gaming, if they are actually going to go down by the hands of SCCP, then SCCP is going to have a 20-pointer game. And if Storm Gaming finally finishes off SCCP, they're going to have a 23-pointer game. So I guess it's a very good opportunity for Storm Gaming to come back even harsh in the lobby. But for SCCP, every single points is going to count. And Storm Gaming, they are on the back foot. They are on the edges of the zone. But if we talk about Bruno Zin, definitely has got the beautiful flank in his favor. And that flank can work out, but his position is pretty much already compromised. He has been revealed, and he might not survive in that clash between Pereira and Bruno Zin, because those are the 2 guys which are stuck in a tug-of-war. They're trying to actually take some good shots onto each other, but there is a drop all of a sudden in a mid.
That's a tease.
Okay, yeah, Pereira can actually choose to go for that particular drop if he has got some smokes. But if he goes for the drop, he is actually going to get compromised. His position might get compromised. But clearly, but I guess at this point, when we see the ridges, seems like that the drop is pretty much accessible. So he might actually be able to get the drop. And yeah, he goes for it. Has got the drop locations, has got the drop utilities as well as in his favor. But Storm Gaming, they're definitely trying their best to put as many smokes as possible so that they can counter back. But the zone advantage that's definitely in the hand of Corinthians. Bruno's in. That is the biggest X factor of this fight. But the guys from Team Storm Gaming are pushing forward to the 2 members of Team SCCP. Will they be able to capsize these 3 members? That's the biggest question.
Ooh, there's a good cheeky angle that's been created from the sides of Storm. We have Prata trying to hold it from the front angles in this particular fight. But will Prata be able to eliminate? He doesn't have nades. He has to rely with the gun game. Alazine is on this right-hand side, where from the left he already has 2 players. Midstorm is going to hold this drop. Probably he might be a surprise element for these players. But Bruno Zin is again spotted. There are been players that are spotted from the sides of Storm as well. Not has been taken down, but Midstorm slightly over peaks. This reveals his position at this particular point of time, and in this particular game I believe all the positions are already revealed, but the less the availability of utilities is going to definitely punish Corinthians. But SCCP gets 2 more players down. It's going to be Pereira who's going to be the final person surviving. If not, there's another player. Yes, there is another player in the name of Alazin. It's going to be a 2v3, but a revival is being committed. So if this revival happens, it's back to 3v3. But the man advantage advantage that was there is now not going to be present anymore. But I must actually correct myself. Corinthians is actually down with one player as well. Pereira is surviving with a really low HP. He gets taken down. The zone is actually pushing them inside, with Alazin being the last person left. Will he be able to do a 1v2? He's trying one. His position has been compromised, but an amazing peek and open scope where Prata gets picked up. It's going to be all in the hands of Buruzin, and it's going to be against Alazin. Who's going to take this 1v1? Who's going to make it of his own? It's a question that I guess, Raider, you might have an answer to.
Looking forward to see Alazin is trying his level best to make his way into the zone, but he gets spotted, gets rated off at the same moment. Corinthians is going to back at the beautiful chicken dinner. Yes, indeed, if I talk about Storm Gaming, what they were able to get was 11 eliminations, I guess. That is obviously going to make them fruitful. But then if we talk about Corinthians, a big match from the corner as well. SCCP, a beautiful fruitful match. Bruno Zin definitely was able to clutch it out at the last moment, because if that flank angle would have not been there, I believe SCCP could have been falling like a bunch of cards. But no, that was a brilliant strategy from SCCPs. And with that, a beautiful chicken dinner indeed. It was a 19-pointer game from the corner. #3 is going to be the rank, and 20 is going out of the 20 players, out of the 20 teams that are there in the game. #3 is going to be the position for SCCP. That is amazing. The Corinthians definitely made their mark in this match. But the winner chicken dinner, let's talk about their individual performance. Well, Mangarosa was unable to secure anything because he went out way too early. But the other guys like Prata, 3 eliminations, 4 eliminations for Brumuzin. And Midstrom was also able to secure 2 eliminations with the damage of 180. This was the team statistics, the team details to be precise. Coming up, we will talk about a lot more details. But before that, let's get back to the caster deck, and make sure to guys like, share and subscribe, because this is an amazing event for the Brazilian community. I really hope that you guys are enjoying it, because in the near future, there might be some more events coming here for you guys. And how can you know about that? First of all, you can actually go ahead and follow us. Regarding us, I guess I am talking about the Ruthless IP Esports. You can go ahead and follow them. Esports.ruthless is going to be their Instagram handle, and you can check it out in the description. Our moderator is going to spam that as well. But right now, let's talk about the statistics. The teams to watch, first of all, the 4 teams which definitely were able to be, I guess, quite chaotic in the game. So yeah, Corinthians is going to start the chart. 8,668 meter is going to be their rotation. 10 nades, 2 smoke and 2 airdrop advantage as well in the favor.
Corinthians, SC Corinthians Paulista. That's the entire name since 1910. 86-68 meters of travel, 10 needs being used as to 2 smokes that is being thrown. But we'll be quickly going towards the MVP. Prata does a really amazing job of securing that. 3 eliminations, 854 damage that's been given from him, 4 assistance to his teammates, and 6 throwables that is being used. That's, ladies and gentlemen, Prata for you, coming up to be the MVP of this game. We'll quickly go towards the match ranking as well, and we'll want to know on how this has been, how this final, the last second game of the week 3, or if I must say, of this entire scrims that there has been. Corinthians leading this particular match in the map of Miramar, 19 points to them. Storm Gaming with 17 and Hornet Souls with 12. Then we have Flamingo with 8, Knife and Skull with 7, Brazilian Killers with 6, Smoke Esports with 4. What I'm more interested to look at is how Influence CHEMIN choked in a really early game with no points. That's going to have them tumble down all the way to the second page. But the competition is now quite furious between Corinthians and Hornet Souls. They both have one more match left, and they both will want to go against the one who is sitting on the throne of the leaderboard, E7 Esports.
Let's see what happens. Will Alpha 7 Esports is going to go down, or they are going to become the champion of this particular Brazilian showdown? I have to check it out right now. But this was the match ranking right now, guys. Let's talk about the match summary as well. Apart from that, I guess we'll get to know a lot more details. But before that, the match summary is here. Storm's Elinzin is the guy who is going to get the advantage of highest eliminations. Highest damage is going to be from the perspective of Prata, and highest assist also. When it comes to the highest number of healing done, that is going to be Souls, or should I say Honored Souls, Nino. But from the other corner, if we talk about Prata, again he's going to be there in the highest terms of knockouts. So this is the kind of match summary that we were expecting. But let's talk about the match statistics as well, which will tell us the whole brief summary, a whole picture of the match. 55 eliminations were there, 7,461 total healing was done, 15 knockouts, 166 throwables. That is pretty much lower on the lower corner, I guess. And 4 airdrops were looted, 2 headshots, 10 rescues, and the longest elimination distance, or should I say the longest elimination that happened in this match, was coming from Sci-Fi Esports' Manukuras. That was the guy who was able to get that particular elimination in his favor. So this is the match stats. Now moving on, we'll get to see the impact, the difference. Oh man, look at that. There is a difference of 26 points right now. Those 26 points are 23 points to be precise. 23 or 22? I guess, yeah, 22 points is what we have as a difference between Alpha 7 Esports and Honored Souls. It is a big difference indeed. A big chicken dinner has to be there for Honored Souls. Not even a 20-pointer chicken dinner is going to cut the deal. It will actually make them a little bit closer to the second position, or maybe create the buffer between Honored Souls and Corinthians. But Corinthians have to secure a good chicken dinner like 24-pointer in order to just touch to where Alpha 7 Esports is standing right now. So definitely if Honored Souls get a 23-pointer, they will be able to dethrone Alpha 7 Esports. If Corinthians gets a 25-pointer chicken dinner, they will be able to dethrone Alpha 7 Esports. But for now, let's talk about the fourth position. Storm Gaming, after playing 11 matches, 87 points. Lemengo with 81. Rise Esports and Loops Esports, which were stuck at third and fourth position. Now after they don't have any other matches, after they have played all their matches right now, it seems like that they're just going down and down, and Influence Gaming can also dethrone them with a chicken dinner. But that could be a possibility that we are talking about. Moving up ahead, let's talk about the second page where we get to see Sci-Fi Esports with 57 points, GZM with 56, INCO Gaming with 53, Knife and Skull with 53. Same goes for EYC as well. Brazilian Killers with 48. There is a buffer of 48, I guess 2 points, I guess, between Zebra Masters and Brazilian Killers. Mandrakes with 35. Really hope that Zebra Masters was going to come to the first page, but right now it seems like that it's not going to happen until unless a chicken dinner comes in. But now let's talk about the last page. I believe Team Predators is still going to be there. Yeah, they are at #18. Smoke Esports at #17 with 33 points. XTEAM with 31. Black Dragons with 20 points. That's it. The overall ranking is over. Moving up to the caster deck, I guess we will get to know a lot more about the last fight, because remember guys, it's just one more match, one more step closer to the victory. We'll get to know, is it Alpha 7 Esports who is going to become the champion, who is going to get the $125 in their favor out of the $300 of a prize pool, or is it going to be teams like SCCP or the Sci-Fi Gaming? We have to know, or should I say Honored Souls to be precise, that they are pretty much close to Alpha 7 Esports' dethroning. But for that we have to wait. For that we have to check out the next match as well. That will be happening in the map of ERANGEL, if I'm not wrong. But the Miramars are done for the day. 3 maps of Miramar. It was quite chaotic to be precise, but right now we are going to take a short break to see what happens in the next one. That will be the final one, ERANGEL. Welcome back once again, guys. Welcome back. This is the one last final match of this PUBG Mobile Pro Series, Pro Scrims, whatever you want to call it out. The Brazil action is on the way. The one last final match where we'll get to see which is going to be the team which is going to remain on top. This was the day when it was about to get started. I was quite excited to see a lot of ups and downs, and that's exactly what we have got in the last few matches. That's 5 matches to be precise. One final match, and then we'll get to see the champions, then we'll get to see the runner-ups, and then we'll get to see the second runner-ups as well. All the other teams which are not going to get any kind of prize pool will get the experience, will get the kind of learning that they are actually going to get, and maybe evolve through it in the next matches. I guess they are actually going to perform in the next event. They might actually perform. But for now, remember guys, it's Raider and Echo Boy for you guys in the next journey, in the last one fight, I guess. Let's see what happens. Before that, the map schedule will come in so that we can give you the brief of what happened in the first 5 matches, along with what is going to happen in the next one as well. But remember guys, all the maps of Miramar are already done, so no more passive fights, no more passive maps. I guess it's the one last match. The teams which are stuck at the bottom might actually go for a drop clash and maybe go full blown on a clash. That could happen. But let's see. That's all. Those all are my speculations. I guess I'm expecting a lot of fights, to be honest, in this particular matchup. But I really hope that the game is going to be calculative, decisive, and predictable.
No, I don't want it to be predictable. I want it to be
Predictable for the guys. Predictable for the guys, not for us.
Right. No, yeah, exactly. We wouldn't want this to be predictable, and neither would the audience want it to be. For now, Alpha 7 with 128 points. And not so far behind, we have Corinthians and Hornet Souls. It is actually Hornet Souls first and then Corinthians with just 2 to 3 point of difference. They both have one last match to play. They have to secure this hashtag 2 position for themselves and also try to get that hashtag 1. From the beginning of this week number 3, we have had Alpha 7 dominating this entire week with not getting a chance not giving a chance for any team to actually secure that throne that they have been holding from day number 1 of week number 3 and match number 1. They started with a chicken dinner. They ended their last game with a chicken dinner, and that is what Alpha 7, ladies and gentlemen, is being known for. But we still have action left, so I would only recommend that you all, if you have not yet gone for your washroom, go quickly, come back. If you have not got your snacks, bring that as well. Pop some popcorns, because I have some ready over here right next to me. I'm not going to show it to you because that might be a tease, and Raider might be like, hey, give some to me as well, which
I'm already going to DM you about that.
Right, so we are quite excited. You're able to see the excitement that there is. But thanks a lot to all the viewers who have been joining us. This is going to be the last ride, but before we go and take off this flight C-130, let's look at this total today's matches that there has been. Started with Hornet Souls. Hornet Souls came back again in the fourth match, but it's going to be Hornet Soul with 14 eliminations first match. Alpha 7 with 19 eliminations in the second one, map of ERANGEL. 4 eliminations that GZM got for themselves in the map of MIRAMAR, along with the chicken dinner. Then we have ERANGEL again coming, where Hornet Souls dominated with 8 finishes. And then we had Corinthians getting 9 eliminations in the previous match of MIRAMAR.
Indeed. So this is the kind of brief summary that you guys were actually trying to get an info about. But look at that, Alpha 7 Esports, they were playing exceptionally well in the match number 11, to be precise. They were able to bag out the highest amount of chicken dinner, I guess, in the whole week number 3, a 29-pointer bomber. Nobody has touched the 30-pointer bomber, to be honest. I would love to see a team coming up and securing and obliterating the lobby like that. It's just not possible, I guess, because in the lobby of 64 players, 4 are going to be the exact team which is going to rip apart the lobby, and 19 finishes were already there from Alpha 7 Esports. We can't expect a lot more things from their corner as well. But yeah, there we go. Coming up next, ERANGEL is the map. Remember guys, this is PUBG Mobile Pro Scrims. The Brazil action is on. It is presented by one and only Ruthless Hype Esports. Make sure to actually like, share, and subscribe the stream, and make sure to follow the Instagram page, that is esports.ruthless, so that you can get every other update. And yes guys, we are going to witness another beautiful matchup. We are going to witness another beautiful fight, and this fight is going to be in the map of ERANGEL. As I said, this is the last match. This is the last chaotic situation that is going to happen. Let's look into it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on board flight C-130 with services from ERANGEL to ERANGEL itself. We are currently first in line for takeoff and are expected to be in the air in approximately 5 seconds. We ask that you please fasten your seatbelts at this time and secure all courage and bring that A game which you and your teammates have. We also ask that your mobiles and networks are checked, because no errors whatsoever could be taken as an excuse. Audience, please turn off all your personal mobile phones, including laptops and PCs if you have one, which you're not using to watch this particular game. Smoking is prohibited for all the players out there, but they can use it after they are on the ground to fight this battle out for the one last time. Thank you for choosing PUBG Mobile Airlines. Enjoy your flight. Enjoy this last match. Welcome everybody to Ruthless Hype Esports presenting PUBG Mobile Pro Scrims for the Brazil region for the one last time. This is going to be Echo Boy, your pilot, along with co-pilot, and we already have taken off for this wonderful journey where we start all the way from the western sides of Gadka, going through Rozok and school areas on top of Yashnaya, ending towards the eastern side of Stalbur. This is going to be the one where we actually get to see who's going to lift the trophy.
All right, let's go, man. Let's see what kind of impact this match is going to bring to the table. The thing is, it is one last final one, but it is going to be the most exciting one because now the suspense is there. In the first, I guess, 4 matches, we didn't have a lot of suspense to be precise because Alpha 7 Esports was completely dominating the lobby and they had a huge buffer in the leaderboard. But the way Honor Souls performed, right now, Alpha 7 Esports is going to run for their money because the thing is, Honor Souls is pretty much close to them. A 23-pointer bomber, if it is going to happen from Honor Souls perspective, or a 25-pointer bomber from, I guess, the other team that is pretty much close to them. But that could be Sci-Fi, if I'm not wrong. So things can change rapidly. Looking forward to see what happens because Honor Souls and Sci-Fi and teams like Storm Gaming are pretty much there in the lobby. So there could be a huge impact coming in. But in order to do so, Storm Gaming or Sci-Fi or Honor Souls have to be quite aggressive from the start. They have to gain as many as finishes as possible and meanwhile securing the chicken dinner as well. Because if they miss out the chicken dinner, they might not secure that position.
Honor Souls, they are going to loot this in the southeastern sides, somewhere between Farm and Pochinki. They have Sci-Fi just along the sides. I will definitely want to see on where we have SCCP landing in this particular match. Okay, they are going for their OG drop in the areas of, I believe that this is in the northern sides of Milta Power. I guess it's Impala. I'm not sure. I guess Impala is in Miramar, but we'll talk about that a bit later. Right now, we are looking at Influence Gaming. They will want to end this game well. They will want to be on the top 8 list, if not anything. We have XTEAM looting the entire islands of military base, but the last zone is going to be made in the northwestern sides. We're going to see George areas completely covered. We have Smoke dominating the crates there. We have Zebra Masters looting the smaller compounds in between Severny and George Pole. And also looking at Ruins and Water City. That's a widespread drop. And I believe if we have to talk about the center, then ZM, that is Zebra Masters, are right now in the center of the zone.
Well, they are, but let's see what happens while rotating because rotations is a very important thing for them. Zebra Master is having a very split type of situation where some players are in the ruins, where some players are in the Water City region, some are close to the shooting range region. That's good enough for them. But eventually, if a clash comes in, they won't be able to answer back well with their highest kind of, let's say, aggression because the manpower is not there. But meanwhile, if we talk about the matchup, it's Group B, C, D, and E which are fighting. Storm Gaming is there. Alanzin, Elinzin, Nott, and Pereira. These are the 4 members which are serving for Storm Gaming. Would love to see how far these guys are going to go. Gatka is another beautiful compound where Pereira is looting. Definitely a lot of split drop is going to be there because not a lot of teams actually jump in here. Honor Souls on the other corner, but again, find it a safer haven. They're going to go for a safe approach and then come back with some good backlashes. Sci-Fi, another beautiful competition of this particular team, is also on the close quarters. I guess Nino has got the guns that is required to take up a fight in the close quarter as well as in the mid range. The Scarl with a 6x or 3x scope, I guess, and with the AKM as well in his backpack. He can become an asset for the team, or he can actually come back with a good shot. What Lennon is having is a M16A4. I guess he's also trying his level best to loot as much as possible. Same kind of, let's say, gun game, or should I say gun advantage is there for this guy. That was there on the back end. I guess that was Rafina or Reto Boy. Artisan on the other corner is also there, close to the water body. What he has is going to be the guns known as M16A4 with the 4x scope. Definitely, those tap shots are going to be fruitful, but finds an M4, going to replace with it. And Mandrakees on the other corner is also trying his level best to go for the split drops of the farm, finding the good opportunities, finding good loot so that they can rotate and then come up with some good fights. Because everybody knows right now, if these teams want to dethrone the team which we call as Alpha 7 Esports, the real alphas, if you want to actually dethrone them, what do you have to come up with? A good finish, a good chicken dinner. So that's it. I guess that's the one hurdle that has to be delivered and has to become an overtook with, so that Alpha 7 Esports can be dethroned, so that Honor Souls can become the champion. Although it's not going to be that easy, but seems like that teams are pretty much keen on doing that. The first play zone is already on the verge of shrinking. 3 minutes and 23 seconds will be the time period that will take to in order to actually get the zone getting shrunken. I really doubt that would happen at Vitali's corner. How is he having that kind of HP in his favor? I guess he could have jumped from some building and stuff like that. That could be the case for him. But yes, apart from that, excited to see what happens. 6x was there, 4x has been separated so that the enemy can, so that the teammates can actually pick it up and use it on the enemy. But apart from that, all the things are just coming up like a rotation. And what is this? What?
Oh.
Oh, Nineveh is already knocked out.
Well, he had definitely got the oversights from the top angle. He flew all the way up, saw what was happening, and he came back down. But it definitely hurts when you jump that high tall up in the air. But INCO game is going to be fine. The teammates are quite nearby. The revival will be executed. Yes, the utilities will be used. Few meds has to be used in the situation to patch himself up and get ready for the fights that there might be happening soon for them. But Zebra Masters rotating the areas where we have Storm as well doing the same. But Storm is going to fall back. They're looking for a positive game today. And Zebra as well are going to have... I mean, they might have just decided to hold their grounds before actually going for a fight. Knife and Skull. A team to be watched. They might be bringing their A game for the one last time. For the one last ride. Moral. Definitely expecting some more reflexes from his end. A reflex that can get us a 1v4 that we actually saw from the sides of Smoke. Tuna, an excellent gameplay that we got to see, that he witnessed us with. And I'm definitely looking forward for Moral to do the same.
The rotations are going to be the pinnacle of the fight right now. For me, it is really very important. As a caster, I oftentimes stress, if you have the right rotations, you can have the right game in your favor. Apart from that, I guess the gun game also does matter. The game sense also does matter. But first of all, if you are actually able to have that kind of advantage of the circle, then only I guess the output is going to be favorable. Then only you can showcase the kind of stance or the gun game or the utilities in your favor. Because if you are stuck outside the play zone while the 6 zone is going on, all you can do is just wrap up some first kits that are there in your backpack. That's all. So yes, rotations are pretty much important. If you are able to get the advantage, you can easily secure a good game. And that's what Team Honor Souls is pretty much keen on. They are looking forward to get up a very good rotation. They're trying to be on the edges, meanwhile trying to gatekeep all the other teams which are also trying to be on the edges. But they have to go ahead and get at least, guys, at least is a big marker. They have to get at least 13 finishes and a chicken dinner so that they can actually be fruitful, or they can dethrone the Team Alpha 7 Esports. This is not the race where they want to become the champion for, I guess, taking the fight or for having those points in their favor. This is the race where they have to get the championship so that they can easily dethrone the team which is in front of them. On the other corner, the airdrop is in the favor of Storm's Allenzen. Well, that's good. But let's see how far the drop is going to help them, because Storm is pretty much in the center POI and Zebra Master is also pretty much close to them. So there could be a fight between these two giants. INCO on the other corner is also at the questions. Influence Gaming and INCO, these are the two teams which are coming up in a close vicinity. So there could be a fight between those two giants as well. SCCP on the other corner is going to rotate from completely the north and eastern corner. But that nade, man, that nade, it could have impacted quite a bit. Was not a fruitful one. Gets spotted indeed. The damage is coming in for Kawasaki. Might not be able to survive a bit more, but there we go. A DBS shot coming in from his corner as well. Oh, DBS against S12K. It's S12K which is going to rain bombs from the back end. Another beautiful knockout. Not just a knockout, a finish off is going to be there. Another knockout could be followed up. Yes, he does. What a beauty Federal is, man. Oh man, Federal completely changing the pace of the game, but also gets answered with a beautiful shot onto him. Now it's all about the DBS. It's all about the guy with the DBS. Oh,
wow,
it, man. It's done. It's done. INCO Gaming is out.
What was that?
Influence Gaming, what a comeback, man. What a slam onto that compound where they usually were holding right now. What a beautiful slam. What a beautiful slam indeed. I just hope that there is not going to be a third party come in.
But did you see that jump shot through that small angle and those few pixels that were visible of the player's head? Wow. Influence CHEMIN. Man, oh man, that was some remarkable gameplay, some remarkable gun game that I got to witness. But here comes the use of utility. They will not want to have any eyes directly visible on them. Influence CHEMIN will want to get back in this game stronger than what they have been by far. They have managed to cleanly sweep that team in the name of INCO. No man loss. everybody is ready for a battle, but the battle actually over here begins against Flamingo and Zebra Masters. Both of them have one player off. It is going to be the DBS gun which Neil Zada is going to use against these two players. Both the players rush together, not much that he could have done. He gets knocked and immediately finished. Two players off the equation for Zebra Masters, one off for Flamingo. Both the teams are definitely having a man loss. It's going to definitely have them rethink and re-strategize. But on the other side, we also have GZM going against Corinthians.
The Ridges, they're looking good. Oh, that shot, man, that shot. Storm's shot was absolutely keen on taking those shots. On the other corner, Linzen finds one. It's Pereira getting another beautiful knockout. Storm Gaming definitely having the advantage of this particular fight. They're looking quite strong at this point. Pereira did the commendable job of having those amazing knockouts. There are two more finishes awaiting. And Nicholas, the guy who usually comes up with a lot of bombers, is now done. And Zebra Master on the other corner, the last remaining good few players are also surviving. They are trying their level best to hold on to the meta. Soloto gets confirmed by Flamingo Esports. It's Stoico who is going to get the advantage of that particular fight. That's good. But the thing is, Storm Gaming is still having the kind of center POI in their favor. I would love to see that where the third zone is going to shrink in, because after that, things might change rapidly for these teams which are still holding and having the standpoint. Gigante is there, Stoico is there, Fuchs is there. Where is GC God, the fourth one from this particular team? He's failing to join from the last 3 matches. But still, it's Flamingo Esports, which is again back and forth having some good finishes in their favor. It's not like these guys are unable to secure those finishes, but these guys are failing at that moment where the zone shrink, or should I say the zone rotations are, or should I say where the question of chicken in is coming in. So at that moment, Flamingo is failing. But apart from that, when it comes to the aggression, Flamingo is the one team you have to watch out for. And on the other corner, GZM Esports, Honored Souls, Zebra Masters, I guess multiple teams are there right now. Not Zebra Masters, there is some other team, I guess I'm unable to recall the name. That's SCCP or Corinthians, if I'm not wrong, which is there on the eastern side. So there are n number of teams stuck there, and the rotations coming from Honored Souls could be quite chaotic, but I'm happy to see that they're rotating. But look at that, a beautiful takedown indeed coming in. It's GZM Esports getting popped off by Influence Gaming.
So there are totally 4 teams there in the northern side, with 2 teams actually having the raise of #2 and #3. But the fight is actually between Influence CHEMIN against the GZM, and probably Souls, Honored Souls will want to, be part of that particular game and get capitalized from the situation that there is. But for now, Honored Souls is looking at a better zone area and want to avoid any direct fights as of now, because it's too early to be committing to one. But they also have to ensure that they get those 13 to 14 frags, or else they're actually going to lose their first position. But they also have to ensure that they do not get eliminated so soon that Corinthians survives and gets that #2 position. Anything can happen, But what has happened right now is Smoke going all out against Team Predators, and Team Predators getting off this last match that there is. GZM is going to be on the south, in the bottom areas. Right. And we're going to have Honored Souls just on the top of him. But there's a chaos in the vehicle areas. XTEAM is chasing Knife and Skull. Not many bullets that got connected, but we still have a lot of players coming in. That didn't really look good.
Oh man, what is this?
That's got one player off. But this is going to be a battle where a lot of vehicles are going to be used. The players are trying to be knocked from the vehicles, but actually the guns are what is coming into use. The 2 players have been off the equation for XTEAM. One being completely eliminated, and now that's going to make that's going to be 2, because Mandrakes is going to join this fight. XTEAM gets spotted from Moral. Moral does the job that he has to be doing. He will want to confirm this. He wants to get a few more finishes, but Knife and Skull and XTEAM in this rotation, both the teams are not looking really fruitful with what they have been committed to. But Mandrakes is happy that they are going to be able to do a third party and get few more finishes. The nade in the hands of Higor, he will want to toss it. He wants to get that nade done on the face, and he does successfully do it. Smoke gets off the equation from the sides of Brazilian killers, but Knife and Skull gets eliminated from the sides of XTEAM. But XTEAM's Papa Kill is bleeding. Igor, the final person surviving. For how long is he going to survive? But here is the alive status, where we are able to see Honored Soul surviving with all 4 players. But on the other side, SCCP has already lost 2 players, which means if Corinthians gets eliminated right now, Honored Souls can play the A game, they play the best that they are at, and not worry to be tumbling down to the 3rd position. But the chaos that we got to see, Raider, I know you want to talk a lot about that particular fight that happened between XTEAM and Knife and Skull.
I mean, the number of vehicles that were there, man. I was just trying to just, like, let's say, decipher what is happening at that moment, because eventually a lot of vehicles were coming from multiple angles and eventually they were bashing onto each other and getting those knockouts as well. But let's leave that fight at its own perspective. Now let's talk about the zone, because the zone is also very interesting. Look at that. Flamingo Esports is trying to hold the center POI of the zone, and Honored Souls is definitely having the advantage of the zone on the northern corner, but there could be a clash coming from GZM's corner. That would not be a clash because he's the last man standing of his team, but that could be a really good backstab from a Pro G. That could happen. But DWZ Core, another last man standing, is also trying to rotate from the same angle, but GZM Esports is also waiting. Where he's trying to rotate and where he's trying to hold, XTEAM or some other teams like Honor Soul are also waiting for him. Another good shot. Federal is also trying his level best to gatekeep, but Federal gets taken down. Lil Boy was able to find one. That is going to be Azix. At the same moment, another vehicle clash is going to be there. But that shot, man, that shot was absolutely amazing. 9 amazing finishes for Influence Gaming. Looking quite good in the leaderboard. SCCP is another big team which has to counter a lot of points, but although they have lost 2 good members of their players, they might actually come back still with a good chicken dinner. I really hope that they're going to build those amazing points, but they have to come back with at least 15 finishes and a chicken dinner. Then only they will be able to dethrone the team which we call as Alpha 7 Esports. But from now, I guess we can already hope from the team known as Honor Souls, which can counter quite a bit, which can come up with at least 12 more finishes and a chicken dinner. I really hope that is going to happen. But apart from that, if we talk about Storm Gaming, what they have is just 2 finishes for now. Trying to build their momentum, trying to build their kind of synergy, and trying to build their kind of angles so that they can gain as many as finishes. Storm Gaming is pretty much precautious, but then again quite careless at this point, I guess, in the same way. But apart from that, if you talk about Zebra Masters, they have got the compound, a decent one indeed, within, and that is going to be Kozin. I guess Kozin was on the back foot. Mandrakes Esports might be coming back with a slam, but they don't have the manpower, so they are not going to have the guts of slamming out of the compound. Not the guts, I guess, not the right callouts of having those slam, because if they slam out of that compound, it could either result in a fatal blow onto them, or it could become a very fruitful fight for them, and they can lose the manpower. So that is one thing I'm actually skeptical about. But SCCP, the team which is on third position, is fighting with the team which is actually at the second position and was successful in it. But finally, the result is there. Pro G on the other corner backstab. I was expecting that the backstab from Pro G could be coming in for the team known as Honor Souls, but it is coming on Mildstorm. That's amazing, man. That's interesting. Influence coming on the other corner. Look at the barrage of vehicles that's coming up. Multiple vehicles, multiple buggies are coming in. 4 buggies to be precise. With that, the shots are getting connected. I really doubt the knockout will be there. And Federal. His jiggles, his shots will find the precision as well.
Well, Influence came with a storm and picked the last person surviving from the sides of Corinthians. None of the shots got connected from his S12K. Influence Gaming does the job. SCCP is done and dusted. They now will have to worry with their 3rd position that there is on the overall standing, but it's going to be Hornet Souls R2Zen who is going to go against Federal. Influence CHEMIN did help Hornet Souls, but Hornet Souls is going to thank them with the guns, not with anything but just the guns. Law is right now outside the zone. It's an easy in for him. He will definitely do that. And then we have Lil Boy and another player who is going to be backing up, but it's just going to be 3 players of Influence Gaming for now. Hornet Souls are outside the zone in the northern areas. They are surrounded with multiple teams, but will they be able to make it inside the zone? Will they be able to get at least 10 more finishes? That's again another question, because it's 3 of their players. We have 21 in total alive, and it's just 18 players in total that is alive that they can again, they can counter against, and in which they will have to eliminate 10 players in total.
At least in this, man. Yeah.
It's difficult. It's really difficult, but if they do that, I guess I'm going to, send some thanks from my side to them. I'm going to root for Hornet Souls should be doing that. From the other side, Flamingo Toiko gets an eye on Influence, and they are actually, doing a good job there, but Flamingo gets picked up.
Oh, Lil Boy finds 2. That's it. Flamingo Esports, as you said, has been shut down. Now just we are remaining with, I guess, 6 teams. GZM Esports already on the other corner also gets shaken down at the same exact moment. So 6 teams, 16 players, that's what we have. Number of players is falling down. What Honored Souls have to pick is really very important. I guess Honored Souls have to pick at least 11 frags for now. And there we go. They have started off. MANDRAKES is actually on the crosshairs. They are actually getting knocked out. The finish could be coming in. Definitely Zebra Masters are actually on the back end. But look at that. The retaliation is also on point. Sci-Fi's Lennon finds 1. Honored Souls, will they be able to secure that beautiful chicken dinner or not? That's a big question. On the other corner, the beautiful spray from Rafina's corner finds Lennon. Yes, indeed, the beautiful knockouts comes in. R2Zen might be able to get that revival. I guess, yes, the revival is over there. Sci-Fi's Mandrakeres on the other corner once again gets knocked out by the play zone, although the revival was there, but that was not enough. The play zone damage was absolutely amazing. Lorenzen and the other guy that is going to be Deflex was trying his level best to fall back, but fails to do so. Lorenzen on the other corner has to repatch, get the first tickets done, get the medkit being utilized, and now he's going to rotate. He's trying his level best to establish a dominance at this point, but might not be able to find that angle from which he can retaliate, from which he can survive and do stuff like that. Deflex on the other corner gets finished off. Vehicle kills comes in from Rafina's corner. Barely able to make that kind of angle from which he's going to survive, but Rafina might be able to spot him. Exactly, that's what they did.
Wow.
Rafina did a beautiful 1v3 on that particular same exact team known as Sci-Fi Esports. With that, Honor Souls have secured how many finishes? Let me remember. 5 amazing eliminations. That's good. Now they have to secure, I guess, at least 8 out of the... Oh, so they have to eliminate every other guy that is there in the lobby. Not even going to leave any other guy if they want to actually claim the first position, because 3 members are from their team from their own team to be precise. The rest remaining are going to be there as a contestant. But look at that, Mandrakes has it at a different plan. He's going to play like he's actually in a derby. Going to eliminate one more. Oh, Honor Soul wanted to actually take some shots. Did you saw that there was some chunk of shots coming from Honor Souls onto this guy who was knocked out as well?
Yes, Honest Source is going to try all that they can. Rafina is getting pinpointed in the angle that he was trying to create.
I would like to interrupt at this point that it is done.
Yes.
Honest Souls is not going to secure any kind of point, or should I say any kind of advantage in this particular matchup, because now we are left with only 10 players and Honest Soul is having just 5 eliminations. How many eliminations they are going to get, whatsoever they are going to do, at most they are going to just, should I say, maybe draw or come up with a tie between Alpha 7 Esports and Honor Souls. I guess all they are going to do is just have the second position in their favor. That's all. That's my prediction whatsoever, man.
Ooh. I'm gonna request the production team to actually manipulate the table then. But that's not gonna be fair. So let's just watch on what Hornet Souls is going to do. They know what is happening. They're going all the way towards Mandrakes. They know that they have nothing much to lose, so they are going all out. It's going to be a lot of utilities getting exchanged, starting with the smoke from the sides of Mandrakes' host. There was a Molotov that was being tossed from the side of Rafina. Nino still has one nade on his hand, one being thrown, and which he capitalized. There comes a DBS shot. He definitely capitalizes to get one knock, but from the other side there is going to be a cover, and with that Mandrakes gets eliminated.
But n number of team are falling short at this point, and exactly I would if you talk about Storm Gaming as well, they've got the manpower right now. Honor Souls once again have to compete quite harshly so that eventually they can gain those points. I really am actually remembering the last match. If Honor Souls would have been favorable, or should I say would have been fruitful in that particular previous match in the map of Miramar, then I guess this victory would have been a little bit more in their favor. But right now, looks like it's done, man. I really wanted to see them actually claiming some good points in the favor.
Still gonna hope. Let's actually do math.
Hope and maths, yeah.
Let's do the math. Let's do the math.
So the thing is, there was a buffer of 23 points. See, there was a buffer of 23 points. Okay. And what
wait, they have just added one more.
Okay. So yeah, they have secured 8 points. Okay.
8
eliminations. Okay. They have secured 8 eliminations. And if they are going to secure the chicken dinner, what they are going to get is at max 21 pointer of a game.
Okay.
There was a buffer of 22 points. They have to claim at least 23 points.
Can they eliminate themselves and add a point to them?
Wow, man. You're really a good caster, dude.
I'm just gonna hope the best for them. They have actually fought tremendously well. It's going to be a 2v4 now. It's still tough. I mean, doing a 2v4 at this particular situation where the entire zone is probably going to be captured from the sides of Storm, because from the minimap that I'm able to see, the zone is more favorable towards Storm side. The gunpowder that they have developed towards the entire day, Storm has definitely taken every other team with a Storm. So Storm, I mean, eliminating them is going to be tough. That's number one thing to be doing. And if they do it, I just hope there is some magic that happens. Probably Nino takes off Rafina and that point gets added. I don't know, but Honored Souls have done the best that they could. And I will feel really very bad if it's just 1 point that they're missing out to actually dethrone A7. So, I mean, I'll be feeling sad for them. But on the other side, A7 owned it. So I'm happy with what A7 has got for the week 3. It was filled with jam-packed action. But well, it's the final battle. Raider, I want you to take this one, man.
Oh, let's see what happens right now. If we talk about the height advantage, yes, it is there for one results. But look at this guy. Pereira already knows where the guy is. Nino is not going to survive, man. That's for sure. A lot of nades is going onto him right now, and eventually the impact, the smash damage is also there. He's already marked out the locations, but Nino is having some kind of decent covers with the drop. So that is the reason why he's surviving. Another nade goes in. This splash damage could be enough. Oh yeah, it's Elenzin who is going to put some good shots of MG3, shutting him down, taking him apart, I guess, right now. The only guy which is left right now is going to be Rafina. 4 eliminations from his corner. We could see another 1v4. Let's see what happens. Is it possible? I really doubt it. Oh man, the damage of that need. It was definitely there. Now, Elenzin has already got the cue that there is an enemy right here in this particular boulder. He's trying to just survive at this point. So yeah, I really doubt that this survival is going to help them. Look at that. The vehicles are summoned. This is the art of deception that I was talking about. In many games, we have seen that happening. And that's it. It's done. Storm Gaming finally backs out a 15-pointer, or I guess maybe more than 15 pointers of a game, or 16 or 17 pointer of a game. But it's done, dude. It's done. The team which is actually going to be on top in this particular matchup is going to be for sure Storm Gaming. On the second position, it will be Honored Souls in this particular matchup. I'm talking about the match-wise ranking. We'll have to see a lot more leaderboard and a lot more statistics to actually decipher who is going to be the MVP and stuff like that. Yeah.
What if Storm is actually at a hashtag 3 or 2? Okay, no, that's not the case. They're going to be at 4. So we have our top 5, if I'm not wrong. It's going to be Alpha 7. I mean, let's talk about
let's
it.
Not ruin it, man. Let's not ruin it.
Exactly. Let's talk about who won this game. It's going to be Storm Gaming. 2 eliminations for Melazin. No, it is going to be Elazin. And then we are going to have Alazin with Alanzin with 2 finishes as well. Pereira with 1 and Storm Not with 1. So a beautiful game that comes from the side of Team Storm Esports. But whoa, a clean game. Nothing that went over my head. Nothing that came out of syllabus. But Honored Souls, I mean, hats off, man. Hats off. Congratulations. For me, I guess truly they from my heart, I guess they are the winners. Just to be battling it till the last that they could.
So are you saying Alpha 7 was not battling till the last?
No.
Is that so, man? This could be really controversial. See,
no, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. Alpha 7.
Okay, leave it. Let's talk about the teams to watch first of all. I will do the batters on the later.
We'll do that. Yeah, we'll do that.
Close to 11,000 meters of a rotation coming from the team known as Influence Gaming. 5 nades, 29 smokes. That's what they had. Storm Gaming on the other corner, 9.5 kilometers of a rotation approximately. 13 nades, 16 smokes, 1 airdrop advantage. And meanwhile, if we talk about Honor Souls, oh man, look at the rotation. Close to 16,000 meters. 9 nades, 11 smokes, 1 airdrop advantage as well. The MG3 that was there in the hands. If we talk about MANDRAKES Esports, 5752 meters is the rotation that they were able to clutch. So 6 nades, 7 smokes, that's what MANDRAKES Esports was able to use. But coming back to the statistics of MVP, it is Honor Souls Rafina whatsoever, because he was able to dish out the damage on Team Sci-Fi Gaming, if I'm not wrong. Sci-Fi Esports was countered by this guy all alone. 4 eliminations, 533 is going to be the damage. 10 throwables being used, 1 assist as well. So this was the MVP. Let's talk about more details. For example, the match summary, the particular statistics is also going to come in. But before that, the match ranking is there. Influence Gaming 16 pointer of a game. Storm Gaming 16 pointer of a game. Honored Souls 14 point. See, Echo Boy, they needed 23 points. They have 14. Are you happy now?
I am happy that they fought till the last breath possible. That's what I'm happy about. See, because now I'm getting to talk about this, I'm gonna say that Alpha 7 dominated the entire week. No doubt. Best team that there is. The way they took their fights, I was left with no breath. I had goosebumps. But I must appreciate as much as possible to Honored Souls. The only reason being that they didn't give up till the end. They fought it. They knew they required it. They went to Mandrakes. They eliminated that squad. They tried against Storm as well. But they also did the math like how you did. They realized that it's not going to be fruitful. But what I'm going to appreciate is the efforts. The efforts that came from their side to battle it till the last minute possible is definitely commendable and is definitely appreciated.
Indeed, man. Coming back to the statistics right now, if you see that, INCO Gaming and Deep Raiders are the 2 teams which are unable to get any kind of points. Well, now let's talk about the match summary, I guess, which will tell us what kind of impact is there individually, what kind of advantage these players were able to get. So let's talk about that as well. So Souls Rafina is going to be the guy with the highest eliminations. Highest damage will be in the hands of Federal. Highest assist will be in the hands of Federal. From his teammate Law, the highest knockout is going to be in the favor. But if we talk about the highest healing done, that is going to be from the hands of Mandrakes Acid. So that's good. Match summary is over. Now let's talk about the match statistics so that we can know in a brief what happened and what kind of impact was there. So let's talk about that as well. 51 total eliminations, 3,737 total healing was done. 41 knockouts in this game, 147 throwables were used, 3 airdrops were looted, 8 headshots, 7 rescues, and Storms Allenson was the guy who was able to get the longest eliminations out of the particular players which were there in the lobby. 239 meters is the distance he was able to get in the game. But now the thing that we all were waiting for is going to come, and I guess that would be the overall statistics. I'm actually excited for that. Let's see. Oh, before that, the suspense from the production.
Surprise!
Oh man, production team is also playing their own game. Seems like that they're actually becoming the MVP of the whole stream. Okay, MVP rankings. Alpha 7's Kerilo is going to be the one MVP with the massive amount of damage and the average survival time. And the 18 eliminations in his favor, he is for sure going to become the MVP from Storms Allenson. Second position is going to be acclaimed by that guy with 28 eliminations to be precise, and 24 eliminations from Team Honored Souls Nino, with Alpha 7's Mefloso, 25 eliminations, from Flamingo Stoico, 20 eliminations, damage of 4,026. For Honored Souls Rafina, 21 eliminations, 3,578 is going to be the damage. Alpha 7's Sena is going to have 17 eliminations, 3,328 damage. Our Honored Souls Strato Boy is going to get 20 eliminations, 3,459 is going to be the damage. Alpha 7's Revo Top with 14 eliminations, 3,756 damage. And at the last, it is Influence Kevin's Federal, an honorable mention at hashtag 10 with 11 eliminations, 3,475 is going to be the damage. Overall fragments is going to be for sure Storm Gaming's Allenson with 28 eliminations, 5,615 is going to be the damage. Mafloso on the second position with 25 finishes. On the third, it's Loops Mythic with 25 finishes as well. Honored Souls Nino on the other corner is going to be the guy with 24 eliminations. And at the last, we do have Honored Souls Rafina with 21 eliminations as well.
The Team Storm is definitely going to have some celebrations, but let's talk about overall standing. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Ruthless Hype Esports presenting PUBG Mobile Pro Scrims week number 3, and after 12 matches each played by all the squads that there are, Alpha 7 never shook from the hashtag 1 position. Been maintaining that from day 1, match number 1 of week number 3 with 129 points and 4 amazing winner chicken dinners, 55 placement points and 74 totaling up to 129 will be the winners of week number 3. At numbers 2, we have Honored Souls, the most amazing team that there could be, fighting the battle till the end, till the last breath. Played 12 matches, secured 2 chicken dinners, 48 placement points, 73 eliminations and 121 total points. Ooh. At third position, we have SC Corinthians Palista, SCCP, with playing 12 matches each, 12 matches in total, 2 chicken dinners for themselves as well, 49 placement points, 57 eliminations and 106 in total points that they will have. Storm Gaming not so far behind in with 12 matches played, 1 chicken dinner, 39 placement points, 65 eliminations and 103 in total points for them. And at 5th position, we have Flamingo with 85 points. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be top 5. But not so far behind, we have Rise Esports with 80, Loops Esports with 76, and Influence coming back to 8th position with 76.
Enemy Esports on the other corner in 12 matches, 1 chicken dinner and 60 points. Sci-Fi Esports has at hashtag 10. They have 60 points as well, but they don't have the chicken dinner. That is why they are stuck at hashtag 10. Hashtag 11, Knife and Skull with the 54 points. Hashtag 12, we have INCO Gaming with 1 chicken dinner, 53 points. EYC Gaming stuck at 13th with 53. Brazilian Kills 52 points from their corner with hashtag 14 position. Hashtag 15, Zebra Masters. They came back to hashtag 9, pushed back to the hashtag 15. That's sad, man. 1 chicken dinner from the corner as well, 50-pointer game. MANDRAKES Esports on the other corner are stuck at 16th with 43 points. Now let's talk about the last page of this particular overall standing. We have Smoke, Extreme Predators, Black Dragons as well in that same exact order with 37, 35, 32 and 20 points respectively. That's it for the overall ranking. We saw a lot of things. We saw a lot of subs, we saw a lot of changes, I guess, in this particular matchup in the whole tournament. We did saw a lot of impact, to be precise, but let's talk about the team head-to-head. In 12 matches that both of these teams played, Alpha 7 Esports and Honored Souls, 4 chicken dinners were there for Alpha 7 Esports, almost a whole day in their favor, I guess. Yeah, exactly, the whole day to be precise. If you guys remember, every day a squad is going to get just 4 matches, and seems like that if Alpha 7 Esports is going to play 12 matches, they're going to back out 4 chicken dinners. Wow, that's amazing. 55 placement points, 48 for Honest Souls, 74 eliminations point for Alpha 7 Esports, and that's where Honest Souls was also coming a little bit more closer. And if we talk about the average survival time, that is also good for Honest Souls. But when it comes to the average damage at that moment, Alpha 7 Esports is looking quite strong, and there is a difference of 8 points between these two giants, and that is the reason they are on top. Alpha 7 Esports is on top. Overall fraggers, Storm Silence in, as I said. I guess we did saw this particular plaque coming in, but just again, quick reminder for you guys. It's Storm Silence with 28 finishes on top. Mafloso on the second position with 25. Loop Mythic on the third position with 25 eliminations as well, with the far lower number of damages. Honor Souls Nino, 24 elimination, #4. Honor Souls Rafina with 21 finishes at #5. That's it for the overall fraggers, guys.
So the I guess the audience will definitely want to know the head-to-head against the players as well. And yes, that's on the screen. On the time, when we look at the eliminations, Storm Alanzine is going to dominate it by the 10 extra than what we are comparing it against. Alpha 7. Then we look at the matches that's been in total, the similar total damage dealt given will be 5615 against 5372. Throwables used is going to be 52 against 58. Average survival time is going to be with Alpha 7's player with 20 minutes of average survival against 18. And then we have total assists that is quite tremendously dominated from the sides of Alpha 7 with 21 as against just 12. Overall statistics of week 3 match 15 is going to be in such a way. Oh, I guess we are talking about this entire week, that is. Yeah. We have had 327 total eliminations to against 44,991. That's about 45,000 of total healings. 312 total knockouts. 1239, that's 1,239 throwables used. 19 airdrops looted in total in 12 matches that has been played by every individual player. 41 head connects, 72 total revival, and the longest elimination that is being registered is going to be from the sides of Loops Ayala with 361 meters.
The day summary is here right now. Let me remind you once again, the first match was in the hands of our beloved Honored Souls. A 24-pointer from the corner, but then Alpha 7 Esports came back and showed who is the real boss. A 29-pointer of a match in their favor. That was absolutely amazing. But then
I like the way you call them who's the real boss. I mean, it's a really good word. I mean,
all right, is that so? Match number 12.
I'm appreciating it.
I know.
It's a good word tossed.
14 finishes. 14-pointer of a game coming from GZM Esports. Honored Souls backed out another beautiful chicken dinner today with 18 pointers. And then it was SCCP Corinthians with 19 points in their favor in the last match. A beautiful match indeed coming back in the stages. But this is the kind of day summary that we were expecting right now. And this is the kind of day summary that we are going to get. But guys, once again, another journey is going to come to an end. But we loved the way the Brazilian action came back from week number 1 to week number 2 to week number 3. I really enjoyed the whole action. I really enjoyed the teams coming in. For the first 2 weeks, we were not seeing Alpha 7 Esports, but there was some secondary lineup of Alpha 7 Esports, and the output was not that great. But eventually, when Alpha 7 Esports really showed their face, what happened? They became the champion. But this is it, guys. The journey is about to come to end. Is there anything, Echo Boy, that you want to add on?
Well, part of journey is towards the end. A part of journey is actually to the end. We are at the end. But what I would want to tell to all the audience that I've been able to see a lot of spam that has been for Alpha 7. There are a lot of support for multiple teams that has been there. Keep doing that. All these teams, even if it is going to be Black Dragons, they need your fan support, and that's what keeps them going on. That's what keeps them motivated. And at the same time, I would really appreciate to all our audience. It's a request from my end to definitely subscribe to Ruthless Hype Esports on YouTube. Smash that red button, make it grey. Hit that bell icon because there's a lot more to come from their sides. If you have not been following them on Instagram, quickly open that Instagram account of yours. Search for esports.ruthless, ESPORTS.RUTHLESS. You will find them there. follow them and also turn all the notifications on for them, so you are ready and aware, and you are the first to know in your region that there is a competition and you have a duty, and that is to support your team. But if you have opened the Instagram account, it's not going to be a much of a harm. Just press that search button, search for IG_Echo Boy. That is going to be me. Please do follow me. It shows it means a lot for me if you're going to do that, and so it mean for my amazing co-caster Raider. Why don't you also tell your Instagram, and then we will conclude the day. We'll conclude this pro scrims.
So my Instagram handle is Raider_SLAYS, that is Raider Slays. If you guys want to give some constructive criticism, or if there is any feedback, go for it. Get into our D1s and tell us what we did wrong and what was there as a beautiful part and parcel. But guys, I guess now we are going to take an end, and we will be leaving the stream, and we will be back tomorrow or maybe day after tomorrow whenever the new events gets over. So yes, till then guys, peace out. Thank you for joining us. Love you all. Thank you for being on the Ruthless IP Sports channel. This is a family that you guys are going to love in 2023 and many more years that are going to come from now. So yeah, bye bye, peace out. Thank you for joining us.
Adios amigos.